Off with an address by Dr. Martha Akawa, who will be introduced by Professor Zephanias Chihulume from Universidade Pedagógica de Maputo. I will talk about Professor Chihulume. To introduce him, he'll come up. Then he will talk about his session. After that, we're going into a panel discussion on memory and erasure of women combatants. In some ways, it is linked to what we started yesterday, a very emotional final session. I heard Mama Machel say, you know, she just slept processing what came out of that, which was like group therapy, is that in many respects. It was, there was so much that we needed to unpack, you know, from that session. After that session, which will, Dr. Nomzamo Ntompela will introduce the panelists to that. We have our tea break. We come back. Then we go back to the person that drew us into this symposium, that is Samora Machel. We will look at Machel's Pan-African principles and reimagining Africa. We did speak and say, okay, this is not about nostalgia, but this is really about how does history inform this moment that we are in, and how do we begin to use history to reimagine the Africa that we want. And therefore, the basis of that Africa we want is a progressive Pan-Africanism. But what are the principles, the values, the principles, and the thing that will become the culture of our social movements that will change Africa? We have lunch. Then, of course, as you have noted with our program, strong cultural component to it. So there'll be poetry, spoken word program. Then we move in at 2 o'clock into a session around recording and archiving Africa's liberation histories. We have Zenzele Ndebele from Zimbabwe, who has done a lot of work around ZIPRA, the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army, and Agostinho Zacharias from Mozambique, who talk around Frelimo and other movements. Moderator, you know, for that, Josina, you know, I always say Josina, but it's Josina, I think. Mama Machel, is that correct? Okay, Ziaya. She refuses to comment. But then we move on to the so what. When we were putting together this program, one of the challenges that that was posed by Nosipo and Ndebele from Open Society, you know, foundations was, you know, so what? You know, we have this, what then happens? Well, we have this declaration on decolonial futures. That's key for us. We discuss it. The young people have led with Professor Lizo Jacobs, Dr. Mvuzo Ponono, and Dr. Ndombela. They worked with the young people on a draft. It will be put to plenary, and we have all made our inputs. We adopt that declaration, but that's the declaration that should begin to move us forward in terms of the so what. We'll then have closing reflections. Professor Spokas Magaja, you know, just bring it all home together in our closing reflections. But of course, there's always a payoff after this hard work. You know, we have a cocktail reception and an amazing performance by Nomfundo Aluva, you know, on that. And then our program is done. Tomorrow, many of us will then be leaving the amazing little town of Makhanda to go to our various destinations, but we will be carrying, hopefully, some great memories, great lessons, you know, from this event. So if I may just then introduce our next panel, or our very first session for today. I'm looking for Professor Chihulume's resume in here. I'm pretty sure it is in here, Professor Chihulume. You gave it to me. He's a United Methodist clergy, academic, lecturer, and author, based at Universidade Pedagógica de Maputo in Mozambique, specializing in philosophy, ethics, and higher education. He holds degrees in theological studies from Zimbabwe and the United States of America, and a PhD in education from Brazil. So he's been all over. When he was studying in Zimbabwe, I'm proud to say he was in my province. It's called Manicaland province. So I just called him. I said, "You are a homeboy," So he went to Africa University there. He has written works focusing on educational frameworks, ethics, and professional deontology. I don't know what that is, including co-authoring, you explain. He has authored studies addressing structural and economic shifts in education, such as higher education in times of privatization and mercantilization. So Professor Chihulume, let us give him a warm round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, fellow Africans. Thank you so much, Chris, for introducing me. This morning we will have a special section to discuss around the memory, reparations, and restitution. These will be addressed by Dr. Martha Akawa Shikufa. Dr. Martha is a prominent Namibian historian, an author, and an academic who is currently serving as a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Humanities, Society and Development at the University of Namibia. Dr. Martha has a vast experience in the research area around the history, in the area of Namibian history and the liberation struggle, particularly in issues related to gender and heritage. As an academic, Dr. Martha explores a contested memory surrounding the Namibian genocide, examining modern controversies, national remembrance days, and transnational restitution effort between Namibia and Germany. As I said earlier on, Dr. Martha will address us on memory, reparations, and restitution. I would like to invite her to take a place and address us, aware that we are behind time, so it should be 20 minutes or less. Dr. Martha, please.
This is fair, are you too? Good morning to all distinguished guests, scholars, veterans of the liberation struggle, and especially to our energetic young people here. I'm very excited and I'm very honored to speak to you this morning on this very important symposium on Samora Machel, Liberation Movements and the Unfinished Decolonial Project. As introduced, I'm from Namibia, and I think even for our young persons or our young people, I think we got an idea of how all these African or Southern African countries all fall into this discussion of the liberation struggle. We are not just going to look at remembering the struggle. We also have come together to ask questions and we have come here to confront difficult realities and ask, what does true liberation mean? As we honor Samora Machel's legacy, we remember a leader who saw through the illusion of independence. He knew that it was not just about changing flags, as we heard yesterday, but the beginning of a longer, harder journey started with the independence of our countries. So he believed, as I think the discussion that will come into a philosophy, that decolonization is not complete unless it changes people's lives, minds, institutions, and the liberation of our countries are meant to save everyone. So as we reflect on the history of our continent, the defeating of colonialism, the crushing of settler colonial regimes, and the fall of apartheid in Southern Africa, history demands that we look beyond symbolic milestones. We have done all that. We have national anthems, we have currencies with our leaders on our money. However, as I asked, what does real liberation mean? And how do we move from colonial violence and unhealed wounds and contested memories? So I'm going to look at that by examining the colonial genocide committed by Germany in Namibia between 1904 and 1908, and to see how do we link and understand all those unresolved generational trauma that haunt us still in Namibia today. For those of you that are not familiar with what happened in Namibia, Germany colonized Namibia officially from 1884. From the Berlin Conference, the Scramble for Africa, 1884, officially the Germans took over Namibia, and other countries divided Africa among themselves. So from 1904, 1908, then the imperial state, the German imperial state committed a state-sanctioned policy of extermination under the direct order of Lothar von Trotha, and issued extermination orders against the two nations. We called them the nations at the time, the Ovaherero and the Nama people of Namibia. This was not a typical war between two armies. It was a planned, large-scale effort to wipe out the entire communities and clear their land for white settlers. So the loss was enormous. About 75% of the Ovaherero population was wiped away, and more than 10,000, or half of the population of the Nama people, were killed during this genocide. The German troops made it very clear in the extermination orders that they were not accepting survivors, men, women, and children. They were driven into the desert, some of them trying to get into Botswana, and some trying to get into South Africa and other countries. They blocked the areas, they poisoned the water holes, and that also caused a lot of thousands of Namibians to die from thirst and hunger in the heat. For those of you that are familiar with the details of the genocide, this was towards the battle, for instance, that ended the war was in August. So those of you that are familiar with Namibia, Namibia is very hot and a desert. So the result was devastating. The survivors were put in concentration camps, and the concentration camps were also looked at the extension of extermination order, because the outcome of the concentration camp was not any different from making sure that the people died. So it was forced labor, starvation, abuse. The statistics is very shocking, and to see what people had to go through. And that's the concentration camps. And also in the concentration camps, and we are looking at the time of scientific experiments in terms of race. So the human remains of the people that died in the concentration camps were collected, shipped to the European universities to support ideas of white superiority. So that was within the framework of the time. So that is what happened. I always argue that despite the fact that the extermination orders targeted specific communities, there were also other affected communities. It's a very serious debate in Namibia when we talk about targeted and affected communities, but I think it's our duty as academics also to disrupt narratives. There are reasons why the targeted communities do not want to add a layer of other victims of the genocide. So we are looking at communities such as the Damara-speaking people, the San people, the Ovambanderu, if one wants to classify between Ovahereros and the Ovambanderu, and many other communities also suffered during the genocide. So in less than 5 years, the communities lost their cattle, they lost their land, cut off from their ancestral land. They were reduced to landless labor, because one of the reasons was to have labor for the farms and the Europeans. And this violence or this dispossession did not end when Germany lost Namibia as a colony, because that's what happened at the end of the First World War. When Germany lost the First World War, she was found unfit to colonize, and the colonies were redistributed. So Namibia ended up it was declared a mandated territory under the League of Nations. Someone had to look after Namibia, and that was the British, who were just next door here. I think it made a lot of sense. The British were in South Africa, and they were supposed to look after Namibia on behalf of the League of Nations, administer Namibia. But we are not going into history how, at the end of the day, Namibia ended up fighting against apartheid from the Afrikaners. That is detailed history. We can have a look at that later, but not for today. However, it's only to say that the impact of the genocide did not end with the Germans, and the impact did not end with the Germans. It went beyond. We still feel it today in Namibia. So over 100 years, both imperial and then modern Germany denied what happened during this period. It was for a very long time labeled as native uprisings or colonial pacification campaigns against the rebels, because some of these campaigns were also called rebellions and not resistance. Fast forward, ignoring the history was not just a problem of Germany. We also have to be very honest and say after independence, 1990, the dominant narrative centered on the struggle against South African apartheid. And the genocide did not focus, or was not focused in the narrative of how we retell the story of Namibia. So the genocide was treated as a minor detail rather than major event that shaped the country's society and economy. So the descendants of the communities that were targeted refused to allow this history to be pushed under the table. So they mobilized to make sure that Germany, Berlin, and the current government had to confront this unresolved legacy of the genocide, and they pushed it on the national agenda, and it became a debate and a topic that has to be talked about. At the heart of their struggle lies the principle, nothing about us without us. Because when finally the current Namibian government decided to discuss a genocide, it was taken from a perspective of state-to-state conversation, largely excluding the communities that were affected by the genocide. So nothing about us without us is not just a slogan, it is a powerful affirmation of human dignity, and these people of Namibia making sure that they are part of this discussion, and they were not ready to allow the government to discuss and decide on their behalf. So this we are looking at from 1990, after independence, up until today, this discussion is ongoing with a lot of details that I'm not willing to go into today. But maybe I would like to talk about the current and the status of this discussion that culminated into a 2021 joint declaration between Germany and Namibia. I would like just to highlight some details that under this agreement, Germany offered 1.1 billion euros over 30 years. 1.1 over 30 years. And the joint declaration phrased this, that this money is for reconstruction and development programs, for reconciliation, education, and research. And the declaration also talks about that there is a provision for an apology. However, this sparked a lot of debate, and rightfully so, from the targeted communities. And this time also the government refused. As we speak today, the 2021 joint declaration is not signed. Even the government has refused to sign because of many issues. The declaration says that Germany admits that its action were genocide only from today's perspective. So it's not a direct acknowledgement that this what happened is genocide. They said from today, we'll call it genocide. So carefully avoiding legal responsibility under international law. The 1.1 billion euros is classified as development and reconstruction aid, not legal reparations, because And of course, one can think they are avoiding setting a legal precedent for other colonial crimes in Africa. So the descendant communities who directly suffered from this trauma were also excluded from the negotiations and denying them the right to speak for their own claims. This brings us to the harsh truth about Africa and what Africa has to face today. And I would like you maybe to notice the clear double standard from this discussion. If you look at after the Holocaust, Germany accepted ongoing legal and financial responsibilities to the Holocaust victims, and this accountability is still recognized and remains open for negotiation to today. However, when it comes to Namibia, the joint declaration indicated that, and Germany insists on closure clause, that after 1.1 billion, there will be no further discussion, and the future generation will have no space or position for future claims and any other open negotiation on this. So this is very clear. One can already say that European lives received legal accountability and lasting justice, while African lives receive political apologies and aid and not real justice. So even the Namibian government has not signed because they are pushing. Okay, I know that eye. You know, when they give you an eye that says, see, we are that generation. You just get an eye, then you know. So I'll be very quick. Thank you. Other discussion also surround the commemoration that for the first time, and we are looking at 2025 for the first time, the Namibian government even designated a day to commemorate the genocide, May 28th, as Genocide Remembrance Day. And also that generated a lot of internal tension and discussion. Different affected communities and the targeted communities do not want to identify with this date for many reasons. Maybe just to a footnote, the 28th of May, not 1904. Because the genocide 1904 to 1908, and then the concentration camps, and then the concentration camps were officially closed on the 28th of May, 1900. Okay, the memory is gone. But the day is supposed to include all the victims, not when the extermination order against the Ovaherero was issued, not when the extermination order against the Nama people was issued, not when the Battle of Amakari was fought, not, the government thought, let's find a day including or inclusive, but the affected communities also don't want to hear that. They feel that this day does not speak to their issue. So with all those, what does that mean? What does all this debates and tension mean to Namibia as a country, to a broader goal of Pan-Africanism that we are discussing today? Of course, this poses a risk on unity. And as we heard yesterday, if we choose silence, denial, deliberate amnesia, exclusion, of course, it is going to cause disunity and inter-ethnic tension, like what we see. So I think, and maybe the younger generation would also agree, that real unity does not mean there were no problems. I think that's a discussion maybe that will come out I saw anger yesterday. Why didn't you tell us with all these things that happened, the struggle? I would say that it doesn't mean mistakes were not made, but I think we can all be open about these mistakes and see how we approach them. And this can also be a lesson for the Namibian genocide and for the general discussion on unity and how do we move after the liberation struggle. So we need to relook at our history. We need to ask questions. I think it begins also with this second liberation struggle, as we said yesterday. I think the young generation can also do something. You see, the veterans have done their part. We are looking at the young activists to take this fight forward. So the new generation today is rising, and I think I said yesterday, this is very commendable. And this also gives us another opportunity to build a stronger Pan-Africanism grounded in our dignity and all those beautiful things that you talked about that we need to look at. Maybe just from the discussion of yesterday, you will face challenges. I think the discussion yesterday brought out in so much details how many and how much challenges the older generation faced. So it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. So young people need to organize, reorganize themselves. They need to disrupt. They need to speak out so that the second liberation struggle achieve the aims of our forefathers, the Samora Machel. I'm not going to offer strategies. I see young people have all figured out, but I think I need to say that young people must avoid the easy trap and the comfort of soft life. Soft life is a big word trending, and I think it's very worrisome for some of us, especially the us in between. We have experienced apartheid, the war. We know independence. I think soft life is your trap. So don't think that justice will just happen. You have to push the envelope. Older voices might tell you, wait for your time. They might tell you you're undisciplined and unruly. I think you can also remind them that when they were fighting for the liberation, they were also called those names. And I think for me, the basic rule is if you are not at the table, you will be on the menu. So you have to be at that table. So real decolonization does not mean ending the political war like what we did. It is reclaiming our history, is reclaiming our place and our places in our independent countries, and also holding our leaders accountable. I think that's the biggest challenge. We are quick to talk and complain, but we need to hold our leaders accountable and remind them that these people, they will judge us if there's a day when we resurrect. I heard he's a man of the cloth. They will ask, we started, we sacrificed, and you said, what happened? So we need to stand up, we need to rise. And as I said, I'm very hopeful. These voices, this perspective are very encouraging. I am going to end the presentation and welcome the discussion and questions. And I think I will end as everybody else, Luta Continua. to show if this is still working.
It is working.
It fell from the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Martha. If I got you well, the starting point was to ask, what does a true liberation means? In a nutshell, you made it clear that liberation is a continuous process, is a continuous journey to reclaiming our identity. And in that process, we must hold our leaders accountable. Thank you so much for, especially calling the young people to not just sit back and complain, but they must act and do something. Also, I understand that you were telling us that we have lessons that we learned from the past experience, and out of those experience and those lessons, we must take action and in our endeavor to unite ourselves as, Pan-Africans. Thank you so much. I would like now to entertain questions from the students and everybody who is in here. Please introduce yourself and then you can raise your question for Dr. Martha. I don't see any hand up. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and then you can. Oh, where's the microphone?
I've been asked to wait a bit so people can get settled. Thank you very much. My name is Obed. I really feel sad that yesterday I was not able to come here. This is my food. This is my very, field. I passionately love, issues involving military, the liberation struggle, and so on. Thank you for a very interesting presentation, which raises some very fundamental, historical facts. My intervention, which is also going to be posed in a way as a form of a question, it zooms in on the need for urgency, as your paper rightly puts it across, that the young people need to take it up and they need to act. But I think there's work that we need to do in terms of conceptualizing and theorizing the form of action that is necessary for us to achieve the desired results. Let me quote one French philosopher by the name Paul Virilio, whose words I think we are actually, living in the prophecy, shadow of the prophecy of his philosophical words. When he said, one day, the day will come when the day will not come. This postulates Paul Virilio's theory of speed. And I would like to draw on Paul Virilio's theory of speed to say what we need as Africans in terms of informing the manner in which we are going to act about this problem, about this predicament. We need speed. But how do we conceptualize this particular kind of speed? And drawing again on Paul Virilio, and I think in terms of framing and conceptualizing the action that we need to do, we need theoretically to lean heavily on what Paul Virilio has given us. The theory is called dromology, where Paul Virilio argues that gone are the days when we used to think that democracy will solve our problems. because democracy has already been overtaken by what he calls dromology, which comes from the Greek word dromos, which means race course or speed. And his speed is fundamentally defined as the speed of light, where he conceptualizes empire in terms of how it travels and overcomes us through the speed of light. Now imagine you have your gadget there, you want to navigate through an app in order maybe to access your bank. The empire is already there through its speed. You are not going to be navigating to get access to your bank account through isiXhosa. You are doing it through another language. So when we try to act, the moment we think that we have arrived in order to solve our problems, the empire has already left and metamorphosed into some other kind of thing. And it has traveled and moved maybe 1 billion light years away. And we are still contemplating that we need to act how many years after independence? We are still singing the same old and tired story and recycling arguments about what needs to be done. So I will quickly go through what I think perhaps needs to be documented in terms of how the concepts of empire and colonialism have been a priori theorized by 3 scholars. I've already done Paul Virilio. I'll quickly jump to...
I think we could stop that intervention at some point.
It's taking too long.
It's another presentation.
It's another
by itself.
presentation.
I think we could have other questions.
Yes.
I think
Yeah,
I
just get to the gist of what you want to say, and then let's move on. Thank you.
Please, let's try and make
Thank you. And I
brief
apologize.
points and, be
I
straight to the
apologize.
point.
Time will never be enough, but well, this is my food, and I really love. I
We can
enjoy it.
continue debating on the social media, but as for now, I think we need to entertain other questions.
Thank you
Please.
very much. Let us move.
Thank
the
you
next.
so much.
But I hope people have appreciated where I'm coming from. If not, I can.
Well, after, let's entertain the female voices. I'm gonna call, yes, Mama, s'il vous plaît. Let's just send a microphone here. Oh, yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Kawa. It's a very painful intervention that you have just made. And it reminded me of the fact that when we also started our struggle against apartheid, many, especially many African countries, were of the opinion that this state is so powerful. It's got the most powerful army on the African continent. This will not happen. It won't be put aside as it has been. I'm not saying defeated, it's just been put aside. But we gained a lot of traction from support by the Europeans themselves. The anti-apartheid movements were even more concentrated and committed and determined than our own African brothers and sisters on the continent. We're also struggling with the issues of newly independence and colonialism and all that. Yes, we, the Qiniselanis of 1976, we were hot-headed. We thought things are going to happen right now and very fast, but the elders set us down, showed us that things don't happen like that. So there is a group of Africans born of German descent in Germany who are busy now also trying to, I suppose, attend to their own issues. And the young people must tap into that. They must tap into those, I don't know whether they call themselves like the African Americans, African Germans. But Professor Luswazi, who studied in Germany, who is in Mthatha, still alive, is very much in touch with that group. And our young people must tap into that vulnerability of other young people who feel shame about what their own ancestors have done. Because on our own, Bandagwetu, we will not go anywhere. You know how our leaders are bought, just for a packet of soup, and we end up finding ourselves where we are. So we start there, because right now the AU doesn't know what it's about, because it used to be about the ending of colonialism. But I tell you, if you start with them, you are likely to be discouraged. Start with people in Germany themselves who have an interest in coming to our aid. This is where the old ones come in about our own experience. I hope it helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Professor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akawa, for this really wonderful and thought-provoking presentation. I mean, this point, you say European lives receive legal accountability, aid, and justice, and Africans do not. It reminded me of being in a conference last year. I was in a fellowship in Stellenbosch, and someone who was not on the program, who was announced as a surprise guest, who would have been, whom the conference organizers had planned for him to be there, was someone known as Eugene de Kock. And I was shocked that without consent, this person is being given room to give us his version of the story. And fortunately, I'd heard on the radio that he had become ill, so he was hospitalized. That's why we were not imposed this figure who was known as Prime Evil. And I asked colleagues on that fellowship, many of them were from Europe. I said to them, just give me a name of someone who is a known murderer, who does serve their time and then comes back to the society and gets to have this public profile. Is the fact that Eugene de Kock has been released, is that not enough? Is the shame, is a retreat from public life not the least that he can do for the victims of apartheid that he terrorized? So someone says, no, well, because he's free, you can bump into him at Pick and Pay. I said, no, a conference is not Pick and Pay. If we impose a murderer and this symposium, so I come to a symposium because I see who's going to speak. You don't surprise me with someone, but you do that with Black Lives. Where now and I just thought, did these people even consider that there might be a member of an audience whose family, whose loved one might have been killed by this person, who now must confront his presence? But you do that with Black Lives, and our states allow it. They make us disposable. Where I'm going is the point you make about the trap of the soft life, because I do see it as a crisis. It's a crisis of values. It is being modeled by the elders, of course. How do we do this, Dr. Akawa? How do we get young people to understand this? This point about social media and seeing someone as a brand. But you can see, even with this social media, that Africans are not treated the same. There are these American content creators who plagiarize, pillage the work of content creators from Africa. Content creators from Africa are not protected. Even with Netflix, right? The debate is that our actors are not protected. This reproduces these issues that any worker in Africa has faced. So if young people in the arena of content creation think that they'll get away without organizing as workers, they are going to be disposable just like other Africans elsewhere. This we need to make clear. You are not an exceptional African. In fact, if you are not organized, you are up for sale. You will be on the menu, as you have said. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think we'll take 3 more questions and then we will close and save time.
I see
3
you,
only.
you call for females, so I wanted to interject. Look, on the
What's the name?
on the 25th of March
His name.
this year, the UN General Assembly passed a historic resolution spearheaded by African and Caribbean nations, formally declaring the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. Even though that was not binding on everybody, but it gave clear guidelines or expectations for formal state apologies, structural financial compensation, and the unconditional restitution of cultural archives and human remains. So there's a clear guideline for us. What was disturbing for me was 123 countries were in favor of that resolution, 3 were against it, and 52 abstained. The 3 who were against it were the US, Israel, and Argentina, which is not any surprise. On the 11th of August, around the Namibian genocide issue, Amnesty International filed court papers in Namibia to act as a amicus curiae, which is a friend of the court, alongside the Ovareiro traditional authority to legally block the signing of the current German Namibian joint declaration. So what do we do to call out these nations who has murdered and killed our people? And when I taught the classes on the Namibian genocide to my History 1 class for the last 2 years, when I showed them the images, when I showed them Shark Island, the concentration camp, when I showed them this, they were angry, they were crying, they were upset like me. I'm very upset. Because Namibia is my spiritual home. It's where my ancestors come from. And I'm disturbed that we allow these people just to get away with and throw money at us, and that will solve the problem. They need to apologize. They need to not just apologize, they need to help us build our countries. But we need to steer that process. It's time that they must stop. We are angry. And as youth, well, I'm not a youth anymore, I'm in the middle. We really need to stand up for our rights. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Dr. Agostinho and then Brian. Dr. Agostinho and then Brian. She will be the last one. I'm sorry. We need to save time. Yes. Dr. Agostinho and then Brian. Where's the microphone? You can.
I think we need to understand the UN ground as a battlefield in which some of us who spend time with UN, we have a choice of either a career or being on the side of history. That's how we should understand the UN, and not a benevolent institution that is supposed to be there to be beneficial to the rest of the people. I have a little story. Olaro Tun, who was the Undersecretary General for Children and Armed Conflict, he published, we compiled a report about the conflicts and the children around the world. We had a problem with that report because it mentioned that Northern Ireland had a conflict. We spent months without releasing the report because the British would not agree that there was a conflict in Northern Ireland. And they blocked the publication of the report until we retrieved the word conflict in Northern Ireland. So the language matters, and I think the countries should not agree with being forced to submit or to accept a language which does not describe properly the phenomena. I think that's the lesson. We should really throw our weight behind certain things that we believe as Africans has been correct, and not to bow because we want aid or we want something else. I think that's a lesson. I want to complicate your story by saying, have you started to claim, because I know that in 1990, there was a United Nations peacekeeping mission in which Martin Atisar gave orders to shoot the Namibians that were invading, that did not agree because they were not consulted. It was decided by them without us. That's how the Namibians put it. And then when they entered, they crossed the borders. I mean, the UN a special envoy then gave orders to shoot those ones, the refugees, and also the guerrillas that were not considered SWAPO guerrillas. Have you presented that case to the world? Because it's a real lesson. If we leave these stories slip around without raising them, one day they will be repeated, and it will be a continent which is accepting anything. They are used to deal with us as peoples who accept anything below the standard. I wanted to put that question to you. Thank you.
Brian, you have only 5 words to use.
Okay, that's great. So for the last 14 years, I have worked on, as Zach and others will tell you, in my personal capacity, and abused every organization I've joined, from the UNDP and others, to campaign for reparations. And those who are interested on how we get to the resolutions, there are 2 resolutions actually. There's one that the Algerians are coming up with to declare colonialism as a crime against humanity. The meeting in Algiers already agreed on the resolution. The AU heads of state already adopted. We had a meeting just 3 weeks ago. I was camped in Accra for a month on the reason why I raise it is the challenge of dealing with Namibia outside the bigger framework. It's because the arguments you end up having, whether it's the one on which is the correct day to commemorate the genocide, or also the challenge you have that you have 60% or more of the country that's Christian, that's talking forgiveness, and then the reparations doesn't include the question of restitution of land because it's a problematic issue. I'll just urge that maybe what is needed is a bigger conversation, especially within East Southern Africa and beyond, on what is the collective African perspective on repair. Our colleagues in the Caribbean are very clear, but on the continent we get very iffy. And we also on the continent, that's the last word I'll say, there is a frightening deference to the Brits and others who say, you don't need reparations, you need investment. For goodness sake, the imperialists invest in areas they never violated. Investment comes out of self-interest. Repair comes out of realization of the needs of justice.
Thank you, Brian. We will take the last question from, yes. This will be the last one.
Hi, my name is Princess Satere. I'm from here, Rhodes. My question is more to do with, have we identified the museums or the universities that contain the human remains that have been shipped off from Namibia during the genocide and the concentration camps? And have we made any plans to repatriate those remains? And how can we do so? Have any claims been made for that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to call upon Dr. Martha to respond or comment around these questions that were raised. But from my side also, there is one that I would like to bring here. You say that after independence, there was a kind of a denial of the genocide as the major event that affected the history of Namibia. You know, for me, I wonder, why is it that in Africa there are so many lives that are not being claimed? In other words, there are so many people who died, but those who are in the position of leadership, they tend to deny if their death does not have anything to do with them. They write history in such a way that stands in their position. The second point is that Germany says that the massive killing can only be called genocide in today's words or today's language. By then, it was not a genocide. Well, normally, the death of African does not count in the world, unfortunately. Even today, the people who are being killed, unfortunately, they don't count. How can we change this perception in today's society?
Okay. Thank you very much for, I think this works.
Yeah, it does.
Can you hear me? I might not answer each and every question. I think some of you have the answers, or bet you have all the answers that you wanted to give. Unfortunately, we can talk about it. I don't think as Africans we do not know. It's not like we do not know what is going on, and it's not like we do not know what we want. We know what we want. And I think this discussion that we have today of unity that we don't have, I think that is our biggest challenge, and we know it. Are you telling me, as rich as we are as a continent, and I think that question was posed yesterday, we are unable to feed ourselves? Are you telling me that when Iran and the United States are fighting, I feel the pinch of fuel because now it's $30 per liter, when next door Angola has fuel? What does that mean? It's not like we don't know what is going on. We don't know what the problem. We know. But the answer and the answers and the solutions, they lie with ourselves. I think we know. Let us not say we are going to identify how do we do it. We know. We must just do it. Ambassador, you are correct. I think intergenerational conversations are very important. There's a very big diaspora group, and not just in Germany, around the world. I think yesterday what I got out of the young people is that you young and not so young people, you talk so much in general. You do not go into detail so that we have the gist of things. When I talk about Germany refusing, it doesn't mean each and every German is refusing. There are Germans in Germany that stand with Namibians. I think those are the details, but I think at this level we talk about the bigger picture because we are looking at bilateral and state-to-state negotiation. So we are saying Germany is refusing, but it does not mean each and every German is supporting the German government. That's not the point. But the point is very good that young people have platforms. Yesterday, I heard concept that I've never heard of. I think someone was sitting there saying, have you ever heard of natural hair, how it was trending? You have those platforms. You just have to use them. It is not like what Ambassador was saying, I get a train from Bloemfontein and I don't know where to go and I just arrive. Because that was her situation. You can sit here and trend. But why are we not using those platforms that we have? I think we just need to wake up from the slumber, and I'm still going to Prof, the issue of soft life. Soft life is a problem. I'm sorry. We can clock it. I'm speaking as a mother myself. I have a young man who is thinking he's going to be young forever because of soft life. And sorry to bring my family, I also have a 10-year-old. I am told to soft parent. Oh, thank you. I even, gentle parenting. I said, what is gentle parenting? I can't shout at this girl. I cannot tell her without asking me, Mommy, why? With an English that I can speak. And I'm saying, okay, allow me also to learn how to soft parent. I don't know soft parenting. I personally don't think I need to beat her until I take her to the hospital, but I need to beat her sometimes. I'm sorry. I believe that. I grew up, when I was growing up, 9 kids from my mother. My father being a migrant worker who was never home. When the sun rises, everyone, you are out of the room. You only go back when you're going to sleep, because my mother used to say the bed will also get tired. I never understood. But do you know what that means to me now? As a person employed, as a person, as a mother, as a wife, that thing comes in handy for me. Because I can't sleep, because I still believe the bed will get tired. But it means I wake up, I go to work, I do my work, and I finish what I have to do. My son tells me, Mommy, my class starts at 12, until 11 he's still sleeping. I said, do you think when you are employed, you'll get used to waking up at 6 so that you're in the office at 8? I think soft life and gentle parenting that we are forced into is our problem, because there's kids. We are the one bringing them up. But we are forced into issues that also don't speak to us. Honestly, I can say this here. I don't believe in gentle parenting, because there is a reason why I had to wake up before the sunrise, because it's helping me today. So young people, please, sorry, I'm going into the mother mode. Please, don't fall into this trap trending of soft life and gentle parenting. I'm very worried what is going to happen to our kids when we are gone. And there are many other worrisome issues. I'm not going into that, but I can say even the language. How many of our kids cannot even speak our languages? What is going to happen to my kids if they cannot speak my language? Their kids will never speak that. What does that mean to you as an African? You cannot speak your own language. Maybe you are better, your English is better than mine, but I'm going to brag my local language is richer than the English. So sorry to go that, but I think it's necessary. Please don't fall into a soft life trap. You are going to regret it. We will not be here. Maybe we'll turn into our graves. I think the bigger question of calling out the West lies with us. The West will not listen when we are not talking with one voice. Yes. And I can tell you the West has identified our weaknesses. Sometimes, and most of the time, I think our leaders are also corrupt and they're greedy. You go and negotiate, those of you that are familiar with Namibian history, or whatever the cases that are going on, and then a whole leader agrees to sell fishing quota because you are getting a cell phone with double SIM card? Just that in your head, and you say, how many people are going to lose their job as fishermen because I want a SIM card, a phone with cell phone with SIM card, 2 SIM cards? I think we know, and I'm going to repeat, we know our challenges, we know what to do. The West is not going to listen to us if we don't start with ourselves. I can tell you. If you are not eating from your own kitchen because you are going to be fed, somewhere else, those people called shots. I think we know. Let us be honest. We know what our challenges are, what our problems are. We know what we are supposed to do. I think we still go back. Unity is our strength, and we just don't have it. I think the United Nations has never, I'm checking who is in this room. I think it has never been neutral. It has always been biased. We know. And I don't want to go back to the Namibian question. I can also go back to that 1977, for instance, there was a volunteers called the Western Contact Group from the United Nations Security Council that decided we're going to volunteer and facilitate the implementation of Resolution 435 to be implemented. You see who was in that group? It was France, was Germany, the United States, United Kingdom, was Germany were on that. What do you think they did? Even decided the framework of our constitution. Article 16 of the Namibian constitution talks about private properties. What do you think that means? Who owned private properties in Namibia at the time? And now? And you are telling me the United Nations? No, sorry. Why are we as Africa still fighting for a permanent seat? Why? Do we even need to negotiate? Do we even need to say, can we support Africa to be part of that? If the United Nations is what it's supposed to be? I'm sorry, I don't think. But that's another debate. I'm supposed to have that just over tea, not here in public. But I think the young people are asking, they are complaining, you're not telling us in details. Those are the details. Okay, I'm saying it. You know when you say, I want to say something, but I don't want to say it. You know those days at school? I'm going to tell you something, but don't tell anyone. But you're saying it because you know at the end of the day is going around the school. That's the one. The 1st of April, 1989. That's what you're talking about. I'm going to tell you, Heike Becker knows, I think she has done a lot of history research in Namibia. This is not a big topic, even in our narrative. There must be something that doctor is talking about. How come when something, maybe we have something to do with it, we don't talk about it? The 1st of April is not talked about. And we are suspecting that even our leaders of the liberation struggle, maybe they have something to do with it. That's why it's not talked about. Yes, but we know that Mati Atisari and they had a phone call with the Pretoria and the attack was done. We don't know who else. But that narrative is not talked about. Let's talk about it. I think Brian talked about reparation, justice or restorative justice. I think you said it, collective effort, that's what we need. And I'm going to say it again. It does not mean we do not know what is needed. We know. I'm telling you, don't wait for Germany who has an interest or whoever who has an interest in destabilizing you to say, come together. Ever since I was growing up until when I'm about to get old, DRC is never stabilized, but why? Are you telling me we don't know why? We do. We do. I think we know the answers. I'm not going to give answers. We know. Princess, there has been an effort to document where the human remains are in the institutions in Europe. And I'm not just saying Germany because it's Europe. It also goes beyond Europe. I think if you look at the framework of the collection of human remains at the time, they were not just ending up, let's say human remains from Shark Island might end up somewhere in an institution in Germany, an institution in US, they want to loan it, for instance, or Belgium, or wherever. So it becomes a bit, where these remains are. Some were collected that way. There were private collectors. I want to say something. I reviewed a book of a person who was a soldier in Namibia who collected human remains for his own. Because he thought it's very beautiful to look at a human skull in someone's sitting room. Tell me about what they think of Africans and saying every day you are waking up, you're looking at a skull in your sitting room, and you want to tell us we are barbarians and we are this. I'm sorry to say that. He loaned or donated those to the museum or to a museum with a clause. In case my children wants to go and get it back and put that back in a sitting room, it's open for Guys, dark Africa, primitive barbarians, that's what we are called. You are telling me every day you want to wake up and look at a skull in your sitting room and you want to call a pot or a kettle black, a pot calling a kettle black. Honestly, I was shocked. But I said, please publish this book. People need to know, people need to see the magnitude of these issues. So, yes, there is an attempt, but it's bigger than just saying an institution somewhere here or a museum there have this in their museum. There has been, of course, an attempt to repatriate. Some of the human remains have been repatriated from Germany. Currently, we have a process, for instance, to repatriate human remains from South Africa. We have people still in Cape Town taking those human remains. So it's not just Germany, it's also South Africa, but of course we understand the different times and historical periods when these human remains were collected. But yes, that attempt to to locate where the human remains are and to repatriate them back to Namibia. Why in Africa, why do leaders deny when it doesn't have anything to do with them? I didn't want to go into details. I talked about Ovaherero and Nama, the period of 1904, 1908, historically known as the period of colonial resistance. In Namibia, it was mainly the central and the south. The liberation struggle was mainly waged. We had yesterday the founder of the liberation movement, Swapo Toivo. He was an Oshivambo speaking person. I must also make a disclaimer. I am from that ethnic group, but it doesn't mean, yeah, she's looking at me. The war was concentrated in northern Namibia. You are familiar with the concept of a border war. And also the history we are talking about, the camps that we are going to talk about now were initially Tanzania, Zambia, Angola. So the South African administration made it a point that we concentrate the war to the north and keep the police zones safe and clear because that's where the white settlers lived. So we are looking at the liberation struggle predominantly, or the members were Oshivambo speaking people. Who was it? Was it Ambassador who asked how was it, what were the criteria of liberation struggle and saying this is a representative? SWAPO got that status as they called it as a authentic soul and authentic representative of the people of Namibia. SWANU was there were other liberation movements, but SWAPO got that recognition from the African Liberation Committee or AU, 1978. Even the United Nations gave that recognition. So SWAPO led the liberation struggle, fought, gained independence, and yes. And the narrative was just about the liberation struggle, nothing beyond that. So I think we know why. It's not a Namibian unique case. I think other liberation movements in other countries can talk to that. We still have it. I think we can talk as long as possible, but I'm not so sure. I also got the look. Do you know the look, guys? Young people, do you know the look? They don't. The look that just, you know that I need to stop. I just got that look. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mama Grasa.
I'm really sorry to be interrupted. We are talking about the remains of Africans. Are you aware of these agreements which African governments are signing with the United States now around the health assistance in exchange of critical minerals? One.
Yes.
But also about the data, the health data of all of us. I mean, any one of us will be in those data and they will be studying us. And in those data centers, which are in the US, they are all over in Europe, which means you, your children and grandchildren, data health of our citizens will be in those things. You remember yesterday me talking about the second freedom liberation movement? You remember that? Please check. Please check. It's not what has happened. It is what is still happening. And I just want us to keep that in mind. And the last thing I wanted to say, you know what? You know why the Holocaust is all over the world and across generations? It's because the Jews, they value the lives of their people. What they're doing in Palestine, it's because they're Jewish. You know what I mean? We Africans, we don't fight for our lives. No. Our own lives are very cheap. Not only cheap, our lives can be ignored. And we put a foot on the, before we take the responsibility to claim African lives as precious. And when I say precious, 1 life, 10 lives, it doesn't matter how many. Life is life. If we don't take responsibility for African, or if you like to say African and Black lives, because when I say African, you know, there are those Black people who are in other parts of the world, and they have another name, but they're Black. Before we take responsibility for our own lives and to give value to our lives, no one is going to respect us. Forget it.
Once the mother talks, nobody else is allowed to talk. Thank you so much, Mama Grasa, for closing this. Thank you so much, Dr. Martha.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor Chihulume, for that session, and thanks so much to Dr. Akawa. Our next session is led by Dr. Nomzamo Ntombela. So if I may just quickly introduce her, Dr. Ntombela, I think maybe instead of an introduction, you could really just say who you are and bring your panelists forward. Luta, I think we shouldn't, because then I was reminded that I didn't even pick up. Okay. So I think we just let the guys. Yeah, it's okay.
Huh? I'm just gonna. Umay ngezala. Yeah, ngezala ma. Oh, the mic is on already.
Okay, as they set up, let me just introduce Dr. Nomzamo Ntombela. Okay. Dr. Ntombela holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Stellenbosch. She is currently the Secretary General of the South African Sociological Association and is on the editorial board of the South African Review of Sociology. Her research focuses on contemporary social justice movements, transitional justice, women in leadership, and the history of women's activism in Southern Africa. Dr. Ntombela has also been very instrumental in our programming, assisting us in the conceptualization of this symposium. We welcome her and the panel.
Thank you so much. Kosikazi malibongwe igama lama kosikazi malibongwe 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 igama lama kosikazi malibongwe igama lama kosikazi malibongwe 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 igama lama kosikazi malibongwe igama lama kosikazi malibongwe 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 Thank you to my choir. We've been carrying it strong since Sunday. Thank you very much. We're going into the final rounds, choristers. Thank you so much for the introduction. Comrade Chris, thank you so much for the introduction. It's, such a great honor to be chairing this. The panel is Memory and Erasure of Women Combatants. As we've heard over the past few days, it is important to remember, but what happens when we don't even know who or what to remember? In an opening speech at the first conference of Mozambican women in 1973, Comrade Samora Machel asked the following, and I quote, "How then can one make a revolution without mobilizing women? If more than half the exploited and oppressed people consist of women, how can they be left on the fringe of the struggle? To make a revolution, it is necessary to mobilize all the exploited and oppressed, and consequently women as well. If it is to be victorious, the revolution must eliminate the whole system of exploitation and oppression, liberating all the exploited and oppressed. Therefore, it must eliminate the exploitation and oppression of women. It is forced to liberate women." The reality which he outlines is one the liberation movements, countries, and parties continue to grapple with, as our panel today will go into. There's many unresolved tensions and narratives that have impacted, as scholars and other people argue, the current rates of violence we continue to see in our various countries and contexts. This panel grapples with this, as I mentioned, and very briefly, I'll share the bios of our different panelists. I'll give Dr. Martha the privilege of not going through her bio again, but I'm sure everyone knows. Then we have Umam Ruth Mantile, a South African author, human resources manager, and former Umkhonto weSizwe veteran. Between 1980 and 1993, she underwent rigorous military and political training across places like Lesotho and Angola. Today, she leverages her trauma to triumph journey by writing inspiring books, such as the one I had the privilege of reading, buy a copy. I'm sure everyone can see. I Survived, Evolved Against All the Odds. Her memoir focuses on navigating an abusive childhood and surviving the tumultuous environment of MK training camps. She explores personal choice, resilience, and breaking free from predetermined trauma narratives. On my far end, I have retired Brigadier General Lulu Siwisa, who is a professional nurse who graduated Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center in Tanzania. She further studied in Zimbabwe, specializing in public health at Pari Renyatwa Postgraduate School of Nursing. She is a former senior district community nursing officer of Marondera district in Zimbabwe. She was also a nurse tutor at the South African Military Health Nursing College. Retired Brigadier General Siwisa is the first woman and Black officer to be appointed as a general officer commanding of a training formation at the South African Military Health Service. She's also a former Azanian People Liberations Army APLA combatant who was based in exile in some of the above-mentioned spaces. And recently retired, she also has served as a senior South African Military Health Service leader. I then also have, on my other end, my new colleague here at Rhodes, Dr. Ayanda Mhlongo, who holds a PhD in multidisciplinary gender studies from the University of Cambridge. Her research explores historical and intergenerational trauma in South Africa through the experiences of Black female freedom fighters and their adult children. Dr. Mhlongo is also a public affairs, stakeholder engagement, and social impact professional. She has experience in international development, higher education, and organizational transformation. Thank you so much to all my panelists for being here. Thank you for what you bring and what you'll be sharing with us today. And just to start us off, I'd like to ask everyone to briefly share with the room a two-pronged question. Why have women's stories in liberation history been erased or marginalized? And how has this impacted how we remember or what we remember? And we can start from retired Brigadier General Siwisa.
Thank you. Looking back and in trying to answer your question, I'm tempted to ask you, were women ever recognized? Whether it's in a cultural setting, work setting, and the liberation setting. The fact of the matter, yes, I accept, we were few women during the liberation struggle. And the leadership of the liberation movements that we joined, by the way, it's difficult for me to say joined because I was born into the PAC because of my grandfather was a founder member of the PAC. So I didn't join. It's a family thing. I was born there. But for us now to belong, we were few, and I don't think that gave them the right of not including us in whatever they're doing. But it happened that we were included as, by the way. By the way, they are women. Even during meetings, we would only see amadoda ezingqungile, a group of men. Only when we, push ourselves in there and we'll find that they are discussing national issues. The military training bases, even the countries that offered us military training, they struggled. They had to start thinking and developing camps for women. Otherwise, most men that we skipped the country with, they went for military training before us because of the countries that accepted them. So this thing of women as a whole, women always have to fight to be included. I'll take you back to the role of women during the liberation struggle before the liberation movements were banned. On the side of the PAC, when my mother, narrates about how PAC was formed and what support they gave, it was all about doing the kitchen stuff. Kitchen stuff meaning they would have parties, sell alcohol to raise funds to bail them out, to bail the men out of jail. But they were not involved in the actual development of documents and what they called the constitution of the organizations. They would just be given and they have to read. And my mother developed an attitude towards that. She said, and I quote her, "We did not join these organizations to be put in a corner of a kitchen. We joined the liberation movements because we want to be involved and participate fully." Hence, when the Women's League was formed in Dar es Salaam, and she was told to be the leader, she said, "No, I don't belong there. I belong there with you holding briefcases, going to all these meetings, negotiating, because I need to know what is it that we're negotiating about." So, hence the question, were we ever fully involved in order to show our capabilities as women, which we have, which now when they realize that we have those capabilities, they started trying to suppress us. No, abafazi bathetha too much, which is not the case. If they could just sit down and listen to what we're saying, then they would understand our thinking, because we think as far as they, not as far as our noses, because women, the fact that women, they can single-handedly run a home, look after children, cook for children, clean the house, and they can do everything. But why not this part of being involved in decision-making and planning war? I'll end up there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. I want to come to you, but I want to take advantage here quickly. If you go to 221 of the book, there it is, buy a copy of the book. Thank you. Mama, you write here on 221, and it resonates with what Umam Sivisa just said. I felt like those women who needed to prove to their male counterparts that we were more capable of doing whatever men could do to liberate our country. Therefore, I decided there and then that I was not going to be pushed away to stay in the camp, especially in that position. So very briefly, going to this thing of the capabilities and so forth. of women. Can you sort of bring us in there of why have these histories been erased and how it's impacted how we remember?
Did I write that? Yeah. Yeah. I learned as a young lady that I'm not going to be pushed around by men. Maybe because of my experience, if you can read a book. I grew up playing soccer because I thought to be strong, you have to be like a man. And that's why most of my time I spent being the so-called tomboy, because I wanted to defend myself. Joining the liberation movement also assisted me, or my decision to be like a man assisted me because I was not bullied. Despite the fact that I had incidences, the one that you will read about, but I decided that I'm not going to be bullied by anyone. Despite the smile, there's a gentleman who saw my smile. Yes. Despite that smile, beneath is a very strong character. And I think we failed ourselves as women. In the sense that I will tell you an example of the sheep bee. You know, in the hive, you've got that queen bee. Yeah. That queen always wants to be protected by men, and she only wants to be the one who is being dominated by men, protected by men. She doesn't want another queen bee to be in the hive. Yeah. That's how we behave as women. A woman in power doesn't want to see any other woman. And that's what betrays us as women. Going back to the military, true, men do not see us, they see us as competitors. But as I said, we allow it ourselves as women because we don't support each other. I don't know if this, maybe in that day, our veteran will remember when the ANC was formed, it was only pure women, I mean men. There were no women until very late. Women joined the ANC. So it comes natural for men to kind of push us away. But it's within our right and our ability to ensure that they recognize our capabilities. So in terms of capabilities, it's us who deny ourselves. And unfortunately, we need to always prove ourselves that we can make it. But as I said, the problem lies with us as women, not with men. Have you seen in a boardroom where a woman will raise her hand to say, I support Ruth? You'll never see that. They will always support John. Like a queen bee, she wants to be alone in that space of men. So we need to liberate ourselves as women so that men can start respecting us. I was in a corporate environment and I saw that happening. Women do not necessarily support each other. So to this generation, just ensure that you support each other as women. In the camps, it was very difficult, I must say. As she said, we were like the supporters of men. I'll tell you a story. When I was doing my training, we had communication, tactics, firearms, and topography and things. Women will be pushed to communication. I will make sure that I fail communication because I didn't want to be there. I just make sure that I fail it. Because I will not listen to the instructor because I didn't want to end up in communication. Because what my decision was to come and fight inside the country and not to assist men to be liberators. So that's one thing that really made me angry. But yeah, as she said, we had opportunities. So I think it depended on an individual to get into that space of men, to ensure that they recognize you. I went to the Eastern Front as a woman. I think we were only two at first to fight against UNITA. Men were about 400, 500, only two. And for me, it meant they recognize my capability. You just have to push so that people can recognize your capability. I stayed there in the Eastern Front for 6 months. People were dying, and my friend was killed in that. So it started to dawn on males that these women can make it. So I think, as I said, we need to push that ourselves.
Thank you, Ma. Ayanda, Dr. Mhloko.
Molweni, I think for me, women's erasure begins, and as the younger generation, I think women's erasure begins with how the story of liberation is being told. And by that I mean who gets centered, who gets sidelined, whose voice is valorized and whose voice is muted, who's acknowledged, and who is seen as a secondary actor. And as the younger generation, I feel like, and I've seen in my research as well, that the story of liberation centers male political actors. It centers male comrades, it centers male commanders, and it positions female freedom fighters as secondary actors, even though they contributed equally as political figures, political actors, political thinkers, mobilizers, organizers, and decision makers, as Mama said. So in a way, erasure begins there, the intentional effort to minimize the efforts of freedom fighters. They end up being secondary actors, they're not itaring, right? And I find that to be problematic because it's also unfair, because I don't think the liberation movements would have been able to make the kind of progress that they made without the contributions of female freedom fighters. But the erasure doesn't stop there. It continues even after 1994 with many of my participants. And as Omama have said today, that when they came back from exile, they did expect recognition. They did expect support. They did expect belonging. But instead, they experienced neglect and what I call an internal exile, right? Where the country has been declared free, but you still have to fight in order to be seen in it, right? And that's what intentional erasure does. It determines. It's not just about, oh, we forgot this female freedom fighter's name. It determines. So it determines who goes into the archives. It determines whose voice is heard. It determines who gets recognized, who has a say, and who gets to shape the meaning of liberation, right? So erasure determines who shapes the meaning of liberation. And in our context, what is the meaning of liberation in post-apartheid South Africa? So that's the relationship that I see between female freedom fighters' contribution and the problematic nature of erasure.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. I think the challenges of speaking last is very obvious because a lot of things that you want to say have been said. However, I want to concur with Doctor. The discourses of national liberation are gendered. The presentation and representation of liberation struggle even go along the body of a woman, very gendered. The nation is born. Who gives birth? The nation is pregnant, a new nation is about to be born. So, and we come from a patriarchal society. I think we need to acknowledge that. Even women that went into exile, they came from a community, patriarchal community, went into exile, a new dynamics, a new environmental climate, but you're also dealing with men that came from patriarchal societies. And I don't think, maybe to be fair, that just because you're sitting somewhere in Congo, automatically you are in a different, mode. So those patriarchal tendency continued. And I must say that there has been deliberate and intentional efforts, even from the leadership, even from the male leadership, to make sure that that is dealt with. If, for instance, Samora Machel wouldn't say the quote that you said, we have to make sure women are part of the struggle. If it was so obvious, he didn't have to pronounce it. So I think it took intentionality to make sure that women are also brought into as equal contributors and actors of the liberation struggle. But I think we need to acknowledge also where they come from in terms of patriarchal roles and gender roles. Gender roles played a major role in I think the former combatants indicate that they would only get roles that are complementary, that are softer. Communication, you cannot go into combat because that's a terrain for men. And I think, as I said, we come from a perspective or a space where public space is for men. It took a while for women to stand on top of drums and campaign, because that is supposed to be men doing that. So I think it's within those frameworks that we need to see why the discourse of the liberation struggle forget women. And I think, as she said, it didn't end at the end of the struggle. But I must also say that ex-combatants women, they are not your everyday woman. Because they have gone through, I mean, I tell you, even where I come from, if a woman is from exile, they will tell you, don't play with that woman. Omgaruki is a returnee. They're not our passive women that stayed inside the country. So women were also aware. They were aware of their capabilities, and they claimed that. That's why I think we need to applaud women from exile. They also kicked us out of our comfort zone and say things can be done differently. But we need to really acknowledge where we come from as a community and as a people, as a society. And just to say that we are still working on that to be at par.
I just want to, because she took me back to when I decided to be a soldier. And I'll make a disclaimer here. I belong to two countries. I'm a South African, I'm a Mozambican. My first experience, yes. My first experience of a free country, freed through war. It was Mozambique, 1975. I'm not a 76 June uprising student. I left the country at the age of 17, 1975. On the 13th of September, we were pushed out of the country by the apartheid system. My mother said, when she discovered that there's been a special branch scouting our home and they were planning to arrest my mother, Mama said, I'm not going to die in jail like my father. And at midnight on the 12th of September, we left the house with everything there, just what we were wearing. Crossed into Mozambique. It was easy to cross into Mozambique. She's a Makoti there. We are Mozambicans. We arrived at the border, we had no passports, and we declared to the soldiers. And my grandmother's house is just 5 kilometers from the border, Risado Gracia. And they went to fetch her, and she came and declared us, and we were allowed to enter Mozambique without passports. Now, when we entered Mozambique, it was still very hot. It was soldiers everywhere. Fast forward, we went to Maputo. And the first time I saw Samora Machel's picture, where she's carrying a machine gun, nicely, neatly closed in here in a combat. I looked at this picture. I said, damn, I want to be like this woman one day. Then the first time I came in contact with my president in combat, neatly dressed, clean, but focusing on how he wants to bring the country back to what it's supposed to be. And once we were saying, no, we are free now, because the colonialization of Mozambique was bad. The Portuguese were cruel. They would shambok men for them to work in their fields. So now the independence part brought a myth which people thought, now we're free. Well, no, nobody's going to shambok us. We folded our arms. And whilst we're looking at that, we were addressed. I remember the first address we got from President Machel. People started complaining that they're getting hungry. There's no food. And he got tired of that, because he was a person who had ears and eyes everywhere. And he was a hands-on person. And he was not prepared to tolerate any nonsense. We must start working. And his focus was on the peasants. Development of peasants, education, health system. And he knew that he's not going to do that alone. He has to carry his people with him. And he said to us, you say you're hungry. What has happened to the food of this country? We're producing food in this country. The Portuguese did not go to the field. You went to the field. Now you say you're hungry. Where's the food? What happened to the food? And he said in Changani, you're sitting high down and folding your arms saying, we're now free. Freedom means working hard for yourself and produce. And he taught us that. So his leadership and the character of that person. By the time the UN declared us and were able to join the PAC, because we're not going to stay in Mozambique on transit. By the time I went to Dar es Salaam, I was already cooked. Cooked, and I knew what I wanted. Growing up as a tomboy, because I was bullied. I was bullied because I was masculine. Cuffs and biceps. So the boys at school wanted to know if I know how to use. Yeah, and they would push me like this at school. But why? What have I done? And then I always went home and complained to Mama. Mama said, go back and fight for yourself. When I was told that, go back and fight yourself, up till now, my hands are very lazy. But wow, let me not kick you. I use my legs before my hands. And that, when I was amongst men and being a soldier, I had all that which I learned, and I would put that into whatever position that I was given as a soldier. And in coming back into South Africa, and now we are a commander, I had to show men what I'm made of. Make no mistake, all those women wearing South African National Defense uniform are better commanders than men. Yeah. And we've proved it, and they know it now. Women are better planners, better strategies. They can plan war and execute it. Just like Teurai Ropa, who's now known as Mjuru, brought down the helicopter.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. So you bring us into why it's important to know these histories, right? Because I can guarantee you, and you saw from our conversation yesterday, that a lot of us young people here do not know about these histories. We don't know about the women who are in exile and who are in these liberation movements. And I just want to hear briefly from our panelists, why is it important for young people to know these histories? Why must we know it? And what do you think we specifically also need to know? Umam Suisa has pointed out that women are better strategists. They can do these things, but what else might there be that, especially in the room today, that young people need to know about these histories? Doc?
Oh, okay. You know, it's good to complain, so Doctor starts with me. I think it's important to know the history of women. I think we can go back to gender studies, that the social construction of gender that classifies and apportion value based on your gender. That it is important to know that the hierarchy in terms of what is important, who has to do what, is just a social construct. I'm not going to say that men should be accused of being part of that, constructing that hierarchy of who is important and who is not. I think we need to know this history so that we deconstruct that social construction of gender. And I was drawn, and I love the detailed stories that come from women who have been there, and they talk about these issues with their own voices. that I'm sure we don't need to prove, but at least it's good to hear that I was a soldier. I'm the first Black South African woman to become a general, for instance. Or I was one of the two women who were at the front for 6 months. So I think stories like this need to be told so that we deconstruct, and we do not need to work extra harder to prove and validate, because the evidence is there. So these stories need to be told for us, and especially for young people, to know that our parents, our mothers and our grandmothers suffered through this. We don't have to go through it, because evidence and proof is there that you don't need to work extra harder to prove that you are a woman based on where we come from. I'll just say that so that I can leave other things for my colleagues. Yeah.
And Doc is looking at me, so I'm the other colleague. I think for me, in knowing such histories, we're able to locate ourselves in history so that we can live out the highest expression of ourselves. And I say this because Mama mentioned how when she went to Mozambique and she saw a version of herself, she was able to take her rightful place. So I think in us knowing these histories, we locate ourselves in history, and then we're able to live out the highest expression of ourselves. But in us living out the highest expression of ourselves, we're also able to find the trauma in that. So by that, I mean, so my work focuses, just a bit of context, my work focuses on historical intergenerational trauma in South Africa, and I focus on the experiences of Black female freedom fighters and their progeny at the adult children. So I define historical intergenerational trauma as a collective trauma that transcends generational boundaries, causing multiple intersecting oppressions, and I refer to these multiple intersecting oppressions as ukuhlukunyezwa okuphindaphindiwe, a decolonial analytic, right? So in that, you're able to see how people who look like myself or Mama experienced a triple oppression. First of all, they were oppressed because they were experiencing racialized violence from the apartheid state. They were also experiencing sexism, racism, patriarchy from white men, but they were also experiencing sexism and patriarchy from their fellow comrades, right? So this, here we see a bubbling of trauma or triple oppression. And for me, what became evident in the research was the fact that freedom can be declared politically. And it is important that we know this as the next generation, that yes, freedom can be declared politically, but the psychological, the relational, the structural conditions and work can remain unfinished. And as a result of that, the unfinished consequences will then travel across generations, creating what? A traveling of trauma. So when we do understand these realities located in history, we're able to try and redeem what is unfinished. Yeah.
Thank you. Numbers.
The history of women, I see the narrative that we only started fighting for our rights in 1956. And I don't think that's a good capture of our history as women. From 1913, women in the Free State fought against they wanted the land back to them. And that is not captured anywhere. We have several women who were involved during that period, but none of them are mentioned in history. And I think that's what we need to look back at, to say we didn't start in 1956 as it is said. even the liberation movements after the unbanning, we didn't start joining the APLA or the MK in 1976. There were women who joined MK and APLA during the 60s when they left the country. So it's the history that is not spoken about. And I think we need to look back and see, or even interview those women who were there, if they're still alive. Otherwise, we're not doing justice to women. And I think it's very important to capture those moments. Coming back to now, as we joined in our generation, I sometimes think, why, if they talk about men who went to the front now, they only talk about men. They don't talk about women who facilitated logistically. Even the same women, they don't talk about themselves, okay? I think maybe we are too, I don't know. I just want a correct word. We think it's good to talk about men and their role than what we have done. Because I think if Furtilker was bombed, somebody had to facilitate the moving of the weapons to that place. And most of the time, in MK, I realized that women were playing that role. But we don't talk about it. I know in APLA, women were playing that role, but we don't talk about it. So it goes back to the question of women being like secondary citizens or secondary being in the liberation movement, which I don't think is fair. I always say about myself that I think it was a calling for us to join the liberation movement. And as a result, if it was a calling, we don't need this validation. But for historical purposes, people should know about it. And I think it will be only fair for the new generation to know that. So that if you don't know your history, where you come from, you won't know where you are going. So it's very important for us. The other thing is that I laughed at a certain stage. I went to a psychologist or psychiatrist for trauma thing. And they said to me, no, we are fine, we are functional. And the other one even suggested that, I wish I can open your brain and see what is in there. Because they only thought trauma is about, it affects men. They don't consider it when it affects women. Maybe we are too strong. But I'm telling you, as I lie down every night, I cry to myself, thinking about what happened. And unfortunately, there's no one to talk to about it. Rightfully so, we are women, we bear children, we get pregnant and blah, blah. But having a child that was born out of rape, seeing that child every day, what does it say to you? And You have to love this child. So maybe we are stronger than we think. And people do not want to hear about it. Machel, they don't want to hear about it. And the worst part is the women. They will kill you for telling the truth. So sometimes a lot of people, let me laugh. My tears most of the time are not because I'm hating. No. You'll understand one day. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'm liberated, but there are those who are not, who cry the whole night because they can't tell anyone about it. So I cry for those. I remember when someone said, so-and-so has raped me, and women were saying, no, she's lying. You know why they're saying she's lying? She was lying. It's because it has happened to them. But they don't have the strength to say, they see it as normal. Because themselves, they want something. Out of that rape, they want a position.
Yeah.
So you lose yourself for wanting to get something. So I want to say to the young ladies here, you are learned, you've got the capability. Don't settle for less. I always say to young people or those who care to listen, it's nothing compared to your dignity. The beauty of a woman is in her dignity. You know, sometimes I get into a symposium, a conference, and look at the men who are there, and I think, whom did I sleep with? And nobody. So I walked on. That's what I want these young women to do. Your dignity, it's a reflection of who you are. Your beauty lies in your dignity as a woman. Don't settle for less. We have this. We've got this. We can do it.
Thank you so much. Mom Sirius, I don't know if there's something you'd like to.
Yeah, I would like to address the youth, the future of tomorrow. In 1976, even if when it happened, I was not here, but I know it was going to happen because we cooked the pot. After I'm very good in maths, but I failed maths June 1975. Why? Because it was written in Afrikaans. And when that happened, it's the same story that the ambassador told. We did underground work. And when June 16 happened, I was already in Mozambique, in Maputo. And my sister and I, we were crying inside the house saying we're going back. We're coming back to South Africa to come and fight with our comrades. My father told the authorities in Mozambique, we're staying in Jardin, Mamakras, Baro Jardin. And there's a camp down the road going towards Mashava. I don't know how that happened, but the next thing at the gate of the apartment where we stayed, there were soldiers coming to make sure that we don't leave, because we were determined to run back to South Africa. And my mother was crying, my father was crying, and we were stopped. We were fine with it. But we communicated with our comrades. Escaping from South Africa into Swaziland, into Lesotho, into Botswana required a lot of discipline. Because you will be given clear instructions that the transport would leave at 3 a.m. when everybody's sleeping. Or it will leave at midnight, and you'll be told the spot where you will be collected. You sleep just one step, you will be caught and you'll die. So you have to be highly disciplined. And if you are told not to talk to anyone, you'd just shush. And because of that, a lot of comrades managed to cross the border out of South Africa. Now, being in exile, it also required discipline and be focused on what you want to do. And listen, I'm the last person to say that because sometimes I was a rebel. But I told myself I will not break the rules. I will twist them where I can. But twist them with safety. A lot of the youth these days, they do things that they put themselves into trouble. From 2005 up to 2008, all the matric students who passed their matric and joined the military in the South African Military Health Service, because I hope by now you know that the Defense Force is divided into 4. It's the Navy, it's the Army, it's the Air Force, and the South African Health Services. That's where I come from. Now, those children who aspire to be doctors, nurses, radiographers, and all that, they joined the South African Military Health Service. And I was in the institution where I have to develop them from civilian to a soldier. And that taught me that the youth of today is not like the youth that I was. We have serious challenges in this country. At grade 7, most kids are already on drugs. Our worst enemy in this country, or in the whole world actually, is the technology, the cell phones. And I was so emotional when the first group of soldiers that came out, of children that came out of my hands, when I saw them turned into soldiers and now displaying the drills and displaying the discipline, I said, it's doable. And I did it. Most of you, maybe now because you are staying maybe in the res and you are alone, but if we can say to the professors, let's do inspections. Some of you, you get up and not make your bed. First discipline, that's where it starts. Simple things. Waking up in the morning, make your bed properly, eat, go and bath, and when you leave your room, you turn and say, is it presentable? self-discipline. If you have self-discipline, you will make it anyway. Now, your challenge now is not the challenge, it's not the same as the challenge we had. We had apartheid, which we had to fight. And we managed to fight it. Though, I must say, I was one of those who were angry with Tata Mandela when he said negotiations, because, you know, the way I was prepared, I would have loved. I would have loved just to shoot one.
Oh, shit. I'm bored.
That's one.
Just like.
But I got satisfaction because I had to work with them. And now when we're sitting, maybe during tea time or meetings, when a person, I remember one colonel said, I'm so-and-so, I was based in Limpopo. I said, yeah, I know you.
We're lucky.
When I came into the country, infiltrating South Africa, I saw you. And I wanted to shoot your head off. He laughed. We're now talking about these things because we have to talk about them. And we take out the anger and we start working. The integration of the 7 defense forces that formed the South African National Defense Force. There were 7 militaries that were integrated from Uputotwana, from the Transkei Defense Force, MK, APLA. We were all integrated. And we all came with different views. But when we were formed as one military, we came up with one military and one law, which is up till now is keeping this country. And if we didn't have the discipline that was required in doing all what we did, this country would have crumbled. Now, your work is easier. I'm not saying it's but it's easier than ours. We have laid the foundation. The country is free, but not yet Uhuru. Because now, the fact that we have this is because we want to see you taking that button and run with it. And your time is now. Yesterday, I was a bit disturbed when I saw students who were, there's nothing wrong with it, but I asked myself questions. And I saw students who were wearing EFF material. I would have even been upset if I had seen students here who are wearing PASO t-shirts. Because that says to me, you are not coming with your own agendas. You want to follow and join these other parties that are there and who are not telling us how they are going to take South Africa forward, but whenever they campaign, they point at the wrongs of each other. They'll say the ANC is doing this, this is what we're going to do. The PAC ways it's dead. The EFF, to me, I have nothing wrong with it being formed, but the behavior that they portrayed in Parliament, I asked myself, is this what they are going to teach our children to do? We want big brains. We want people who will sit as we are sitting and say, what is it that we want? Not join. the existing parties that so far they have not told us anything except pointing at each other's faults, and then we go and vote, and then we come back, and then what happens? So my plea to you, come up with something of the youth, not take from the existing parties, because all of them, they are not going to solve the problems you have. Right now, you are here, you don't know whether you're going to have a job or not when you finish your studies, because they're busy pointing at each other like that. So please do me that favor. Come up with ideas and execute those ideas and take this country forward. We have one of the most beautiful countries, and we are letting it to go to dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The beauty of sitting with people who've lived and who've done the work on this is that I don't need to say much. In fact, inadvertently, they've answered all the questions I've had, which is great. And I wanna open this conversation up to everyone. I really would like to do so. But I think I wanna give a few remarks that as we start the questions, I'd like everyone seated here to think about, but more especially our colleagues on the other side. I think you've heard from everyone, you know, this high discipline, high morale that I've been saying for the past few days to my younger compatriots, colleagues. It's a funny thing. I'm going to insert myself very quickly into this. It's something I learned during FISMA's fall, because sometimes we did lack discipline. I'm not going to lie, but I think something that's very important that's been pointed out here, and the brilliance and importance of a panel like this, is that you're able to see yourself. You're able to see people who joined MK, joined the PAC, who were disciplined and had a goal and worked towards that goal. And for some of us, it was knowing these stories that pushed us to go ahead with that work and actually get somewhere. So I'm going to open up now to the floor for questions. I'm only going to take 5 questions. Questions, comments. I just want to note now already that please do not give a preamble. No preamble to your question or comment, please. Just a mere question. So I see a question there at the back already, and I see another one here in the front. We'll start, please, just when you speak, just introduce yourself and where you're from, and then you can ask your question. I remind you again, as chair, if you preamble,
no preamble,
we're going to cut it.
Helicopter, got you, Queen.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Masima Ngesasanti, and I'm a master's candidate in Women's and Gender Studies from UWC. My research essentially focuses on exactly what we're talking about, but specifically in high school history curriculums. I feel the issue is starting from very far, and I'd like learners to learn about their true history and learn about women's positions and their roles in the liberation struggle from high school. So essentially what I want to pose a question to and think through with not only our panelists, but with the youth as well, is how exactly do we invite youth into this conversation beyond textbooks? Because textbooks are approved by the government and the Department of Education, which means that they're approving a message that history is androcentric and leadership is androcentric, and that men dominate leadership in the liberation struggle. So what I'm wondering is, how do we go about it beyond the textbook? Are we doing children's books? Are we doing podcasts? Are we doing children's stories, imbizos? What are we doing to invite all ages in an appropriate manner, that they understand from a young age that Winnie Madikizela Mandela was not just Nelson Mandela's wife? You know what I mean? It's not just mothering that they did. It's not just being nurses, and there's not just, but they were in the struggle and they were in the front line. They were cadres, they were comrades. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see another hand here in the front. Oh, yes, sorry, yes. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name's Dominique Santos. I work here at Rhodes. Hi, sorry, are we all right?
Yes.
I want to start by saying it's never just mothering. And I want to really say thank you to this incredible panel and all that you have done. Thank you. And as well as being recognized for our capabilities to excel at what men can do, I ask us to also consider how what is associated with women can be devalued in that process. Our capacity for communication, to care for the little ones, for the old ones, for the sick ones, for the land, for the earth. The capacity and the skill to feel and to love. Mama, thank you. To work with vulnerability for the purpose of problem solving and social transformation. And when we devalue these things which are associated with women, but which do not belong to us, we also prevent young men and men from acquiring skill in these places, in these realms of capability. And so I thank you, Ayanda, for articulating it as what is the fullest expression of our potential. And Mama Lulu, when you spoke of meeting Samora Machel, he knew this. He knew what was required to build a liberated society. It is the work of care. It is the work of the care of the earth, of growing our food, of knowing what it is that the earth gives us. It gives us literally what keeps us alive. Never doubt it. He recognized that it is the work of care of the young, of the old, of the sick. This is the basis of society. This is what builds community. It's the groundwork. And yet we devalue it over and over again, striving to prove that we are as good as men or as good as the colonizer. I'm going to drop there. But I just want to say, let's not devalue what is feminine, and let us not imagine that that is exclusively the domain of women.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I see there's a hand here in front. I can only take 5, unfortunately. So I saw this hand. I'll leave Chris and Sandra to give me the last 3. Thank you. Yes, you can go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Neuza. I'm from Pedagogical University. I'm going to ask my question in Portuguese.
The mic.
Thank you. Eu estou muito feliz de participar nesse simpósio. Nesses 2 dias temos aprendido muito.
For all of us. So I'm happy to.
Espera pouco.
Thank you.
Okay. As I'm connected. Thank you. Okay, how do you connect it? Okay, yes. I think it's connected now. Oh, yes, Anna. All my panelists good? Good? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, obrigada mais uma vez.
Thank you very much once again. I was talking about my happiness of being part of, to hear the woman here, that a strong woman with so many contributions. What I've heard from yesterday and here, the key word is liberation. That's the key word that we talk here. So, and to pass this experience as a testimony for all the youth. So the challenge that I've been experiencing now, what is lacking? Because it's not that the youth, when they present their view, they want to know how to do it. The question is, we don't have enough words to tell them how to do, because that's not the main concern. The idea that took me as a to give the necessary tools for the students, the young ones, to stop questioning how.
Essa é a questão. O que é que podemos fazer para mudar essa concepção? De sempre os estudantes esperarem receber resposta. Porque o que me parece é que os nossos jovens estudantes, eles buscam respostas, buscam soluções que nós é que devemos...
That we have to give them those solutions and not them going and get those solutions. So something is lacking in this process of learning in our schools, in our universities. We teachers, we learned Are we really teaching them to question us? Are we teaching them to act? Or are we teaching them to listen and to wait? That the solution would come and the old generation will give us the solution. Not because they have to, not because they don't have enough tools to go and get the solution. So that we have to give them the instruments and show the way so that they can go and conquer, so they can go and do, to apply, not only to receive and listen. So I would like that all this knowledge that we have that's been shared here in this room, when we go back to our classroom, we have to show in practice so that our students can get all those tools so they can have an intervention. What lacks on us is intervention. In terms of knowledge we do have, we got a lot of books published, we got a lot of experience which has been shared, but why, beside all that arsenal, we still have students asking how to do, what to do. Something is lacking on this aspect. We have this challenge as teachers. On my side, that's all, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
In my culture, when we're great, we say
Hello, who are you?
So holy in Mashu.
Who are you?
My name is Makhanda Patise. I'm attached in the anthropology department here at the Rhodes. And I just want to touch on the contemporary issues because this is most relevant in South Africa because this is the month of August where we are celebrating women. But you can't run away that this is the time whereby they just declare gender-based violence as a national disaster. But it is still happening. We still don't see women as a value in this society, and we still forget that without a woman, there is no society. So I feel like we really need to touch on these contemporary issues because we still know that even when women go and look for job opportunities, they still have to create in the means of sexual. So we really need this engagement, this kind of discussion to touch the significance of women in this society. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, once again, I just remind you, I'm only taking 5. That was 3. My facilitators at the back. Yes.
My name is Willile Jack. I'm a Rhodian. These stories are mind-blowing, and they remind me of Mamkete's son, Steve Biko, when he said that a nation without history is like a vehicle without an engine. These stories needs to be documented somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a hand here in front. She has had the microphone. I'm going to give... Okay, I see the hand in front. I trust Chris to help with the managing. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Sandra Dias from Universidade Pedagógica de Maputo. I will speak in Portuguese. I have 4 questions. The first one is, gostaria de regressar à citação que fez sobre Samora Machel.
I'd like to talk to the situation about Samora Machel. I had Samora mentioned about we wouldn't accept a revolution without woman involvement. And we had a woman that has involved in the liberation, but they have to wait, they had to fight their own fight in order to be recognized in that position or within those platforms. I would like to mention about the patriarch situation that is actually that women are involved within that platform. We know that woman has helped a lot to gather those memories and gather those resolution that has taken place within those fights. Within South Africa, we also have had about a lot of similarities with Mozambique. We can talk about a standard where the women were essential and they were marginalized somewhere, somehow, within the same liberation. The other question is to do with I heard that women do not support each other. I think Ruth mentioned that. The problems are within the women themselves because they do not support each other. If we have to emphasize, aren't we running a risk of taking out the attention of those patriarch situations that we mentioned? How do we know these women without looking at the system that marginalized them? But this has to do with the internal situation. I was more interested to understand about what Dr. Mfomo mentioned. If we have to introduce the woman within their country and allow them to fight for themselves to be recognized. We're looking at a woman that were in exile, they came back, and they still fight to be recognized. I didn't get that question. Apology.
I saw Kyra's hand up. And this hand here, those are the last two, and then I'm going to allow our panelists a chance to respond, and then we will wrap it up. Sorry, there's...
Hi.
So I'll come to you. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria Samboko. I am Mozambican and a student here at Rhodes University. I'm doing a PhD in astrophysics. Thank you. So I have comments to do, right? Not exactly questions, but one of the things that I wanted to say first is that I've got very emotional with all the stories that I've heard here, and I'm even like, shaking. And all the stories that I heard just teaches me that we as women, we are very, very strong, and we hold a very great and power to develop and change the things, how things are in Africa. We are the people who teach the generation. We hold that power. And I want to also invite all women in this room to be the advocate person in each of your community. Use your story, tell your story the same way we heard the stories of these wonderful women here, to inspire other women, because only us can do that. Women are inspired by other women, and we have to be able to do that also in our communities, right? And I also wanted to touch on something that that brought out, which is education in the classroom. I want to say that the first thing that we can do as teachers, as professors, is to stop telling students when they bring a different solution from what you have taught them and tell them that this is wrong or I don't take this answer because that's not how I have taught you. And you have to do it the way I've taught you. So I was a student, I was an undergrad before, and we have had a lot of that because lecturers don't research. You will see, not all of them, but we will see that most of our lecturers, at least in my reality, you will find them with all very old papers. And they use that every year to the same thing. My things evolve over time, right? And we have to follow that development. So that's one of the things that we can do as in the classroom. Stop telling the students that they have to follow a certain thing because that limits their ability to research. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, due to time, I cannot take any more comments or questions. I do hope that my fellow colleagues heard that last comment. Lecturers must do active research so that we don't put our students in that position. I want to hand over now to our... Yes, of course, Ma.
Who is the...
High discipline, colleagues, morale. Thank you.
They are two different
One, two.
There are three different processes going together in transformation of society. There's the political kind of transformation, which we can sit here, we can debate, we can agree, and then we have political parties and we have targets, we have goals, and we can implement, let's say, in the case of Mozambique, I mean, from the time Frelimo was established to the attainment of independence, it was like perhaps 15 years, or it was a little bit less. That's a political process. I mean, independence has been achieved. And even in the case of the ANC, which took much more decades, it's a political process which you can mobilize, all of us, we can agree. Then there is also another path and another speed, which is what we are struggling with here. It's the economic transformation. It's how, when we have the political process, how now we take control of our resources, how we manage, how we participate, how we, all of us, feel that we have a stake and we own this. It's a different process. And this is what we are struggling with, okay? But the third one, which I think we have not been tackled even, is the social transformation. Let's take the example of South Africa. South Africa decided we'll have the BEE and we can have, I mean, slashing this, giving to blacks, and you can do all those things. But social transformation, and this is what we're debating here, like patriarchy, it is not discussed, it's not resolved in stages of 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. It's a system in which societies have been socialized, they have been living in. They're extremely resistant to transformation. If they're very, very, so we shouldn't be surprised. That's what I want to say. And we shouldn't even question whether the political liberation is finished and why is it that we still have patriarchy. No, patriarchy is going to be with us for many, many, many more decades to come. And even if you like, it might take centuries to come. So it will never be finished. That's what I want to say. And we shouldn't put the question that, is it that then the liberation has been finished if people behave the way they behave? Political liberation is one thing. Economic liberation is another thing. The social transformation starts with the me and you. You see what I'm trying to say? It's a people. Samora used to talk of the enemy within. The enemy within, which is our beliefs, which our values, I mean the values which have drunk from our families, etc., etc. They're extremely resistant. That's why these children of mine are saying they were in this struggle. But we raped. And you'll say, how happened in a struggle which has this political, how can then a man rape a girl? And then you are saying, but women, they are not telling their stories. We are not telling our stories because it's the struggle which is within. And that is much more difficult to touch. And it doesn't happen alone in public statements. I want to finish telling you something. I am 80. I still have the struggles within. And some people believe, oh, she's very strong. It's not true. It's partly. It is not totally. No, I want to say it's not totally true. There are doubts. There are things which will be with you all your life. You have to continue. To fight to perfection yourself from within, to change yourself from within. So we shouldn't doubt what it was efficacious. How do you say efficacious?
Efficient.
Not efficient.
Effective.
Whether it was adequate. The political process did its part. The economic thing is going to continue with you for generations to come. And the social transformation, which is how we are from within, how we relate to one another, and how we accept, in this case, to accept that men and women are equal. Oh, God's sake, don't be surprised. It will outlive your generation. It will outlive the generation of my granddaughter. But what we should never doubt is whether it was worth doing, because it's a process in which you put brick by brick. So these children of mine who are talking here, they laid the bricks. They laid the bricks and they did their responsibility. Now the bricks which have to come again and again, it is part of your responsibility. It will continue to be the responsibility of your children and your grandchildren and even of your great-grandchildren. Let's be clear about processes. That's what I want to try to say. And so that you will validate this generation and validate why the liberation was worth, despite the insufficiencies, despite the struggles which has to be still waged. It was worth it. But the shortcomings, they are still there. And I want to end saying the most important thing is what I think it was Brian who said yesterday. The most important thing is each generation to take its responsibility and to be clear about what are the bricks which are laid. It's not whether they are enough, but what are they? What are the bricks I have put there? So that you will feel and you will know I have been part of the building. I've been part of the change. I've been part of the transformation. And I'm saying this because I feel a little bit emotional. Because you might think that even when we talk of Samora, we talk about Madiba, and I happen to have lived with them. They are far from being perfect. Very far from being perfect. But what is important, you know what it is that they gave part of themselves, and they gave us the legacy we can celebrate. But we have to accept them. They will never, and they have never been perfect. Am I being clear? That's what I wanted to know. This thing of perfection in human beings doesn't exist. And so what you have to take with you is the clarity on why this general was there, why this daughter of mine was there, and how she has achieved what she has achieved. But as you can see, she's very much in pain. She's crying, but she's your hero. But inside herself, there's this hurting. So let's be sure and say the liberation, even the political liberation, the economic liberation, the social transformation, they move in different speed, but all of them together, they will never be perfect. They will have to continue. Always, 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 always to be perfection. Did I make sense what I was trying to say? This is what I thought it is important for us here. There will never be perfection. You don't know how many times I'm trembling from inside when I have to talk in public, just to talk. But you look at me and you say, oh, no, she has a very clear command of her mind. I don't have it. I fight for it every time I have to be in public. I have to work on it. So you also have to be aware of this. It is no, those kind of...
Let's summarize.
She summarized it.
My panelists here are telling me that Umama Grasha has captured our closing sentiments. So I just want to thank. Thank you.
Doctor,
no worries.
Doctor, there's one thing.
Yes.
Just to answer these, but in one sentence.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, to our children, the person who spoke now is the first Minister of Education in Mozambique. We have wisdom here. And the questions that you are battling with, the how, when, and all that. To summarize, because questions were asked, there were so many questions on how we do that, I need to stand for this one.
Go ahead, General, please. Please.
I want to paint a picture to you, and that picture, you will work it out in your brains to actually find out how did it happen. I left South Africa at 17 years. I came back at the age of 35. I came back with qualifications, which I also saw they were not enough. I continued studying when I got home. But the sad thing was, I came back with my mother, my sister, my son, and my daughter. We didn't have a house, we didn't have a home. Our home in Soweto, Orlando East, was taken by the Nkata people when they were coming from KwaZulu-Natal. And I just said to Mama, we can't fight these people. We need to look for a place to stay. I was employed for the first time. At the age of 35, I got my first salary as a nurse in the military. And those days, that salary was nothing. I had to pay rent, I had to feed my mother and my son, who continued with his education in Zimbabwe. Fast forward, I managed to buy a house. 35 years, and now 60, I must retire. 60 is the retirement age. And I normally tell this story, and I tell people it's not about bragging, it's about how you can work things out for yourself. I started from a captain, I became a major, I became a lieutenant colonel, a colonel, and I became a general. And when I became a general, it's the highest decoration you can have. And I said, I'm not going to be a general who's decorated. I'm going to work as if there's no tomorrow. But in the process, I had to establish myself and say, how do I want to retire? Where do I want to see myself? Because remember, the normal age when the person would have started working is about 21. But I first got my first salary at the age of 35, which was peanuts. But let me tell you something, which is going to make you say, wow. I have never driven any other car except a German car. Even my first car was a German car. An Opel. Yes, Opel Astra. It's a German car. And after that Opel, I went to a X3.
Yes, girl.
Yeah. After that X3, once I owned the X3, I saw an Audi. I've been driving Audis since 2006. Then 2012, my Audi was in an accident. I was so devastated. I stayed for about 6 months without a car. And my son said to me, I'm sick and tired of you asking us to drop you where. Come, let me show you. He took me to Porsche. I said to him, you know my budget, you know my structuring, I cannot afford a Porsche. He said, that's what you tell yourself. Today, I'm going to show you that you can afford it. And I thought he was going to help me pay the installments. He didn't. He convinced me until I came out of a dealership with a Porsche, which I drove until I retired. Now, when you retire, you need to downsize because you're going to live on a pension. So I went back to Audi. Today, I own 2 Audis as a retired general. That's my story. Make yours. It's possible.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
By the way, I didn't sell drugs.
Good one, man. Would you like to say something, ma? And
I don't have a boyfriend.
I'm going to allow Ma to say something. Is that fine? And then we'll close.
I'm not married.
30 seconds.
Single but not available.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mamsisa. Thank you, Brigadier General Siabonga. You guys see, it's about vision. I'm going to allow Rhodes to say something as part of our closing, and then just before she speaks, I just want to thank my panelists for your generosity with everyone, for sharing from your experiences and from the work that you do. Please continue doing the work that you do. As you've heard, it's important, it's necessary, it's significant now, and it does improve and make a change in people's lives. But I hope more than anything, it also has an impact and a change in your life. I'll allow Rhodes to say something, and with that, that'll be our closing remarks from our panel. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you. In conclusion,
I think she has a mic. She has it. She has it. She has it.
I've learned throughout my life what has happened to me. As you can see, I learned something as a young girl to accept whatever situation. So that's what I'm taking with me, which I can say to you. You need to accept your situation the way it is, because there's nothing that you can do with your situation if you don't have the power to change it. So that's one thing. Two things that I'm living with. It's love, unconditional love. I love you as I would love my daughter, and I love her like I love my sister. That's what makes me me. I had two children who even took me to a psychologist to say our mother loves us the same way that she loves other children. If you get into our house, you don't see the difference.
Yeah.
So a psychologist called me and told me the story. I said, they are right, but they are missing a point. I was never loved by my mother. So I decided to love everybody the same. And that's what keeps me going. The second thing is I forgive. My daughter asked me one day, but how can you talk to a person who has raped you? And I said, you won't understand. That is liberating to me. Because if I don't, then when I see him, then my heart goes papa. So now I see him like a tree. When you pass a tree, it's just like that. So what I'm saying to you is forgiveness is very important for your own well-being. So let's learn to forgive each other. Madiba said, let's let bygone be bygone. It's easy to say it, but it's very difficult. But I'm telling you, if you can learn to forgive, you'll be liberated. Those are the three things that I wanted to say, let's forgive each other, let's love each other. And I forgot the third one.
Accept your situation.
Accept your situation.
Yes.
So those are the three things that I'm leaving you with.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will hand over to Chris. Thank you so much once again to my panelists. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. For those that have got a sister, Comrade Ruth Mantile's book, she can sign that at lunchtime. Let us just take a comfort break, but please let us be back by 12:55. We are running behind time. but it will just, we are not going to shorten any of the sessions that are coming up. It's so important that we address everything in those sessions. So 5 to 1, you hear the bell. High morale, high discipline. We are back in here and we will continue with our program. Thank you.
I read down for book you. I see some myself you. I see some myself you. Well. Long time ago. Long time ago. Long time ago. African man will not they carry shit. They shit inside big hole. For Yoruba land in Ashalang.
Welcome back, colleagues. Let us settle down. Colleagues, if we may sit, and so that we can continue. We are running seriously behind, but we need to ensure that everything on the program happens. Everything is important that's on the program. There will be some lessons that we'll take from the organization of our program. Colleagues, our next session is called, it's a panel discussion on Machel's Pan-African Principles and Reimagining Africa. To moderate this panel is Dr. Klinaret Mungwambe. She's a Mozambican researcher and historian with the Institute for Social and Economic Studies, specializing in Southern African liberation movements, nationalist politics, exile dynamics. She completed her doctoral studies associated with Oxford University and has contributed academic works examining regional military solidarity. Part of her research, which I found very interesting, was the relationship between Frelimo and ZANU and ZANLA, and the dynamics of people, especially in certain regions where ZANLA guerrillas were trained, and how they were received by local populations on that between 1975 and 1980. Over to you, Dr. Mungwambe.
Well, thank you, Chris, for introducing me. And well, Molweni to everybody. I am so honored to have to moderate this panel. which is constituted by this middle generation, the in-between generation, because we have the elders and then we have the youth and then we have we in between. So I'm very, very, very honored to have the three of you here. Here we will reflect about Machel's idea and trying to rethinking about Africa today. But first of all, I would like to introduce my guests here. I will start from Professor Kandiwe Konyo, who is a professor at Wits University. He previously had worked at the University of Joburg and also at the University of Free State. He holds a PhD on, at the University of Joburg as well. Our next guest will be Takazura Zangaza from Zimbabwe. He is a political intellectual and political scientist, and his works focus on democracy, civic participation, media freedom, and public policy. Our last guest will be Aurelio Miambo. He is from Mozambique. He works at the Universidade Pedagógica de Maputo, and he holds also a PhD in anthropology and sociology from the University of Sorbonne in Paris. As you can see, my guests here are all like this generation that had benefit from one of the most important things that this independence gave us. The education. All of them are intellectual. All of them, they had the privilege of having like this high education. So I think that here we will have like a very good conversation between us and try to connect all these ideas around the true generation that are present here today. I have to start from Professor Konyo. Yes, I need to give you a note. He will leave earlier because he has to catch a flight. Yeah, so he will leave earlier. So I will start from him. The first thing I want to discuss here, just maybe, is to summarize all the things that we discussed yesterday about Samora Machel ideas, and which cover this idea of his commitment to unity, the sense that no country would be truly independent while others were not independent, and the way that he committed to the frontline state in that principle. We also discussed yesterday about his idea of self-determination and economic independence and cooperation, which was materialized through the creation of ACDCC, as Samito addressed it very well yesterday, and also this idea that it's very present here about us, particularly in Mozambique, and I believe in Zimbabwe and South Africa as well, the struggling at corruption and the struggling at the self-dealing political elite that emerged through this liberation movement that became the ruling party nowadays. We talked a lot yesterday about his idea that the leaders must be first in sacrifice and last in benefit. So our panel will discuss about this. The question I want to ask for the two of you is the following. I know this could sound very speculative because Samora is here, but he's here. You can feel his presence here, all of us. I know that. But based on everything that we have discussed, based on everything that we know about Samora Machel, about his idea, what would Machel say about Africans today? I'll start for Professor Kondo, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Klinaret. I must say, just before I respond to that, I'm very grateful to the Samora Machel Foundation. I'm very grateful to the Africa Center for Memory and Imagination. I'm very grateful to Open Society, and most importantly, I'm very grateful to Professor Spoga's Makhanda for hosting this kind of symposium. It's so important. I underline that. It's so important because to some of us, this was our hero. We grew up, I mean, I was at the University of Cape Town, and I still remember the day the news about the aeroplane crash and the death of President Samora Machel came. We all just went mad as students at the university because this is the kind of leader who gave every oppressed person a sense of hope that tomorrow will be better than today. I'm glad that in South Africa, we actually bringing Machel and talking about his legacy, analyzing the work and he did as well as his speeches. I must, of course, say, if he was alive, yeah, I know this is very speculative, he would probably be disappointed and at the same time encouraged. Encouraged by sorry,
It's okay.
sorry for that.
Hi, Morale. Yeah, I think you can carry on.
President Machel will be very encouraged by the liberation of South Africa. And of course, knowing Machel's stand in terms of political ideology, I'm sure he would be disappointed by the levels of inequality you find in South Africa after independence. He would be very disappointed by that. President Machel was a Marxist-Leninist. That was his main principle. I'll summarize in that way. A very firm Marxist-Leninist. And to him, Pan-Africanism was more about the political economy of Africa's development, especially Southern Africa. So I would actually say his intervention is sorely missed, because in a number of areas, I know for a fact that President Machel would have stood firm. He would have actually intervened. He was the kind of man I'm just failing to describe, a kind of leader. You just lack words to describe. But that's the leader we lost, and that's the leader whose values and principles we need to bring back to the fore and start debating as the people of South Africa, the people of Southern Africa, and the people of the of the African continent.
Thank you, Professor Konyo. And Professor Zangaza, sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
Tell me about Zimbabwe. What do you think Will Samora thinks about Zimbabwe today?
Yeah, but just a correction, I'm not a professor.
Okay, sorry. Doctor.
I'm not an academic.
Okay.
I'm an activist mainly. Yeah, so all gratitude observed, as the professor indicated here. We are very grateful to be here. I am personally grateful. I was pleasantly surprised when Mkoma Chris invited me here. I was like, me? Yeah? But anyway, I'm here. Samora and Zimbabwe, Samora and Southern Africa, Samora and Africa. Well, I'll start with an anecdote. So there's an academic called John Saul, who was very closely associated with the liberation struggle in Mozambique and I think in a number of Southern African countries. And he did a documentary on Samora. It's on YouTube. If you just Google Samora Machel, John Saul, you'll get it. It's a bit long. So there's a small section of the video, in the video where Samora visits Zimbabwe. I think it was an independence dinner. I don't know, Mama Machel, you might have been there. So the euphoria of independence had captured the ruling party. You know, everybody just thought Samora was going to come and praise the struggle. So Samora does his usual, Luta Continua. Luta Continua. Robert Mugabe is there, is gloomily a little bit, but saying, continua, continua. Then, forgive my Portuguese, he says,
No, but it's okay.
contra que. Something like that. He says, contra que. So everybody is quiet, including our former Vice President, Joyce Mujuru, who was mentioned in the previous session. She was the one leading the singing. But now he's asking this controversial question, contra que? So everybody is quiet. Then he takes it up himself. He says, against, contra miserio. Miseria, something like that. And I think that is against misery. Contra superstition. I think that's against superstition. Contra, I forgot others. Yeah. Nepotism, yeah. So everybody was quiet and they were surprised. And you will see the video yourself when you have time. That, a luta continua in the context of independence and African liberation after either peaceful struggles for independence or armed struggles for independence was no longer about the gun. It was no longer about carrying the gun. The struggle was continuing for social and economic justice. That was the impression I got from the video. I was not there. I was 3 years old, I think, when that actual event occurred, because it was in the early 80s, if not in 1980, I'm not sure. So the struggle that Samora sort of gave the impression, to me at least, continuing, was no longer about people going back to the bush after independence. That had been done. That stage had been, or that struggle stage had been met, as Mama Machel was alluding to in the previous session, that the struggle for Africa's liberation has stages. So it was very clear at that time. But what is very important to me before I keep quiet is the concept of Samora's Pan-Africanism, as is suggested in the program title here. Machel's Pan-Africanism was quite literally about solidarity, not only ideologically, because as Prof here said, Machel was definitely a Marxist-Leninist, ideologically. So Pan-Africanism in this instance was about socialist solidarity, struggle, action, solidarity, but above all, struggle for the betterment of all peoples. And you cross-check in the video, because he is asked by a South African journalist from the then, but she was not working for SABC. I forgot her name. She asks Samora, so, the Portuguese left, and your economy, the Mozambican economy is not doing well, but you were busy helping the people of Zimbabwe in their struggle. And Samora says, but Zimbabwe is there. And then he sits like this, He sits back like this, he says, Zimbabwe is there, is that not a fact? You are saying we are poor here, but Zimbabwe is free. Is that not a fact? So even in his Pan-Africanism, there were specific priorities Samora had, specific objectives, fundamentals that had to be met. People had to be free before even Mozambique itself was economically prosperous. And that's a very important point to understand. But the challenge now is, how do we, you, me, everybody, now look at Pan-Africanism? What is Pan-Africanism to us now? And it's a very important point to consider, because we now have too many versions of Pan-Africanism. You have comrades who think that Pan-Africanism has no history. Samora did not invent Pan-Africanism. He didn't. He implemented it. And if you wanted to know something just for fun, Pan-Africanism was invented in the diaspora. W. Du Bois. Yeah. African Americans, Marcus Garvey, and then Nkrumahs, and then others came after. So Pan-Africanism is a global ideological concept. It's not geographical. It cuts across continents. And it's a value-based ideological proposition. It is basically one that says we are always in solidarity wherever we are as Africans. And it's very important to bear that in mind. That's why Samora did what he did. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you. Professor Miyambo will speak in Portuguese, so I would like to ask you to put your fancy machines.
Sorry for that. Before I speak in Portuguese, I'd like to highlight 2 or 3 things.
Okay.
In our life, we have to have plans everywhere, every moment. When I received an invitation to be here, my first plan is, okay, I'm going to prepare in the presentation, which is this one. I passed 3 weeks preparing this one, researching and writing the presentation. That was my first plan. She said, I'm a lecturer. Yes, of course, I'm a lecturer. Almost 3 decades teaching at university. So I went to my second plan to prepare a PowerPoint presentation. But when I came here, I realized that the first plan and the second plan, there's no place for them. So now I'm in the third plan. The third plan is to debate with my colleagues here. That's why I will do it freely. I've got students in Mozambique. They are following me. So that's why I said, okay, fortunately, there is a translation here. I will do it in Portuguese because of time. I mean, you are ready to follow me? Okay. Respondendo à sua pergunta, o que Samora Machel diria hoje sobre a África?
Samora Machel would say today we have to go back in inch of time. If I go longer than the time, please stop me. See, it's our problem. We teachers, we talk a lot. So we have to go back on time. Exile. A lot of Mozambicans have been in exile, and from there, they've learned something about the process of being exiled, and from there organizing the struggling process. So exile, it was very important for the construction of any type of ideology. After 75 came, we got our freedom, and state it was under construction. The country decided to open the doors as a backyard for ZANU. So the idea was necessary, politically legitimate. And these aspects were stopped violently by Rhodes in South Africa as well. If you see a Nizone attack in August in Manica province, you have to see the Matola attacks. Even though Samora Machel, he didn't doubt, he carried on. So the country, it was less than 2 months of freedom. 75, we got our freedom. In August, it's been attacked. So that state was not in existence. So, but even though Samora Machel continued with his project, which is internationalist, accepting all those movements. So this principle is a way to implement the Pan-Africanism. Solidarity idea. Samora Machel thought is a collective responsibility, is here where the central point is. Machel action was a collective activity. Mozambican freedom, it became a responsibility for other countries in the region. The reason why in the Pan-Africanists in the diaspora, they recognized Samora Machel, and he went above all this challenge and to see Mozambique what it was as a first republic. And by now, we're still debating his ideas. Machel's legacy, beside this solidarity, he taught us a lot more. African by nature, it's not an individualist, it's a pluralist. That's why we say, I am because we are. Although today, I'm not sure if you can still say the same thing. So this pluralism is another way that Samora used to implement his Pan-African ideas. So what would he say today? Probably he would ask, what kind of Southern Africa are we building? Because solidarity, it doesn't exist. During SAD with double C, it was cooperation and regional integration. We moved from integration to conflict. We moved from solidarity to social fragmentation. So it's been said yesterday, I just quickly say that in 1885 in Berlin Conference, we inherited the borders, they divided us. I'm talking now straight with the youth. During the armed struggle in different countries, the borders were like a backbone. Today, DCC, the border would be international cooperation, regional cooperation, sorry. So what is a border today? It's strange, foreigners and international. The reason why we hate one another, we're afraid of one another. So these are the things that would probably Samora Machel was going to be questioning, because this is not the legacy of Pan-African that he left us. Those frontline countries, those thinkers, leaders, they didn't think in Southern Africa that is being divided as it is today. I've seen on the 17th, there's a summit of a head of states. I saw a pamphlet, Much to Much group. It's written, come fetch your people. Come fetch your people. It was right in front of the CC. That would have been thought 30, 40 years ago. But today, here we are. Those are issues that Samora Machel probably would be identifying himself in. Because the main objective on which he fought, the other leaders fought, probably they disappeared. We left one place. The question is why? What happened? Where did we lose ourselves? Part of this, some of us struggle fighters are still alive. Where are they? To put order in this situation where we are today, why the silence of the good ones? Where are they? Where are the voices? In South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, the whole Southern Africa, there's a silence. Maybe it's a complicity. I've said before that the African is a pluralist. I've said, I'm not sure if we're still, but individualism today is taking lead of us. Neocolonialism, neoliberalism is gaining space. The reason why we are as we are. The competition. There's no cooperation. That's our lifestyle today. I'm not sure. I don't know if we will really under some legacy and go ahead. But beside that, it was good, the struggle that he waved. And others, not because we got our freedom. In my generation, when Machel died, I was 12 years. I remember I was small. I went to the 4th Congress with a scarf, a red scarf. We went to sing a South African song. I don't remember well, but we sang with enthusiasm. And that time for us, that was something significant. Today, I ask myself, what is being taught in schools? Not an astrology. It's a reflection because we have to make. What is the role of the history in our society? Because there is no development without history, and there's no history for Africa without Pan-African references. the question is, which Africa are we building today? What do we want? Which future? We've received the legacy, like my colleague said here, and other, Michel, he played this role in us. We got two options. There's an Africa that we can look at it destroying itself with folding our arms, and there's another Africa that we can fight for, to be better. That's why we say Luta Continua, struggle continue, because we believe it's still possible. So it's the time of the youth to say the struggle continue. Marcel said, Miriam McCabe sang, we all sang yesterday that struggle continue. Now, youth, it's your time. What is the struggle that you must carry on? Please be careful and choose which struggle are you going to wave, so that we can all continue to watch this systematic system. I can be a pessimist, I can look miserable, but it's not what we're looking for. I grew up in a time where the political education at school. I received political education at school, and that time we were taught patriotic values. So it was a discipline where I started. Jo knows very well. She was my colleague at school. Josina, sorry, no one knows that name. Jo is Josina. Today, I ask myself, these boys which are 12, 3 years, what kind of reference they have? We have to look what kind of language that we have today. The youth are very disappointed with politics. The youth are political with political leaders, and they end up turning back the country itself. So the way that they have to say no, the social fragmentation of justice, is to say that we blame the West, the foreigners. This message is not for the foreigners, it's for the leaders, the leadership. But we don't understand. So it's here, probably, Samora Machel would start to not to identify himself. Thank you very much for stopping me. No problem with comrades.
John. Thank you. I would like to push more on these Pan-Africanist principles. And I know that my panel is coming from, the members of my panel are coming from Mozambique, from Zimbabwe, and from South Africa, where current leadership also emerged from this liberation struggle and claimed by the time, I don't know if they still claim now, that they have the same principle or the same objective. I need you to thinking, it's another speculative question as well, but I need you guys to think if this Pan-Africanism is still achievable today. I will start from Professor Konjo, please.
That's not an easy question. Because the contexts actually vary right across the continent. But Pan-Africanism, it's both a vision, and I would agree with President Machel's approach that Pan-Africanism is also a political economy of development for the entire region and for the entire continent. His Pan-Africanism, I think I must underline, his Pan-Africanism was actually pragmatic. President Machel was a pragmatist, and secondly, he was a very sincere person. And I want to talk a bit about this issue of sincerity. I want to talk a bit more about this issue of sincerity, because sincerity is something you hardly find amongst political actors, you see. Yes. Whereas sincerity is it's so important because as a political leader who's sincere, you do what is right because it is right, not because you're looking for something to gain afterwards. Yeah. And this is the biggest problem we have in our diplomacy and in our politics in South Africa. Not only in South Africa, in the whole continent. You see. That lack of sincerity, you see. Do what is right because you believe it is right, even if it does not give you any benefit. President Machel, President Nyerere, you can mention all of them. They supported the liberation struggle in South Africa out of sincerity. Out of sincerity. Yeah. Not because there was a plan to benefit anything from what is happening in South Africa. And I say this knowing that South African politics is a politics of precarity. You know what I mean? A politics of precarity. That's what you find, especially in South Africa. That's why you'll find groups of people who go around humiliating other African people and telling them to go away. It's absolute rubbish. Fortunately, I'm amongst those who stood up in the media and condemned it. And it's something we need not beat around the bush about. The dignity of other African people has to be recognized by other Africans first. So I'm getting to the point that Pan-African principles remain so rich, remain so relevant. But most importantly, political actors have to imbibe the principle of sincerity. You see, I do what is right because it is right, even if it does not yield any benefits to me. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Chukuda, tell us what this Pan-Africanism that we're talking about still possible and how?
Yes, yes, it is. To quickly answer your question, yes, it is still possible. And I'll use a quasi-intellectual term. Generational praxis is what makes Pan-Africanism possible. And just the fact that we are here discussing Machel is a sign that Pan-Africanism is very much alive. It is very much possible. The question is, as has been discussed over the last day and also this morning, is what is the link of Pan-Africanist values between generations that fought the liberation struggle, post-independence generations, and now I think the Western term is Gen Z, Gen whatever. That sort of term that is used now, which is quite fashionable. So Pan-Africanism is very possible. It is actually lived because it's a value system. Like I said earlier, Pan-Africanism is not a geographical location. It is a value system. It is a solidarity, value-based system, organically grounded in struggles for any peoples, for social and economic justice. And I'll give contemporary examples that Pan-Africanism is alive, because its values for solidarity apply to Palestine. They apply. Even if you are religious and you go to Israel, to the wall, if you are a Pan-Africanist, you'll be very cognizant of the injustice beyond that wall. You'll know that what is happening in Gaza is not right, based on Pan-Africanist values. So it is alive. Any person from any continent, of any race, can borrow from Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism is a very progressive set of ideologies. It has challenges, as has been indicated by our colleagues here. Individualism, a rapid obsession with self by Africans, and ease to be purchasable, to be commodified by your Facebook. As was mentioned, also to have your health data taken by the Americans, as Mama Machel was giving as an example earlier. So you've got to understand that Pan-Africanism is always a resistant ideology to oppression and dehumanization. It is a resistance ideology. But it, like I said earlier, it is not about guns. And it is not about pessimism. Because some of us, when we hear Pan-African, we're like, oh yeah, they're going to talk about the liberation struggle. No, we are going to talk about the contemporary. What is your position from a Pan-African value-based perspective on what's happening to Cuba? The blockade on Cuba. Pan-Africanism teaches you cannot accept that. You cannot say Donald Trump is right. You cannot say Donald Trump is right over and about what's happening in Iran. It's not right. From a Pan-Africanist ideological perspective and a value-based perspective, it is not right. But Pan-Africanism also requires vehicles, people that are able to speak up about it, people that are able to organize, people that are able to integrate it into their everyday existence. The example being given about South African xenophobia, and the great reference to Steve Biko here, that was also made by Brian last night. You know, that quotation from Biko about the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. This is coming from a South African struggle leader, Steve Biko. But you have a black South African chasing another black African, but not chasing a German tourist. And the scene, you know, the optics of that, for a young African, a young South African saying, no, it's okay to go and follow people in their houses and threaten landlords who are staying with Mozambicans, staying with Zimbabweans, to threaten them and try and say, no, they must go, but the tourists in Cape Town must be left alone. So Pan-Africanism is also something that you have to question yourself about your attitude towards social and economic injustice as it occurs. And particularly so, if I was to ask anyone here to stand up, of the young comrades here to stand up, okay, so what is your position on Ukraine? On Ukraine, from a Pan-Africanist perspective, who's right? Is Putin right? Is Trump right? Or is the death of innocent civilians right? You have to ask yourselves these questions from a Pan-Africanist value perspective. So to finalize on this one, Pan-Africanism is an optimistic ideology. You cannot be pessimistic about Pan-Africanism. Otherwise, we would never have been free. We would never have been free. We would never have asked ourselves the questions, why am I joining the struggle? You could only join the struggle, not because you thought you wanted to die. You joined the struggle in order to win the struggle, even against the greatest of odds, where there was no food, where you were suffering from, in Zimbabwe, we call them Kenya. We lice that would eat your toes in the camps. And you would have those, but you would have to also have a deep sense of optimism. But as a final point, and I say this because I noticed it with a lot of young comrades, both in this meeting and as well as in meetings I attend in Zimbabwe. Pan-Africanism is not a slave to religion. It's a controversial point to make, but I'm going to make it. You can chase me after lunch. We cannot be Pan-Africanists and be over-religious, particularly with religions that we know came with colonization. Go ahead, exercise your religious rights. But you cannot, for example, as a young African or as a critically conscious African, be saying, no, injustice in the world doesn't matter. What my pastor wants is what's more important. You cannot live in Soweto and then take half of your salary, forget your extended family, forget the welfare of your community, and go and give it to a pastor from Malawi who is appearing in court on allegations of either corruption or on allegations, a pastor from Nigeria who's appearing in court on allegations of rape, but you're still funding. So religion and Pan-Africanism are not necessarily easy bedfellows because the value systems are different. Religion can promise you heaven, but Pan-Africanism promises you active social and economic justice reality, and bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
É possível, sim. Ainda é válido para o panafricanismo, sim. Se nós dissermos que não há mais espaço para o panafricanismo, então estamos a desistir de África. Estamos a desistir de nós mesmos. Estamos a dizer que as independências de nada serviram. Então, se nós desistirmos de sermos africanos, o que é que nós seremos? Então, este é o primeiro ponto. O panafricanismo continua mais do que nunca necessário, sobretudo no atual momento em que atravessamos muitos desafios. Nós estamos a precisar de referências. Precisamos de voltar às origens. Ontem falava-se muito de não há educação sem cultura, temos que aprender a história, aprender a cultura, para nós podermos ter as bases. Então, rebuscar todo este conhecimento, todo este passado, pensar a sociedade de hoje, faz com que o panafricanismo ainda seja mais do que ideologia, uma ação concreta. Cooperação econômica, self-determination, black dignity, tudo isto faz parte do nosso ser. É o que estamos aqui a discutir neste momento. Então, se a gente põe em causa a validade do panafricanismo, então nós diríamos que não valeram a pena esses dias que estivemos aqui a discutir e que todo este passado de luta não tem espaço, afinal, no nosso seio. Então, tem espaço. Agora, a questão que se coloca é como avançar. O que deve ser feito de facto. Eu acho que é para este nível que nós temos de avançar na nossa reflexão. Não há um caminho único. Não há um caminho único, mas uma das coisas que, na minha opinião, deve ser tida em questão é a necessidade de nós revisitarmos estes princípios.
Revisiting all these principles. Today we talk about Agenda 2063. And whoever believes that it's a neo-Pan-Africanism kind of form or sovereign, it is such a perspective. If we believe that Pan-Africanism is possible, what we have to do is to reconcile that society. It's a political moral. We have to have an ethic. We need to understand that fundamental principle. That fundamental principle to first look at people, to have sympathy with our people, show the worry of something. Perhaps it is a way to show that this movement in the past had positive results, and we have to support that. If we look at Pan-African ideology, we can mention about promises and etc. I believe that with Pan-African ideology, we will move forward because it's a part of the principle. Who has to better Africa? It's us, ourselves. No one else will do what we want our Africa to be, if not ourselves. There is no donations, there's no anything else or other programs that will turn the Africa that we want different, if not our own priority. So we have to be first. It does not only have to be the change of mentality. This is politics. We have to look at the facts. We have to be thinkers, and we have to have a state vision in order to be able to help our society. Politics and business are different. We cannot do politics and do business at the same time. We are not constructing a just society. We have to be worried with our political ideology. We have to be worried with our people. Otherwise, it won't work. I do have an information, maybe privileged information. I will have to deal with what is mine and any other possibility to assure that I'm able to achieve that. There's no merit that will divert me, or then we cannot look at a different fragmentation in this case. We can look around the entire continent, the entire Africa, same programs. So we can have a political moralization to make sure that we have to imagine what is Africa, to imagine what has to be done, because we do have an Africa. It was not left by those that were here. We have to look at our Africa, look back, think about the past, and have the perspective of the future. Future is not tomorrow. Future is now, it's today. We will not see the future. We are seeing it now. So carry on complaining, carry on having a discussion and so on. A lot of speeches and stuff. We need to have attitude. We cannot carry on complaining. Each country, in its own way, that it thinks that is convenient to do so, should do so, because we have to think about morality. It is difficult to accept, but if I look back, a couple of years ago, I read something in the media, and I was worried, and it was about my country. 25th June, it's Independence Day, and what I read was funny, like happy Decolonial Exchange Day. That's what I read, and they are looking at it like something that has passed on from the colony to different stage. It's serious. If we have to moralize the entire situation, if we have to assume the values and define a clear agenda, which society are we looking forward to? Which society we want to construct? We won't have youth. We won't have youth with their back turned elsewhere, to their own country, perhaps. It is possible if we have to think on what we have to do by ourselves. No one else will do for us. We have seen what is written, where the leaders learn. The good thing is that the leaders are all here. I would love to be here and learn to become a leader here at the Rhodes University. I can't, but I have opportunity to speak to the future leaders here. Moderator, thank you very much.
Before I give space to the audience, I would like to ask you one last question. Probably I will start from Professor, it's not Professor, sorry, for Takuzara Zangaza from Zimbabwe. Yesterday there was a young person, a young lady from Mozambique, which was complaining that in Mozambique it's very difficult to come out and speak about the things that young people don't like. And you, as a political activist from Zimbabwe, I would like to know if you guys have space there to talk, to engage, to critique, and to advocate good governance, people engagement, and how is your role as political activist in the process of reimagining Africa and try to make this Africa that all of us would like to have a better place, please?
Well, yeah, Zimbabwe is a very complicated country. But just to answer your question immediately without any hesitation, no, there's no political freedoms in the liberal sense of the term, or even the universal sense of the term in Zimbabwe. To be honest, you cannot wake up and just decide to march on an issue or a cause. Recently in Zimbabwe, there was a constitutional amendment that extended the current president's term of office. Some protests were planned, they were banned. Some colleagues, comrades were arrested. And it's a growing trend across Southern Africa. And except maybe in Madagascar, where young people were not allowed to protest. They were not allowed to protest, but they did. And they toppled the government. But the only problem with that was for every reaction, there's a...
Okay.
And now the Madagascar president was here for SADC. He was wearing military fatigues. He was not elected. So, and it's actually a big issue, just to address that, because you talked about young people and young Africans. And young Gen Z, let's just say it, as generally indicated. If you look at what has happened in Madagascar, if you look at what happened in Kenya, if you look at what happened in Mozambique after your elections, and the whole, attention being focused on young Africans trying to democratize their spaces. The problem with that anger was, and I'll use a funny word, it's temporality.
Okay.
It's ephemerality. It's anger which is unstructured.
Mm-hmm.
So when the political anger is unstructured, as was the case in Nepal, as was the case during the Arab uprisings, Arab Spring. Right now, you can't touch the Egyptian president. You can't do anything. But when it was happening, we were all optimistic. We were all happy for democracy. But the forces of counter-reaction took over. And I'll explain why the forces of counter-reaction took over. Because in the majority of cases, if you have unstructured, unorganized protests, you're wasting time. People will die for causes that also dissipate. And this is a very dangerous trend amongst a lot of young political activists, where you're involved in activism that is too short-term to have a lasting legacy, like Machel's or like Njerere's.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we have to understand there is what Cabral also indicates in his writings, that one of the reasons why we have these almost spontaneous demonstrations that, depending on the state they're occurring in, can actually topple a government is because leaders and their followers are struggling against their own weaknesses. They're failing to struggle against their weaknesses, against greed, against materialism, and against just a raw desire for power. By the time they realize that perhaps we should have done things differently, as was the case with, what was the Madagascan president's name?
Rajoelina.
Yeah, it's very complicated. I don't know. Rajoelina, the former DJ, right? But he was a DJ, and he's now in France, I understand. So by the time you realize what is, the leader, you have realized that you failed in struggles against your material weaknesses. You are toppled. But those that were watching you were not watching you because they wanted progress. They were watching you because they were jealous.
Mm-hmm.
They simply wanted to replace you. Elitist politics, elitist activism, and ephemeral activism. So essentially, when we're talking about free space for young comrades and the ability to protest, we must question the values, the objectives, both short and long-term objectives of the protest. It's very, very important. And I know some young comrades here do demonstrations at Rhodes, and I remember the last time I was here, there was fees must fall. And I remember the fact that we never quite saw what happened to it, because it was first Rhodes must fall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if Rhodes really fell. I mean, we are here at Rhodes. but I'm also not sure if the fees also fell. I mean, people, they didn't, yeah? You see?
Oh.
But the struggle was real.
Yeah.
When you're snatching microphones from presidents and ministers, it felt real. It was unstructured. It was not organized.
Mm-hmm.
And as a final point, in any struggle, if you look at all of our liberation movements, and I think we're going to talk about archiving in the afternoon, if there's no record of a resolution, if there's no plan of action, it will be fine as it occurs. In the moment, you will feel good like you're dancing to a music session or your favorite dance group, but the song only lasts 5 minutes. But essentially, if you plan to enjoy the song every other third day, then you know how to play it, how to repeat it, and how to make it more meaningful to you. So struggles have to be organized, and you have to understand that even you as a struggle leader will have to struggle against your own weaknesses, which include greed, avarice, and power for its own sake.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now is for you, Professor. You say that you have been teaching at the university for around 20 years. And what I would like you to answer is what role you as a professor at high school education, you as a person who belongs to university, will play in that process of trying to decolonizing knowledge and trying to help the young ones to try to reimagining Africa today?
Uhum. Olha, a universidade funciona muito com conceitos. Primeiro temos que ter clareza o que é que significa descolonizar o conhecimento. O que é que isto quer dizer? Este é o primeiro ponto. Segundo, temos de repensar o papel da universidade na sociedade. Vou dar um exemplo muito simples.
Example. I belong to a certain university, of which those that helped to build it is Samora Machel, or one of them. And there are a lot of teacher courses, and there's a lot of objective to teach and build, promote education, fight against alphabetism, fight against poverty, etc. And some of the activities were in the hands of the colonists themselves, and it was abandoned. We can remember 8th of March. We can remember certain corporations that took place. I remember I was still in a primary school where I think I was there until from the first grade to grade 9, etc. I'm trying to play around so I can give you a proper answer. The role of pedagogic university, they were to start with to teach teachers, to train teachers. Today, we have a lot of universities, not only in Mozambique, all over around in the continent. Let's be honest. Beside the business, me as owner of the university, I have to understand what is the role of this university. Higher education, in my own opinion, was not supposed to be privatized. We cannot commercialize, we cannot trade the university. The higher education, in my opinion, was supposed to be exclusive responsibility of the state. The state needs to be clear. What do they want from the generation being educated here? I'm not referring to university as an institution that does not have an important role. Of course it has. However, What is the objective of these universities? This is a public university. It's supposed to have an agenda that comes from the state. And Mozambique, for example, in 80s, we had a very, very small population, but today we have a large population, and this could be one of the excuses that we don't have enough schools and enough universities, and we need to have some more. Maybe state cannot afford any longer, and they can maybe seek for partnership, however, to control that privatization. My colleague Socialung understands this discussion better than I. And the book that we were talking about, he's the one that wrote it. So please don't give me difficult questions. What is the role that universities are playing today? It's the same. The teachers have obligation to think differently, think diversity, enlighten the minds, etc. You have to leave your comfort zone. You have to repeat the phrases constantly. You have to understand the manual, and you have to actually put into practice whatever you have learned. So we need to understand the practical side. I used to mention that I cannot just teach sociology. I have to be part of sociology. And this is the role that university has to play, to teach in practical. However, you have to have people, people that are part of the vocational program. Not everyone will be a teacher. Teacher doesn't come. Teacher sometimes does not teach, etc. So we do have such a problem. I've done my studies, my research. I've written something here. Teachers do not do research. Teachers do not publish. Is this a teacher at university level? What is he doing there? We have to think about it. We have to confront such matter. We have to tell the truth. What is required? You have to train people to think differently, to think diversity. Look, the diversity that we were taught by Samora and other leaders was mainly the richness that we got. Today, there's a lot missing at university level. So we have to think tools to unite congregation, which created a lot of problems today. But this is a role university has to play. We have to define the agendas. We have to define the curriculums. We have to teach. That's the fact. Once again, with compromised people, with people with a seriousness, people that know why they're here. I had a teacher at my first year at varsity who often said, if you want to be rich, do anything else except teaching. Because if you're a teacher, you won't become rich. I didn't understand what he was saying. 30 years later, I understand that. But I carry on. I still have the same passion to teach. To teach, you have to have a passion. I have two of my students here. They can attest to that. I'm in the class 7 a.m. Sometimes I only have 2 people. Because if I have to wait for the entire class, I will delay everyone else. I will delay to compensate what they need have to. So they have to learn to lose the certain part of those lessons. So when they come back next time, they will come early so they catch up. You have to have a principle. I have to understand why am I here. So that's what I need, and that's what I'll share.
Thank you, Professor Miyako. So now I would like to invite you to join the session. I will not take a lot of questions because after this section is lunchtime, and I'm sure all of us want to eat hot food, right? Well, I will start from Mama, please. Oh, Josina, please, I didn't see you.
It's good morning, good afternoon. It's a short comment to what Professor Aurelio was saying when he took us to 1984 at the Quarto Congresso. 83.
Yeah.
Quarto Congresso, and he mentioned how Pan-Africanism, Southern African cooperation was so integrated in our education. So the song that you were looking for is this one. Hopefully, I will be helped. Kunzima lomthwalo kufuna sihlangane.
Exatamente.
Kunzima lomthwalo kufuna sihlangane.
Thank you.
Oh, and that song, that particular one, we were taught at the primary school. We were together. Professor and I were actually in the same class. Yes.
We have.
So at the school, we had some of the ANC leaders. And many of them they were in leadership there, they were in exile, and then they took positions here. Particularly, I forget, he was head of PCI. But he came to the school, and he's the one who used to teach us. So for 3 weeks, every single day, we would learn these songs, and we went and sang to demonstrate Frelimo's and ANC brotherhood.
Yes.
And sisterhood, brotherhood, sorry. Yes, well, yeah. To demonstrate that at the Congress and to emphasize to the leadership of Frelimo how our independence, what Samora used to say, that our independence without the independence of South Africa was not complete.
Exactly.
I just want to add that the best of surprise which my children gave to OR, he came from Lusaka to visit, and as always, we would have him at home for a meal. So the little ones, they decided to welcome him, and they started, Unzima. And he was so thrilled and surprised. It is just to say that these things bring those memories to us of, you can teach children about Pan-Africanism or whatever, in a very simple way, in natural way. And this is what we have to go back to. Try and
Unzima lomthwalo ufuna sihlangane. That's the initial. And I'm deliberately going back to it because I want to talk about us and our ability to adapt. We have today in South Africa a lot of these songs sung differently. Like you were saying, ufuna sihlangane, and I was saying ufuna amajoni. Because yes, in the camps, it was not ufuna sihlangane. In the camps, it was ufuna amajoni. We want more people to join the Mkhonto Wesizwe.
Okay.
Today, you may even hear the same song in a church. And they won't say ufuna sihlangane or ufuna majoni. It will say ufuna bazalwane. Maybe. So our songs are very adaptable to all kinds of situations that we go through as a people. And this brings me to Pan-Africanism. I was listening very intently. In my book, those who have it, page 64, Page 64. The context is I'm in Maputo. I came across my bosom friend Naledi.
Can you use the microphone?
Oh, sorry, it's because I'm trying to get to the page. I'll come back to the mic. I'm trying to get to a page just to show you the picture of Naledi.
As you are looking for the page, can I take one question and come back to you, please?
Yeah.
Professor, next to Lulu, please. Professor for Mozambique next to Lulu. Can you? No, him.
I'm ready.
Okay. Wait.
This is Naledi, page 63. So me and Naledi meet in Maputo by chance. Remember, he and Tokyo left in 75, December. They went to Angola. I left in 76, September. Now I'm just leaving Loma Hashe and I'm in Maputo waiting to be flown to Tanzania. And Naledi tells me about what is happening in Lusaka, our struggle, why it's taking so long, and so forth. And I quote here, page 64 at the bottom. The Cold War, we found out, once we had left RSA, had enormous repercussions on the pace and trajectory our fight against apartheid was taking. Even the stance of individual African countries was highly influenced by their relationship with their former colonial masters. Preoccupation with their own nation building and the strategy to approach development, scientific socialism, African socialism, Chinese socialism, were the primary concerns of many developing countries. These countries were also drawn into choosing sides in the Cold War scenario. Pressure was exerted through a myriad of overt and covert methods, such as financial support, blackmail, bribery, sanctions, and assassinations, and a host of other methods. It's not over. That scenario is not over. We, the countries who are developing, who have all these resources, we are still under attack for our resources, as Mama Grasa has pointed to the young people to say, watch out. Watch out the deals that are being signed by our leaders and our governments with all these other foreign people to sell us for 30 silver, whatever they say in the Bible. Now, coming to Pan-Africanism today, we've interrogated one aspect of Pan-Africanism. We haven't interrogated our own choices as individual countries, scientific socialism, Chinese socialism, African socialism, etc. And I think that's the elephant in the room. And that elephant in the room begins many years ago, as I say in my book. And it does create those differences between us. Were we all, during the struggle, cognizant of tribalism and how it can be dividing to all of us in our own individual countries? Were we all cognizant of the fact that we'll have to choose what kind of, democratic or non-democratic process we have to deal with? Are we now aware of our differences in that regard? Are we going to pretend those differences do not exist just because we happen to be African? Am I going to suffer when in another country, when I go to bed with my lesbian friend and not suffer in another country? Are those things not also relevant to Pan-Africanism? Lastly, even during the fight, we're fighting as nation states. Why don't we want to interrogate the issue of nation states, whether we want them or not as Africans? Do we want nation states or don't we want them? Do we want all of us to be Southern Africa and no longer South Africa, Mozambique, and so on and so on and so on? Lastly, and this is inside information as a former diplomat, you young people, we simply created the conducive conditions for you to do certain things that we couldn't do during apartheid. And one of those things is to get information from your own leaders and governments. What are the deals they are signing? When SADC was happening yesterday, what were those discussions? Prof, can't you ask Lamula or one of them? Yeah, they know, our people need to know. What were the discussions? Which route are we going? Not for us to be like that time during Codesa when we heard that, no, they agreed that for 30 years, our history is not going to be taught because that's what the whites said, that they don't want other history to be taught, otherwise we Africans will get rid of them. We don't know those things. They were done behind our backs. But now we have Popia and other things in this country where you as the university, as students, you can go and find out what were the decisions taken yesterday during that SADC meeting. And of course, lastly, the last meeting of Pan-Africanism, Libya, spoiled everything by saying that Gaddafi would be the one to be the president of the entire continent. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I have actually two questions and one comment.
Okay.
The first one actually...
You have 1 minute, please.
Yes, I will try my best. Then let me speak in Portuguese so that I can be as fast as possible.
Wonderful.
Eu gostaria de responder...
The first point has to do with if Samora was alive, what would have been, or what would have been our Africa reality today? We are refusing a reality, but we have that studied when Mama Graça was the Minister of Education. We knew that if Samora was alive, we would have faced a proper reality. Like was mentioned yesterday, the Frelimo that was given during Samora time is very different Frelimo today. Machel died poor because he put people first. Today, if I have to paraphrase Mr. Gloz's words, it's just the same Frelimo, but who knows? He used the word tsotsi that time, but I would prefer to use the term that Samora Machel used before. Those that are governing today, when he was alive, they were shikinyokas. Because today he's not alive, they're doing what they want to do. But that time, they were called the Tsotsis, yes, but the word that we used was Shikinyoka. And the challenge is we have ran away from our own ethic, our own Ubuntu, which was supposed to be the base of our Pan-Africanism in order to have success in building Pan-Africanism. We gave up that culture. And like what Prof. Miambo said, we are looking at the dollars, we are looking at the commerce, we are looking at a different competitive spirit. To finish, he also mentioned a very sensitive matter. Even if I was speaking in English, here I was going to explain in Portuguese. He touched religion as something that does not support Pan-Africanism. Like he mentioned, as a Christian, as a theology, I would have thought differently. If we have to analyze the Christianity, one of the principles is who's your neighbor. So the Christian Christianity was supposed to be used as help you are next, and you are next is whoever lives with you. The possibility to cut off the xenophobia, to cut off Afrophobia, and etc. I think if we have to think about Christianity differently, like they cannot support, it's not true. Some, yes, that claim to be Christian while they have their own interest. Yes, we can look at that. However, we cannot generalize. This is a big mistake. Thank you.
Two more questions, but we need an agreement. Unless you speak 1 minute, otherwise I will cut you.
Yes,
Please.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Toif Samuel Mabot. I'm a student here in Rhodes. I'm doing my PhD in astrophysics. So, yeah, I have some questions. I will try to reduce them and also use Portuguese. Maybe I will be quicker. So, assim, desde ontem, aqui estamos a aprender o ser
we are learning or being reminded about the responsibility. The responsibility is ours as youth. We accept the responsibility. If we are here, it's because we are contributing, and we have in our mind that we have a responsibility in regards to our country's future. In Mozambique, we do not have a space to contribute or to share our ideas. As a youth, we have a lot of ideas, different ideas. We have idea in our beds. We have idea in our bags. We have idea in so many other places. But we cannot express ourselves because we do not know where or which door are we going to knock in order to share such idea. I think the responsibility is jointly, because the elders has to create such a base to share what we are learning. I came to study in South Africa, but my own parents asked me not to return. If I can, I'll have to work here and earn a living. But why am I studying? Where am I going to contribute? The idea was to study and to contribute in my own country. I can help to facilitate my project. I have no space for such. I do not have any cover. I do not understand where am I going to play my role, and where do you think the youth will contribute if there's no space for them to do so? I would say struggle continues. Struggle continues to have access for youth. We want to contribute. We want to play the role you expect us to play. Give us such space. This is what we want. We do not want money. We want a space to work. I apologize. There is a lot more. There is a pain.
Sandra, please.
Thank you. I also have two questions. Samora Machel argued that leaders should be the first to make sacrifices and the last to reap the benefits. Yet several liberation movements in Southern Africa later became ruling parties and today face criticism over corruption, inequality, and the mergers of political and economic elites. How can we explain this transformation? At what point did the collective project of liberation, in some cases, begin to turn into a project of preserving power? The second one is concepts such as Pan-Africanism, solidarity, and liberation were largely shaped within the historical context of colonialism and armed struggle. Do these concepts still provide us with adequate frameworks for understanding the challenges facing African youth today? Or are we trying to address 21st century problems using political language of the 20th century? Thank you.
Nyantumbu, you are the last one, please. Very short question, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I will try to be quick because my question was very, very long.
Okay.
And my question is a burning one for me because there is in this room a sort of the elephant in the room. Mm-hmm. And the elephant in the room for me is what this Nigerian writer and storyteller Chimamanda Adichie called the danger of a single story. It sounds like we are telling a single story about President Samora Machel since yesterday, since in fact on Sunday when we started this discussion. President Samora Machel was indeed a controversial leader, as any other leader. He was a controversial leader. The story we are telling about President Samora Machel is that story of this messianic man that was sent to save the people of Mozambique and Southern Africa. And this is true. I'm not contesting that. We all agree. Okay. But there is another story of President Samora that we need to tell the young generations so that we can take that as the legacy to carry on with the fight. Because if we are about to celebrate the legacy of President Samora Machel, we cannot do the same way that we would do in a church here at a university. We have to raise uncomfortable questions. These things that we are talking about, lack of freedom in our countries, is not something that emerged now. It's something that emerged under the leadership of President Samora Machel. There were people killed in Mozambique because they were disagreeing with President Samora Machel. Those who are studying history, they know that there is something we call re-education camps in Mozambique, where people that were disagreeing with the project of the nation that President Samora Machel was pushing forward were sent to those camps to be killed. I know there is a narrative recently, Mama Samora Machel, Graça Machel was asked in a public event in Maputo, how would she answer to that question? And she suggested that President Samora Machel was not aware of those killings. Statement that unfortunately it seems like there are few people willing to believe in Mozambique, because President Samora Machel was really the leader not only of this emerging state but was a military leader at the same time. So people find it hard to believe that that would be possible. The reason why I'm raising this is to say that if we are demanding the youth to continue with the fight, to reimagine the fight that we have in Africa, we have to tell the entire story. Let us not tell half stories. Let us tell the full story so that we can have this morality to ask people to continue with this fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I will give you each of you one minute to try to answer these questions.
I'm not going to comment on that side of Commandante Machel, except to say it's also an ideological question. Judgments of leaders are based on your ideological preferences. Some people actually do like Xi Jinping, and some people do like Donald Trump. And all of them approach these from a very ideological standpoint. So, and I think I'm not Mozambican per se, and I don't know the other side of Mozambican history, but I can assure you that there were more positives than negatives. That's what I can assure you. And it was a revolutionary society. I know some comrades who don't like Fidel Castro, whose birthday would have happened last year. Who happened last week, turned 100. And a lot of delegates from the global south were in Cuba. even despite the blockade, and the negative things that are said by America about Fidel Castro, and the 600 times I think they tried to assassinate him. So there is always a value judgment about negatives, particularly when the revolutionaries cause discomfort with Western hegemony. Then the two quick points I want to make is that if you are looking at if you want to call it, the realities of our politics being so repressive right now, there is a very close relationship between private capital and our political leaders at the moment. And there's no greater evidence of this than in recent years in South Africa with the Marikana massacres. And you can tell that business, even now with much, has a vested interest in politics and protests in Southern Africa. And the Chinese are involved too with their mining interests and how they support governments that allow them to mine with impunity and against our environmental interests. Thank you, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Professor Miam.
Minuto. O jovem lá em cima disse que algumas questões incômodas devem ser ditas. Mas esta verdade nunca foi negada.
It was never been denied. Up to now, even here, it's been said that Samora Machel, like in Adalib, they made their mistakes. That's been said publicly, but doesn't make him less revolutionary than any other. The point is not that one. We're not here to paint the story. The point is simple. We have to focus on Pan-African story. The other aspects, okay, they've got their own space to debate in some other time. Sandra, your question has got the answer within it. Why the parts have changed? The time has changed as well. We have a lack of thinkers, ethic. There's a lack of moral within our party. We've lost the legacy. We forgot our purposes. And today we worried about something else. That people that was priority, today it's not anymore. Simple as that.
It was an honor to be here with you and reflect about Samora Machel ideas, and they are still alive, but I think we have to go to lunch. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
We sit, please, so that we just sort out the announcements. You know, we just don't rush for lunch. Let's just be organized here. Okay? So we seriously have run out of time, but we are not compromising on the sessions that are coming because they've been carefully curated and they're important for us. So our lunch is going to be truncated. This is the price you pay for not being disciplined and coming in late. If you are late, you also missed out on books that were given out. Peter Present's book, Peter donated books. Peter didn't want us to tell this story that he gave us books. He gave us 40 books. The early birds got copies of that, and they were signed by Peter. You know, there were books as well that we gave out for Ambassador Skose Mg, and the books by Ruth Mantile. So we did give out those. So the lesson from there is that discipline, time, let's be on time, let's do that. So now we're going to have a lunch that's just truncated 30 minutes. So 3:10, we just come here. And we got an easy afternoon because we're really going to be moving into the archives. And then we go into the declaration and we close with our thanks and everything. Then we've got Nomfundo, Kaluva coming in for the jazz and a cocktail. There'll be food there, okay? And there'll be drinks. So, but we have to pay, you know, the cost of it is that coming back here, participating, and doing the work. And then we have fun, and then we say goodbye to each other. But you've been fantastic. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
She goes say, I got you man, a woman. She goes say, yeah, be
They express our joys. And so we are very fortunate to have two poets to share their work with us in terms of what comes up for them in terms of the legacy of Tata Samora Machel. The first one is a poet from Gqeberha, Zusake Zide, whose stage name is Khasacha Wengqiqo. You would not leave the Eastern Cape without hearing the click. Right? And so she says that what she tries to do is to show what it looks like to give your best, whether you are doing good or bad. And we're trying to get the correct translation for Khasacha Wengqiqo. She says it's an advocate of wisdom, but the word Khasacha, to me, I read it as, damn, we are on fire. So we'll see how that is expressed in her poetry. Khasacha is sharing the stage with Akona Mafani, who is a poet from here in Makhanda, who goes by the stage name Bodlingaka. Another click. He says that he is the voice of the society. Ukubodla in isiXhosa is to burp. And the role of the poet is to burp the truth, to burp the love, to burp where the society is, and for us to see ourselves through their words. So I'm going to invite Khasacha Wengqiqo and Bodlingaka.
Molweni, my name is Khasacha Wengqiqo. Few house rules in Kancinci. When a performer or when a spoken word artist is reciting, can we please not clap, not scream, just snap our fingers if it touches our soul, so that we can allow them the space to continue and to not, mess with their flow. And then after they're done, we can clap our hands. Kuqhosha ukucinga thina sikhululekile. Thina singahluma, singachuma, singazama ukuphila, siphume kwezimeko. Le nkululeko sixelwa ngayo asiyiva, asiyiboni, asiyiphili, zonke ilwimi zethu azikafakwa ezifundweni zenzululwazi. Kwaku uyawufika kwa ezi zifundo zitolikiwe ngolwimi lwesiBhulu oluya lwengcinezelo kuphinde kuthiwe siyafana, siyalingana, sibanye. Siphi isiSuthu, iSepedi, isiZulu, iTshivenda. Thina soxuthwe kwa ezi bekufanele uba siyazichana. Bathe kuthi indawo ezibhetele ziilokishi safuduswa. Kodwa uyawufika la manxeba basikele ona angenasithuba sakutyala. Kodwa bona bathathe umhlaba oneenkaba zabazali babazali bethu, bafuya phezu kwentlanti namaxhanti ethu, bazenzela ukutya lo xa thina singazi ukuba sondliwa yintoni, ngubani, oku kutya sikuthengayo kuvelaphi. Ndithi unganixeleli ngampumelelo nankululeko, kodwa abantu bombutho ophetheyo bangena ekuhlaleni xa kuzawuvotwa, bethumela abangaphangeliyo ukuba bazosithembisa ngemisebenzi. Uyawufika betsho ngezikipa nezilamba zodide ezigqamileyo, ezingafaniyo nalamantshwangu basinika ona, nezaraki zamabanjwa basishela zona. Kanye xa uyicinga, uyichuba, uyihlalutya, kudala besixelela ukuba singamabanjwa ezidlakudla ezingenaxesha lethu, kukuthi ukuba sizikhulule. Siqhawukane namamenemene ityeshelayo intsebenzo yamaqhawe, kukuthi ukuba la marhwanuka singawaniki mtyhi. They came, they conquered and they rode. So now we can't expect the same people to write great things about us. They will always try to justify themselves. This now comes back to us letting them in our rural areas and villages, allowing them to be in our spaces for 2 days and them capitalizing on our stories, our history, capturing the most private customs and creating documentaries that are screened internationally with no acknowledgement of the wise women and the men who partake. They utilize their resources, traveling, gathering stories, showing all our tribes as living artifacts whilst making a fortune. Let's tell our stories on our own. Let us not let the real history get lost again. We need to be able to look back and exclaim that there are no loopholes. So decolonize yourselves, decolonize your children, decolonize your communities, decolonize our libraries, decolonize our women who do everything men do and even better, but are still considered less of a man, support their sports, invest in their businesses, celebrate seeing them in parliament, in power, in mining sectors, let them pass laws, let them contribute to society without belittling their input. Khululekani, 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 xebezi, khululeni. Zikhululeni kuba ndiqonda uba kusezawuba ngcono singekathabathi inyathelo lokuqala singekayeki ukuzixokisela ngokukhululeko sinoqoqosho olixhomekeke kwiimali zemboleko. Sivumelekile qha ukuba singabamba intlanganiso, sivumelekile qha ukuba singazonyulela iinkokheli, sivumelekile qha ukuba singazihambi izitrato sezindlu ezingazihlaliyo, kodwa kusekude ukuba siyeke ukusokola kuba phakathi kwesithalandwe esimhlophe nesimnyama kuqala kuqashwe esimhlophe. Phakathi kwesifundiswa esimnyama nesimhlophe sesimhlophe sikhawuleza sibolekwe iintwenga zokwakha umzi. Vukani ke bantwana bomgquba, kusafuneke silwile. Silwela abazemva kwethu, ndisatsho kukuqhosha ngobudenge ukucinga sikhululekile. Sinoluhlu lwamalungelo ahumbisileyo, kuthiwa sinelungelo ekutyeni, endaweni yokuhlala, ilungelo lokuphila, kodwa sihlala ematyotyombeni. Sitya amabona ndenzile. Ukubulawa kwamanina kukachazwa nangumongameli ukuba yintlekele edinga ukuhoywa. Khululekani, khululekani, azikho iingxaki ezingaka kanti nadlula kwingcinezelo. Khululekani, khululekani, azikho iingxaki ezingaka kanti nadlula kwingcinezelo. Thank you so much. I was exploring the theme of decolonization there. The next piece is called Ndiazilibala. Now, I take the concept of identity and put myself in shoes where I accept that we might have forgotten ourselves. And then the next piece after that is probably an affirmation on how to go back to the self we've lost. If maybe I may, for those who will not understand, but who do want to have a conversation, to maybe ask me, you can. Ndiba kwisimo nami ndingasiqondiyo ngengqondo. Ndive ngathi ndidiniwe futhi ndibuthathaka. Xa isenzeka loo nto ndabona uba ndiyazilibala. Ndiyazilibala mdala ukuba ndinobungangamsha phofu ke ndicinga uba bubo obubundoyikisa nam ndiyazothusa mhlawumbi andizithembanga ngokupheleleyo. Ndicela undihlaziye amandla, undenze ndihambe ndingatyhafi, ndingemi, ndingaphezi. Xa ndizilibala uzundenzela uncedo ndixhobise ndiqine kwenzela uba xa isukile ndisuke nayo zisuke qha. Izinto zezingandisinde ndicinga ukuziphumza naphakade yini ndingade ndibhubhe ndididiyelwe nzima. Bendohluke kakhulu kunembewu eqhelekileyo. Zonke izandla zabambisana ngam ndicolwa macala nendingazikhankanyanga zindizama ke mandikhumbule uba mna ndiyathandwa kungakhalwa andizalwa ngamafokofoko ndisuke ezandleni zikashila ezandleni zikademfeno nowandile njani na ke ukuba ndingayicingi tu loo nto qho ndivuka mandifumane izizathu zibeli iqela zokuqhubeka nempilo mandivuseleleke xa ndibuthathaka xa ubomi bundiqhwaba bundiyesha ngomvempama tshini mandiphindise xa ndiziva ndibuyela umva ndingahambeli indawo zondisebezela icebo lokundikhulula ndibheke phambili ndenza ndingazithathi kancinci ndiyinkulu ndisebenze kakhulu noko mandingazibethi kangaka ngathi oko ndazidanisa kumzuzwana nje siphume kule ngxubevange lixeshana nje sizazi kwakhona sibhale kwakhona xa sijonga imifanekiso yethu simazi lo mntu sineke pha ndifuna ukufana neenkomo xa ziphethuka emveni kwethutyana zilandiwe ehlathini zenza ngathi azenzi zenze ngathi azihambi uzibone sezinyuka sezibeli nasemfuleni ukuphinde lapho bezisuka khona sakusebenzisa loo ndlela ukuphindela kwaba bantu sasingabo ukuzithanda ukuzithemba nokungazithandabuzi ndizawukhe ndiziphe umtyhi ndiphefumle ngaphandle koxinzelelo ndizame sendiphoxeke kathathu ndilayite sendicime kahlanu ndiwe ndivuke ndiphakame ndindize ndizonyanga ezam izigulwana ngoba sinyanga njani singaphilanga futhi sikhuthaza njani singakhuthazekanga ndizawukhe ndiziphe umtyhi ndiphefumle ngaphandle koxinzelelo ndizame sendiphoxeke kathathu ndilayite sendicime kahlanu ndiwe ndivuke ndiphakame ndindize ndizonyanga ezam izigulane ngoba ndinyanga njani ndingaphilanga futhi ndikhuthaza njani ndingakhuthazekanga. So the last one I call ukuchinja kwekhasi, and I think that's what we're all trying to achieve by gathering here with all of these panel discussions and discussing history and maybe the way forward. We're going to be change makers, so this piece basically affirms that you're a change maker, you're the game changer. Yeah. Ndazalelwa ukudlala lo mdlalo. Ukuguqula iziqhelo ezoyisa ingqondo ndikukutshitsha kwekhasi ukujika kwezinto ndivolumdiyadiya uzisa ukukhanya kanye isithokothokweni sobumnyama ndibubungqina bengqibeko yezibhalo zimfitshimfitshi andingxengi into ndakhuphe njalo mabebi ngengcinga ezithubekileyo sizikhulula kumatyathanga kancinci ndisoloko ndiphethe izigaqa nezithonga zenyani nanini andifika ngandigalelekile ndingulo mntu kudala nimlindile ndimukuqhawuka kojingomdala kufakwe omtsha ndimiraza elinye lamakhasane exabiso ndinalamtsalane uyayiqonda nje bomve nobungozi ndisisidingo ke njengamkhosi ndibukhali ndicinga phambili kakhulu sawukhe weva nangembalasane urhasatsha womntwana into nemibono yasentabeni yasemaweni uyawufika ndiphethe izivakalisi ezisemgangathweni ndikuveza ngomva etyholweni ilizwe lam livakala nasengxolweni lithi mamelani seningandideli yamkelani ukutshintsha kwekhasi ledlalayo jongani ivili xa lijikayo nikana abantwana intambo bakhokhele hayi luzizi ngokucacileyo bayabona ndimithemba labadala ikhasethe lingaqhawukanga ndiza nento entsha lungisani izitya batshana ndizawuphaka iyabuya intlutha ekhaya ndikukubuya kwamachipha ukhumbule ekhaya ndikukuvuleka kwengqondo yesibhanxa ukuvuseleleka kwamandla amnyama ukubuya kwenkolo yeminyanya umoya nomphefumlo wam ngokudala ndinamava ngapha yandihambile ndibonile nto zabantu ndiyawaza njani amaxhalanga ndizokuqhumisa urhugula kucaca bakhosa emabhodlweni apha abantu abafanga ndizokuvuselela izimilo ndifafaza impilo kuke kube kutshintsho ndiyatshisa ndingumlilo ndikukutshintsha kwekhasi ukujika kwezinto ndivolumdiyadiya uzisa ukukhanya kanye isithokothokweni sobumnyama ndibubungqina bengqibeko yezibhalo zimfitshimfitshi ndikukusonjulula kwezinto emva kovuthondaba ukugagana kwentanga ukubuya komhlaba uyalazi iphepha elitsha ukutyhileka kwethuba lesibini ndiliphupha elimyoli elingaphazanyiswa nakukuthakatha camakho.
Yekeni khani ndiyeke ndiwela imilambo ndibethi isigagamfu kanye kabini ndibethi intonga njengamakhwenkwana ndithi imbambo nekoro intangakho mazihlangane khani ndiyeke ndindize ndibheke maweni xebe ndibheke emoyeni ndibuye nenqwelo moya eyabhidlika wawuwa apho okaMachel suka watshaba umzabalazo uqhubekeka khani ndiyeke ndindize khani ndiyeke ndivakalise ilizwi lam njengomAfrika ndikhululeke ndibe nolwimi olukhululekileyo khani ndiyeke ndingqishe ndingqine ndibhodle ndibherheze ngoba nangoku ndibhodlo nodanda ngala magama ndiyaphambana khani ndiyeke ndivuseleleke khani ndiyeke ndiqhwabe ndincome ndithi sikhumbula udongadala bemdiliza udizadala bemkhwahlaza uthambodala bemqonqotha inkunzi emanxeba ngumxhagi wakuvusa abantwana beAfrika ebuthongweni kurukukuku ama-Afrika mawamanyane khani ndiyeke ndinabe ndicela umtshakazi emveni kocango khani ndiyeke ndithabathe uxanduva njengamadoda angaluthabathiyo ngoba utshilo unqontsonqa wathi sibe ngangxabalaza ingxaki zaqabalaza sazabalaza inzima zaqananaza sarhubuluza amaphupha edunduluza khani ndiyeke ndincome ndiqhwabele izandla omama abathwala abantwana ngezibeleko ngapha nangapha imazi ezaba
zabakhulisayo zabanika icephe zabondla bajika beka bathi omama bethu ngabathakathi. Khani ndiyeke ndivakalise ilizwi lam elichothayo xebe eliphelayo elisenkonkxeni ngaphansi likonxiwe livalelwe likanyangelwe. Khani ndiyeke ndibe yindoda ndingeyondoda nje ndithabathe uxanduva ngoba kakade zimeko ngemeko ndibone abantwana besesitalatweni kwathiwa indima yamadoda ngoba kakade kwakuwa amadoda liyawa ikhaya xebe kwakuwa uxanduva alikho ikhaya. Khani ndiyeke nam ndivuye ndiziqenye ndithi sikhumbula uMakhalanga ndidleni idili lenkululeko umkhaki wokuvusa abantwana beAfrika ebuthongweni kurukuku buyelane Afrika. Phila mzika chawe katogu kanqonde kachiwo khawuphile. Phila mzi waseAfrika wakakhushi khawuphile. Molo mzwakuthi amathuba ambalwa ukuba singasondelana kule ntsimi silimisana namathuba amfiliba ukuba singathethathethana kodwa ndithemba ndikubhalele le ncwadana ngumyalezwana oqulatha ithemba elinokuphilisa xa unyembezana kumaxongo kunzikinziki inyongo incilikithi kodwa kwedini awuyodyongo usisiqhaphothi. Ungumakade nethwele ngenajasi zimvula neziphango ungumaxwebe thambisa owaseko lentlango kwilizwe loba omkhulu elaphala ligazi lathinjwa laphangwa lanyotywa labangwa. Wathemba umqala usiba uyakuginya kungoku nje imeko waziginyisa imathe le nto kukuphila selihluzidela kufane ethe. Molo mzwakuthi ndithemba ndikhumbuze ngamandla onawo ancanywe yiminyepha mntakandini ongeva sepha awuqali ukubandezeleka awukhali ngezikaxakeka kuba kakade inzondelelo yobomi bakho kukuzama nomhlalaba selungena nzala ithemba kuwe liyaphila ukuba nalapho entlango kuyakuqhama. Kuba singabantwana bethemba abantwana bomoya abangaxakwa kuyaphi sigaxeleka sikwazinika ithemba ngokwethu siziphakamisa. Ngoko ke phila mandidibane nawe edolweni nasemthonyameni sizungula sikhangela impendulo zokuwa komzi weAfrika ngoba thina siyiAfrika umzi awagobisa imiqolo kokhokho bethu iyokoyoko nje ngenxa yezandla zenu midaka kowethu sithebe sidala samaqhaji namaqhajikazi inkabe ndala phakathi kwezaqhaka nentsengwanekazi. Hey man usakhumbula phofu akhe afa amathandazwe akho emzabalazweni engenatyala ubomi baqhubekeka wakhalala kunzima ukuhlaya uginya kurharha ngemini zoburhalarhume noburharha wasula inyembezi waqina udabalaza usifa sizivubeko nencwina awatyhafa waphila ngoba kakade mzontsuntu akulahlwa mbeleko ngakufelwa akulahlwa qhayiya zakuhlelwa xebe akulahlwa qhayiya ngakuhlelwa. Hey man bathi zakuphela inkuni uyacima umlilo kodwa yinci ndifunga utata xa bendifunga umama echerika tata ndifunga umama hlaza zadibana intsasa zakuze ziyenze inyanda kufana nokudibana kwethu ngamnye kwindibano zebuyambo zokuzikhumbuza ukuba singobani kule meko nalo mbhodo wamoxebe lo mxhobhozo wedaka letyhodaka elingenanyani nobuxoki. Phila ke mandikubone nihlangana ngapha nangapha mandinibone phakathi kwenu nibe ngathi nizixhenene senbiza ekhaya nibuyele ekhaya nilolana nigqebha namaduma ninikana unyaniso ngoba unyaniso noxolo nguye oyawunceda elilizwe. Mandinibone ke niphila ngokucingelana nisithi I am who I am because of who we are. Mandinibone nihlabela nisondela nibheke ekhaya iAfrika phila mzoko wethu. Molo mongameli mhlekazi omhle kunzima imeko ngemeko ndibabonile bebulalana ndibabona beqhumpuleka nesonga sethu semihla ngemihla sinkwatshunkwathu. Mongameli besingavuya ukuba nalo rama ungayiphosa. Thina sizwe bakithi thina sizwe esimnyama sikhalela izwe elathathwa kamapu mabawuyeke abawuye kumhlaba mabawuyeke abawuye kumhlaba ugaleleka abanwele ziyephu gabulantsikane banyanzelisa imithetho yabo kwizikhundla zethu bafika ngocalucalulo imihlambi yalana ze kwaphela bentshontsho odade nabantakwethu kulo nxushunxushu leminyepha lamadlagusha leminyepha yathi yasiphatha emanyeni ukuthi inyanzelisa isibhulu njengolwimi lwezifundo zonke hayi ke kodini zancakama imazi zagquba inkunzi bahlafuna omnye abafundi bathi ngunothwe bacula culo linye besithi kunongekhehle lwaqala uqhankqalazo yathi intsholo isithi intsholo noba besithubula siyaya oh sithi kubi oh siyaya oh yey kusenjalo kwanuka irhuluwa kwanqunga iqanunu ze yasisiphango semvula ezimbumbulu ingaba ayingenanimba lamaxhalanga amabhulu qhwa yatsho imbumbulu yatsho kutyenjana Hector Peterson yalutyadide legazi wanqola bomfundi. The 1976 students were not there to fight, but for the presentation of their grievances. But the bulls responded with bullets and killed innocent souls. Out of that massacre, there was a brave soldier that never died and that still lives on. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the song Ingoma, the songs of the people, the songs of Maibuye, Maibuye, the songs of Asijiki, the songs of the people. I saw a song another day coming out of the lips of a traumatized youth whose father was buried alive. The songs of the people. You songs were there, seeing children jumping over the fences, escaping from the tear gas, calling Ubiko, Umandela. The songs of people, the songs of the people. Are you intoxicating or are you provoking? I am talking about a man of all times. Ingoma zethu odizadala bemkhohlaza othambo dala bomqonqotha ezathatha amagwala abheke emzabalazweni ezakhapha oSamora Machel ezakhapha onyerere ezakhapha obiko ezakhapha osobukwe. Long live to the songs Ingoma, the spirit of the songs Ingoma.
Yeah. The academics at Rhodes University are amazing. They are not stuffy academics. They are organic intellectuals. They connect to our struggles. I've done conferences since 1995. This is the first conference that is so integrated for me that just says elevated in everything. It's amazing. So colleagues, we're going to move into the next session, which will be the second from last. It's on recording and archiving Africa's liberation histories. Josina Ziaya. What did Professor Miambo call you? There was a shortened version of your name.
Jo.
Jo. Okay, I love that one. Okay, so Jo is a human rights defender who studied sociology and political science at the University of Cape Town. Then studied for an MSc in the same discipline at the London School of Economics. A MSc dissertation was entitled AIDS, Disease of Poverty or Patriarchy. She is a co-founder of a LIFE project, provides services and support for women in emergency situations. She serves on several boards, including those of the Graça Machel Trust, the ABC Atlas, MARA in Mozambique, and the Zizile Institute for Child Development. Josina also serves as a director of the Samora Machel Documentation Center. Josina, good to have you there. Jo, okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chris, depending on which name you use, I will locate you in different parts of my life. So if you say Jo, I know it's Mozambique and it's a particular time. If you say Zina, I also know it's South Africa and particular time. So, yeah. Guys, the energy right now, the energy after this lunch. I mean, we have been taken to the land of our forefathers. Remember their names, remember their struggles. And we are here today. This energy needs to be respected. It needs to be validated. It needs to be preserved. When this session came and Chris convinced me to do it, I was fearful. And I would want to say one of the biggest reasons is because the Samora Machel Documentary Center that is now the Samora Machel Foundation, was created specifically to collect, to document, preserve the life of Samora Machel and his contemporaries, his brothers and his sisters. And to be collected, to be documented and preserved in a way that is African, that respects our dignity, who we are, and at the same time allow different stories to be validated, to be seen, and to be heard through the life of Samora and inspire us in different ways. This session is not about me. It is about two gentlemen that I'm putting here. Zenzele Ndebele is founder and executive director of Center for Innovation and Technology and an award-winning Zimbabwean journalist, media entrepreneur, and freedom fighter advocate. As the founder of a leading independent media organization, he has championed investigative journalism, community media, and digital innovation while advocating for media freedom, institutional accountability, and public access to credible information in Zimbabwe. Zenzele has championed the documentation of stories of the Zimbabwean People's Revolutionary Army, ZIPRA, and is working on the launch of a Frontline Liberation Army archives. Please welcome Zenzele. Sitting here next to me is Professor Agustin Zacarias. In Mozambique, we just say Agustin Zacarias and everybody knows. No title needed. He is a leading academic and diplomat. Professor Agustin Zacarias is a prominent Mozambican academic, diplomat, international expert in development, governance, peace building and security. He currently serves as the chairman of the Kanzwalo Dialogue Center and the chairman of the Center for Strategic International Studies at the Joaquim Chissano University in Maputo, Mozambique. He is widely recognized for his extensive career within the United Nations and his political commentary on Southern African affairs. I call him Zach, and he is my brother. I've admired him for a very long time. He can tell the stories, the histories of our people and our liberations in ways that very few people can. And he has a place where he is allowed into rooms that some of us absolutely not, bringing conversations that we dare not even think ourselves. This session is our final session. And it is no coincidence that we've got Zenzele, Z, Zacarias, Z, and Ziaya moderating. So this is the Z session, the Z, to close our conversations and the privilege of having been here this past 2 days. I just wanted to start with a quote. And I will translate that to Portuguese. Until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter. Let me say that in Portuguese. Até o dia que o leão aprender a ler e a escrever, as histórias serão sempre a glorificar. Yeah? So we as Africans need to be able to own our history, to own our dignity. And in that, archiving is not simply about preserving the past, it is about power over how our past is remembered, interpreted, taught, and mobilized in the present. I would like to ask a question, not how we preserve our, and I will start with you, Zenzele. My question will be not how do we preserve our archives, but perhaps who has the power to determine what becomes Africa's historical records?
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And also you started with an interesting quotation. Yes. So I think the question of who preserves the story of Africa is actually at the center of decolonization. You know, I grew up in church, so I talk a lot. So I wrote notes because I'm a son of a pastor and a woman, so I could talk the whole day. So I'll try and go through the notes to actually make sure that I don't talk too much. So I believe that, you know, what you are saying is actually at the center of decolonization. And historically, that issue or that question rested with colonial governments. It rested with state universities, with publishers, with you know, production companies that would cover the story. And even up to now, if we are looking for 1980 something or 1950 something documentaries, we have to go to European companies and pay for our rights. The other day we used an archival piece from 1823 or something like that. Amandebele, you know, the Zimbabwean Ndebeles, and we got a notification that we had, you know, used someone's copyrighted material, and that is our history. And actually, it becomes problematic, but As the Africans, we believe that our story is more than the state, and the universities. It is a broader official, it's broader than the official archive because it lives in oral histories. It lives in family memories, the family photos, the memoirs that were being told about what happened in Zambia, what happened in Angola. It lives in the freedom fighters who went to war. It lives in song. That was being sung here. The first song yesterday was Sizolitata Ngepazuga. And when I tweeted that, people asked me, Litata lipilizwe kubani? Ipazuga yani tindilizwe silalo. And the question was, silalo yini lizwe lakhona? And I said to the friend, no, Sizolitata Ngepazuga from those who have recolonized it, from the bourgeoisies or from those who are looting it. So, but the songs that were sung then have a lot of history because they were sung for, we were arguing the other day on the origins of Toi Toi. And when I was doing the Zipra history, I then learned that Toi Toi came from the Algerian camps. And my argument was, yeah, maybe they were inspired by the Algerian camps, but Africans have always known, they've always had a song for every occasion, a song for war, a song for peace, a song for church, a song for a funeral. Anyway, that's not the story. But also we have the history in photographs, in letters, in community memories, in testimonies. And perhaps the deeper question that we should be asking ourselves is who gets remembered? And who gets erased? And who has the power to decide whose story we tell? Because when we talk about the African story and the liberation archives, we have written other people out of history, consciously or subconsciously. There are some guys who contributed a lot in the history of the liberation struggle that we never hear of. Because along the line, they fell out of favor, and the narration changed, and the narrative changed. So I believe that the work that we do when we started, you said, unless the lion knows how to read and write, you never hear the stories of the lion. So our job, and I believe my job, is to teach the lion how to use TikTok. Is to teach the lion how to do reels on Facebook, how to be on Instagram. And lastly, for me, this is why I have, for the longest time, recorded. It's now almost started in 2016. So for 10 years, I've been recording the stories of the liberation archives, the bad and the good. And today, we are actually launching a newsletter that will be focusing not only in Zimbabwe, but Southern Africa, which we call the Frontline. And it's part of the Southern Africa Liberation Archives. And it is to get the lion to tell its story. Yeah.
Zach, coming to you. And do you prefer Portuguese or English?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Official liberation histories can become histories of presidents, commanders, political parties, battles, and negotiations. But liberation was also carried by women, young people, peasants, workers, nurses, messengers, artists, traditional communities, exiles. Whose stories are we telling, and which stories are we missing?
Mm-hmm. And that's, let me start by saying, I thank Rhodes University and the Chris Center for inviting us here to reflect a bit about our history and celebrating Samora Machel. So, whose stories? I think we are peoples of oral tradition. Most of our stories, the first time that I wanted to do research and look at the history of Mozambique, I was led and I consulted in the libraries and today in the internet, were books written by Basil Davidson, Alan Isaac Mann, Malin Newitt, the Joseph Hanlons of this world. And you're looking at the literature of African people and African historians. You don't find much. So these texts that I've been reading, first they tell one side of history, which is in accordance to the fact that the hunter has written and the lion has become silent, a passive author, actually a subject. And that is a situation which really needs to change because we've been celebrating our histories through poems. And whenever we want to interview, for instance, or to record stories about our struggle, we forget the poets. We forget the singers. There's quite a lot of songs of freedom here recorded, and the people had to change the lyrics a little bit for the colonial authorities not to understand, not to incriminate them. But when you listen to them very carefully, even here in South Africa or in Zimbabwe or in Mozambique and elsewhere in Africa, you feel that this song means something. You identify with it because of the objectives, what it tries to attain. We've got a lot of poetry, we've got a lot of songs, we've got a lot of theater even, which was written with an objective, as a protest against apartheid, as a protest against the colonial domination. But those stories, we have failed to compile them and really teach our children and even ourselves to learn them as tools of fighting the oppressor. Mm-hmm. We have failed to do that. We go to books sometimes, we're going to interviews of the people who carried arms, which is very good, but we also need to bring to the midst of these interviews people who have written poems, people who have protested through certain books, that when you read them, you understand that they are writing about apartheid, they are writing about colonization, but it's not very explicit. So yes, we need to do quite a lot of work in order to bring that together and to equip our libraries, to equip our people, and to teach our children about those stories.
I arrived a bit late yesterday, but I arrived perhaps in one of the heaviest because it was truths and stories that we are so uncomfortable to speak about. But these are the liberating ones and allow us to, as Africans, as Black people, to be able to celebrate in essence who we are, but recognizing our weaknesses, what we've done right, what we've done wrong. Tell me about the untold stories. Pete was here. Ambassador G was here, made us laugh and, made us romanticize a whole lot of things. And this morning, we had also women sharing their lives and the parts that are not told. So when will our liberation movements and the people who write independence stories and our futures, when will they open the books? When that young man who asked a question this morning about Mozambique, about the camps, when will this be given to our youth to know it, to own it, to preserve, engage, and to take it forth? When is the right time?
I think the essence of your question, the earlier question, was to say that the authors usually control the narrative. So we need to ask ourselves, why are we writing these books? And for whom? And for what purpose? These are the things that we usually do not discuss. I was educated, one of my lecturers at the London School of Economics, where he went, was a woman called Susan Strange. Susan Strange taught me that there are two types of powers: a relational power, a relation that our mother usually says, Zach brings me that bottle or a glass of water. That's a relational power. To get me to do something that I would not voluntarily do or I never thought of doing. But she's got the power to send me there to fetch the water for her to drink. That's a relational power. And there is another type of power, which is structural power. You know, that is a type of power that you use. For instance, you want to send money to America. There is a process which is defined that if you want to send money to America or to Mozambique, you have to go through step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, until the intended person gets the money. So you don't have a power of sending the money directly, but those ones who control the process of the money getting it to its destination, they have defined the ways in which you will be sending. And the money won't get to the destination if they don't follow this process. And that is called structural power. And the structural power is so important. The people that usually, for instance, record what has went on in a meeting, the people who write the reports, the people who write the communiques, the people who record what went on in a meeting, the decisions that were made, the way they write, the choice of words, the choice of ideas. No, the ones that correct, you can't write like this because it will be perceived in this way or in that way. They are very powerful people. When they tell you to become part of that committee, and you think it gives a lot of work, and you tend to negate, you tend to say, no, this is a lot of work. My advice is that don't do that, because it is in the writings of those reports that maybe some decisions are modified. I give you an example of an abstract country that I served in. As you know, I have a career in the United Nations, and I worked, I think, about 8 heads of states that I served in different countries. So I don't remember the name of this country, please.
Okay. I will take that for the time being.
No, I never choose to. It's just I don't remember. I suffer from amnesia. It attacks me. So it was a matter of writing in the Constitution how many terms a president should serve. So this country went through the entire process of approving the Constitution and many ideas, etc., etc. And then it comes to the terms, and the text which was approved by the competent body or competent organ, it said the president cannot be elected twice.
Mm-hmm.
So this other leader, when he wanted to promulgate that and to send to Parliament as a law, just added one letter, the R, saying the president cannot be re-elected twice. That has a strong impact. It's an R, it's just a letter, but it has a really impact because it tells you that you have a right to a third term, because it says that you cannot be re-elected twice, but you can be elected 3 times. It's a sophisticated way. When you are asked to go to these committees, watch your language, read carefully, what is the meaning, and re-examine what you have written. And that is part of the structural power. You don't have a power to amend the Constitution, but because you served as somebody in the Secretariat, you write things in a certain way that have a certain impact, which is not the impact perhaps which was decided or wished by those ones who have introduced that subject to be discussed. So structural power is something that you need to be conscious about. Second, there are things that we know that they haven't. Nyantumbu this morning raised an issue. I don't know whether he's in the room.
No, I think he went out a few minutes ago.
About Samora Machel being understood or being a controversial person or president. And it's important that those issues are raised and that it's important that they are presented, because the reason why we are recording these stories is not to come every day to say, oh, Samora was a great person, but to be able to extract the substance which we believe that it's the most useful one to educate our children and to go back to the thinking of that era. So if he was controversial or understood as a controversial, it should be presented as such. Like, oh, this one should, it looks like he's negating or it annuls what he has stated in a certain forum. So what should we make of it and debate it freely? I think the reason why this symposium is organized is to also have a critical view, a critical looking at the texts, and it's different from a place where we're going just to look for. Somebody was saying this morning to look like a church, but I believe what the most important aspect is that we are teaching our younger generations to have a critical mind and to look into certain behaviors, being them of heads of states, leaders of revolution, leaders of communities, to see this is acceptable. And we have identified quite a lot of things that were very positive about Samora Machel. But it was said that not everything was positive, but we need to look into the context of those things and also analyzing what we believe that it was negative and in which way and what was the context. Without analyzing the context in which certain events have taken place, it's very difficult to say it was a wrong decision or it was not a wrong decision. We need to have a clear picture of what was the context, what was intended, why was not discussed earlier, why was not, why there wasn't a public debate. There are certain reasons maybe that the leaders have not to be completely open on certain things, depending on the times of when they come out. But it's very important that even if they have to start in a very small group, certain issues which we believe that might be controversial, they need to be discussed. Even if they start in a small group, they need to be discussed. Even if it's somebody writing the understanding, for instance, of Patrice or anybody, that this is my view of Samora Machel. We need to find a way of critically examining the opinion of Chris or any other person who presents himself as an author or an expert on Samora Machel as such. So we shouldn't be afraid of putting the truth out there if we know it or as we understand it. Because like I've learned in academic, there's no absolute truth. Some will put a viewpoint thinking that this is the absolute truth, but then somebody else will do a research and find it the opposite. And this is the way that knowledge advances. It's not a monopoly of a certain person. Even if we wish that this character or this individual should be what we have described, but the situation can be completely different if an evidence is presented which proves otherwise. I'm not sure whether I've responded to your question.
Very diplomatically. I will take that for the time being. Zenzele. The generation, when we're talking about liberation movements, and people like Samora, Kwame Nkrumah, and all the leaders that inspired, that generation is aging. Many of us has left. So when you talk about the archives, right? Are we facing a race against time to record that generation that carries our liberation? And then how is that done? Who conducts those conversations? Who opens the doors and who facilitates those conversations? In which language? Right?
Yeah.
In which language? Because for us as Africans, oral history is our essence, right? So how do we go about that in a way that is ours, can be owned by us, and then can be given to the world?
Yeah, I think the issue of racing against time is very important because I'm looking at someone who participated, in the Zimbabwean context, who participated in the, Wangi campaign between MK and Zipra, besides Fuwabu Umsimang, in the late 70s, 80s. And sometimes it gets so scary that the people that I interviewed, if I go on the YouTube channel, which is CITE, CITEZW, you can find some of these interviews. A lot of them have died. And COVID really took a lot of those guys to the extent that you would interview someone today, 2 weeks after playing their interview, they die. And you get people saying, why are people dying after you interview them? Is the state going after the people that you have interviewed? So then the other guys would then say, I'm not coming to your interview because if you interview me, I will die. So it then creates fear that probably the state is going after those people that you're interviewing and killing them. But it's age. These are guys who, if someone trained in 1969, and they came back and they had all the, most of these guys were, the story that they don't tell is how they were, for those who were captured, arrested, how they were actually tortured by the colonial regime and how that affected them. And sadly, one of the difficult stories on how you tell the story is how the comrades, when they also won independence, actually went after their own comrades. In a situation like Zimbabwe, where ZANU won and went after the Zipras, and actually there was a genocide in Zimbabwe between 1983 and 1987, which we call the Kukuraundi genocide. And these are the guys who had fought alongside. But then what is also funny then is that when there's the 2000, the land reform and all those kind of things, after there's a unity accord, the Zipras who were victims also go on and brutalize their own supporters now this time around. So a perpetrator at one point is a victim at another point. And the question is, how do you tell this story? I'm sitting with a war veteran. He has a illustrious career, fighting the colonialists. And in 2000, he killed an opposition supporter. Yes. How do I still don't have an answer to that. So these are the challenges that we find that when we tell the stories. Because sometimes, most of the times, how I get to meet people is that we write an article that we are documenting the history of the liberation struggle, and then someone says, my father was a war vet, my father was in Zipra, my father was in MK and all that. Then you go and talk to them. So when you are researching, you discover certain things. But while you might jump that question, here is a funny story. So I interview someone who's in Zipra. Then he says, I went to a certain village. We were nearly killed by the Rhodesians because Ubabundlov was a sellout. He actually, when you're at such a place, the third homestead on the left, there's a Ndlovu guy there. He sold us to the Rhodesians. Meanwhile, the Ndlovu guy is still alive. His kids are on YouTube. They really love the program. And they watch the program and they hear that their father was a sellout. I've had a number of incidents where the kids call me and say, was my father a sellout? And I said, no, but your guest said that. So do I go to Mr. Ndlovu and say, were you a sellout? So that's how complicated the history is. But also when it comes to, so most of the times is that when I talk to one person, they will lead me to the other. I was with so and so. Are they still alive? Yes. Okay, can I talk to them? Then you are connected to all these people. The language, I found that while we try to do these interviews in English, most of the times there are certain things that we cannot find. I was doing an interview last week, and then someone says, such a second lapana kwafika idlozi. Idlozi lakhuluma la. So how do I say idlozi ngesikhiwa? When I'm translating idlozi yini ngesilungu. So but now when say then the ancestors arrived. How many were they? Are they? Is it I, or is the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit? So So it changes context when you are now trying to translate. So half the time we would do the language, the interviews, whether it's in English or it's in Ndebele, if they're comfortable in Ndebele, or in Shona. But then we are also living in the age of likes and views. You know, I come from the minority in Ndebele. There are less than 2 million in Zimbabwe, probably. So if the interview is only for 2 million people in those, how many have access? But we also want to be, if we're saying it's the Zipra Liberation Archives or the Southern Liberation Archives, we want the story to be watched in Guinea-Bissau, in Namibia, in Mozambique. So it has to be in English, and we have to translate. And if my guys or someone who thinks they're so tired, sometimes I think they use ChatGPT to translate. And then you are saying what the person is saying, and the translation is saying, there's something wrong here. So this is where I think, while we are talking about archiving, we should also be talking about the tools that we use to archive, to translate, so that we don't lose the information in transcribing. Yeah.
Can I?
You went, yes, please go ahead.
No, I think that is one of the challenges. What language is it? Because in our case, you can, of course, use the Portuguese, and then they will tell you the story in the Portuguese that they understand, the level of Portuguese that they have. But most of them, for instance, they don't have a command of that language to tell the story properly. And you're going to interview them, you miss a lot because they can't tell you the real substance. They can't tell you everything that they know about that subject because there's a difficulty in a communication. How do you record that story? That is one issue. But you have another issue as well, which is, you know, if you are going to interview somebody who is supposed, like for instance, in Mozambique, you would go and find out a story from a comrade who has not been given a permission to speak on behalf of the party. Or he would say, I don't know. He would recommend to his superior first, go and speak with so and so. No, I want to speak to you, but okay, have you spoken to? So he started filtering the story, what he can tell you and what he can't tell you. What he's got the authorization to tell you, what he can, you know, what he's able to say and what he is not able to say. So there are those stories, but there is another story also, for instance, when we're talking about Samora, the critical view, are we presenting Samora in the context in which he operated? Number one, the context of a newly won independence, where you need to create a state from the beginning. Number two, a context of the Cold War, in which never wanted any revolution to succeed. Number three, the differences within his own party. You know, there's a tendency, there are people who wanted one point of view to be reflected as the view of the party or the view of Mozambique, and the others who had a completely different view and a completely different intention. What do you make? How do you record? And to avoid situations such as I'm I'm also Zimbabwean, and in many ways. I can't tell you which ones, but I'm also Zimbabwean in many ways. There are certain situations which are not very easy to report, or, if you report them in a certain way, you are either part of this faction, you want to turn this faction against the other faction. So what is it that you have decided to do? It's very difficult. What is it that you decide to do or to conduct this interview? This is why I would suggest that in going forward, one needs to have an agreement or to develop, for instance, a kind of a questionnaire saying that these are the things that interest us to know, that we are interested to know. You can follow this questionnaire, but if there is something else that needs to be added, I mean, the person is free to add that story, but the way you proceed without endangering the lives of those who believe that if they said something, it might endanger their life. It's a very delicate issue. So it's very easy to, record and to document information or things about the people who are not with us. But those ones who are still around, it was yesterday, they might think that you have a political project for them or against them, which endangers also the project. So in really thinking, how do you record these stories? How do you record the information? I think you need another seminar to decide what to ask and how to go about this. You can't just go to a place and say, well, this is what I wish to do in Southern Africa, because some of the records that I've done, Ashim Bitter, for instance, who was the head of the Liberation Committee of the OAU, he started a project and writing about the liberation movement, and there are, I think, 2 or 3 volumes. But you don't find much of a critical view of the liberation movement. It's more of the epic story that is being told. Certain things that we have questions about, and we don't feel comfortable in talking about them now. They are not there, but they need to be there somehow. So the challenge that we are facing is how to record that as part of our history, but without endangering the lives of some who may think that they have been sold by your interview, or by my own interview, or because they have spoken so much, but too much. They have said things that they have not been authorized to talk about.
So you sit with interviews where people say, "Play this when I'm dead."
Yes.
And we have lots of those.
Yes. I think that's a challenge that I would like to leave to the scholars when we open up, is how do we record and collect our histories in a way that really does not put some of the people's lives in danger. But I need to be closing and giving open the floor. But I wanted to ask you, Zenzele, something very interesting, because now we are in the age of AI, right? So our archives are hosted, they're indexed, They are technologically controlled by institutions, right? But we need to raise questions around African-owned digital repositories, our data sovereignty, and long-term preservation, cybersecurity, AI and access. You mentioned something very interesting. Part of our history in resistance and so on, yes, will involve amadloos. How do we capture that data? How do we technologically then say, Ngungunyana was visited, as you said, and Ngungunyana was visited by the ancestors and got the vision.
Yeah.
How do we put that in AI right now, in the way AI is coded? So what happens when AI systems learn African liberation history? That's the question, predominantly from colonial and Western archives, because African sources have not yet been digitized.
You know, in my other life, I train media organizations on how to use artificial intelligence. I can claim I'm an expert in that. But I get worried now that when I go to my ChatGPT and I say Zipra, and it will say, what do you want to do? A script, a tweet, whatever. Because I talk to AI a lot. When I go to a war veteran and he says things that I don't understand, when I'm going home, I'm complaining. No, this guy was lying. There were 5 planes that were deployed, and he says it downed 7. So where did the other 2 come from? And over the weekend, I'll go back and say, so how was my week? And AI say, you were frustrated by so and so because of their plain story. In the next interview, please be careful about people who talk about downing planes in Zambia and ABC, because I'm better off talking to AI than human beings. But the challenge now when it comes to technology is that in church we talk about testimonies. You know, I have a living testimony that in April, between March and April, we actually lost our YouTube channel to hackers. So our YouTube channel by then had about 4,300 interviews, 7.1 million views, and those were gone. We prayed, we fasted, we did everything. And so until I went on LinkedIn and started ranting about big tech and how colonial they were, and after that rant, YouTube called me. They sent a message and said, what's your story? You're talking bad about us. And it took YouTube to actually get the channel back for us from the hackers, because the hackers had taken they had taken the channel, changed the administrators, and we had lost all that. So I had a Damascus moment at that particular time, because I realized that I was just flesh and blood and nothing else. Because I then said, so why keep all these documents and all this information on a platform that we don't control? But because I work with young people as well who are more technologically savvy than me, they cheat me and tell me, let's record in 4K. And then when we have recorded in 4K, we discover that one interview is 10 gig or 15 gig, and we're doing 7 interviews a day. How many hard drives can we have for these interviews? And if 100 gig on now Google has increased their price for a 100 gig. I think it's now $4. And on top of that, in Zimbabwe, you have digital tax. So if I pay $4 using my credit card, the government of Zimbabwe charges me a 15% because I used my credit card to pay. So the other question is, how do we store that information? And like you said, in what language? Because there should be notes somewhere that this is Mr. Zikali. He was in Zipra in this, because also at some point I won't be there. And if I get a new job or become the president, I won't be doing the archives, you see. I want those archives not to be there. And someone would then have to follow on those archives to understand what was going on. We get people who dump archives on us sometimes, somewhere, government officials, wherever. They'll say, hold here, you use it some other day. And you find that there are pictures without, any description. Who was this? What was the occasion? And all that. So the issue of technology and the African technology for that matter. I think when we are talking about archiving now, we should be saying, where do we keep? Because my other fear is that probably Google is using my 20 terabyte of data to teach their AI without my permission. You know, so while they are making deals with the London newspapers or the American newspapers to have a share of the data, our data is being used for free. Because they think that, and we were black, so it don't matter, whatever the case. So we are not making money out of, and right now our AdSense account was blocked. So people are watching and we're not getting money from the YouTube because it was blocked, I don't know, for whatever reason. So there are all these challenges and we need big tech. I heard guys were doing astrophysics here. We need people who can actually have African technologies that will help us in documentation. Yeah.
I wanted to open to the floor with one question. How we as Africans preserve Samora Machel? How should we? And with what kind of responsibility do we do that? Because we as young people have the tendency, we listened. Yes, we have to criticize, we have to do that, but then how do we do that in a way that is respectful to our history, to our futures, and to whom we want to transmit that to the future? Just don't answer that question now, but let's think about it and then in the conversation. Please go ahead. The first one to the door first. Yes. Oh, okay. One, two, three.
Hi, everyone again. I would like to try to now not give a provocative or a question, but trying to give an answer for one of the question regarding to AI, and I will also concluding with your last question, how to preserve. So first, now I will say that this responsibility is our as young people, because we have been trained a lot in programming and AI, and we have skills on that. And one thing I would say is like computers are full. Computers don't know nothing. We need to teach them or train them. So I don't know the name of the first panel speaker. Zenzel was saying that he also do some AI stuff. So I think you will agree with me that we train computers and we give data so it can recognize. So if we go now to computer and we ask, and to ChatGPT or other AI and ask who was Ngungunyani, we might not find the right answer. But we need to train them so we can use them. So what I'm suggesting, like we have to, as Africans and young people, we have to move from users to programming. So we need to I heard other people saying that the AI will take our jobs. No, AIs will make more jobs. So even before the how can I say, Revolution Industrial, I don't know how to say this, Industrial Revolution. A lot of people think that the internet or these machines will take our jobs, but it's what gives more jobs today. So what I'm saying is like, we just need to, again, give space to the young people, and you with these all informations, and again, we work together and we solve this problem. And if we use AI correctly, we will preserve correctly all this information of Samora Machel. Thank you.
The gentleman, yes, and then I'm going to the top.
Thank you very much. My intervention might come across as a bit tangential, but it is not. I actually feel it is central to what I would like to call the elephant in the room. Political scientists will help me in terms of their expertise. I am coming from, my brother there has reminisced on challenges affecting his tribe as one of, the minorities in Zimbabwe. And what actually aggravates that existential reality is what political scientists have given us the apparatus to think along the lines in order to salvage the problem. It is the problem of the unconditional classical model of state sovereignty, which reproduces colonial problems in terms of what Achille Mbembe calls the post-colony. So Jacques Derrida speaks also in terms of what he critiques as the logocentrism. The kind of politics we articulate, the kind of politics that we practice as a nation-state project, it is foreign, it is not ours. And it perpetuates our challenges, even in terms of solving the very African problems that we have, even in recent weeks or recent months. How do we approach those problems? So I don't want to keep saying, but I'm sure political scientists have captured the essence of what I'm trying to, where I'm trying to arrive at.
Yeah. Sorry, it was the top on that side. Yes, yes, you.
Thank you. My name's Aletsko and I teach documentary filmmaking here at Rhodes University, but I'm also a board member of the Documentary Film Association, which is an association of more than 200 documentary filmmakers in South Africa. Many of them have a strong activist mentality and want to tell the story of the history of our country. We are really struggling. If you get material from the SABC, normally a budget for documentary film these days about 200, 300,000 is what you're lucky to get. 1 minute from SABC archive, 80,000 rand. Filmmakers working in it, if you work with international material. Someone has just let me know a new film on Amilcar Cabral has, they've charged them 60,000 rand for 1 second. Oh. Then I've just heard also from a filmmaker, Khalid Shamis, one of our top editors. He has actually been working on a film on Samora Machel. That project has been shut down because of archive issues. We really need to come together to find a way to tackle this way where these multinational corporations are gobbling up our ability to tell our own stories. And I think we need to find a way. People can say, we can use AI. Maybe you can take a photograph of Samora Machel and animate it through AI, but it is not the same. It is a kind of imagination. It is a way to tell a story, but just a story of the imagination. Really, and that's the problem with a kind of AI archive, is that it's polluting the actual real archive. People are struggling to tell what is real and what is AI generated. So we need a way to preserve that difference, where we can have in a kind of like a recognize this is actual history and this is imagination, this is fiction. So that's really why it's important to have kind of archival projects. We can't just rely on YouTube and think that it's going to be real or whatever. The other issue is that in some ways we do have an archive which we've kind of neglected, and that is our old people who are dying off every day.
And I think, something that we can do as, universities is really to restart massive oral history projects again. Many of the young people that you see here today are in our journalism and media studies classes. I'm sure, other departments are also, doing those kind of projects. And, it would be wonderful if we could start off a project to capture these archives before it's too late, but also to come together. So my question to you is, what are your organizations doing to challenge these people who are, just accumulating African archives? And would you be willing to stand with documentary filmmakers to take them on? Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Ntati Simon, please.
Hey, after hearing what happens to the people he interviews, I'm not sure that
You are not being interviewed.
that I'm going to give him an interview. No, on a serious note, two things. One is Zenze, is the name, did approach me about a historical thing where I was and where information may be missing because people are not there. And really, time permitting, I was going to give him that interview. But the second point is that it is a historical fact. Whatever I say, regardless of what happens with the politics there, as pointed out in a sophisticated way, it's a record that happened. If I give that interview, if I give him that information, regardless of what's happening in that country, it's the truth. So we're getting into issues now that are happening in countries about colonialism and so on. Yeah, thank you.
There was a lady here. Yes, please. I'll come to you. I'll come to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kiri Delport, and I'm doing my honors in sociology at the University of the Western Cape. This was a very interesting discussion for me because I'm very interested in AI and especially how it can breathe life into the African languages. During the symposium, we've been discussing with the students, and a lot of the time ChatGPT came up, but no one ever speaks about the African AI that we have in Cuba, LM, which focuses on African languages. So I would like to encourage students to maybe use that and not simply be consumers of Western AI, because we have the stuff right here. And I think a way to also encourage this would be for universities to focus on programs that teach students beneficial ways of using the technology that we have today at hand. Thank you.
Let me just come to you and then give a chance for the speakers, and then I'll open again.
Thank you. My name is Nangamso Gumbe. Thank you for this panel. I think it's very important at this time. I'd like to begin with a quote by archivist and scholar Saidiya Hartman. She says, "Every generation confronts the task of choosing its past. Inheritances are chosen as much as they are passed on." And that is to say that what matters to us in the present is often, what matters to us about the past often has to do with what we're grappling with in the present. And I think that we're finding that the tools that we are using to archive, to record, are not serving us because they've been inherited through colonial methodologies. And so there are a lot of scholars, such as, Saidiya Hartman, Uhuru Parafala, who are writing about things such as the matriarchive. What does that look like? What does Umakulu, the grandmother, Ubabalo Amakokana speaks about the grandmother as an archive, and that is not to objectify her and to say that, you know, her and her body, but, you know, the fact that she is an elder and she carries the stories of so many people. So I think it's important for us to look at the methodologies, the tools, as I believe you were saying during the panel, that the tools that we are using to record need to serve us. And then I will also attempt to answer your question, Zina, about how do we record without putting people's lives in danger? So there is a way in which we are able to embargo records, right? So there is a legal agreement where you can say this record or this recording can only be released in the next 20 years or in the next 30 years. And that is a form of, I would like to call ancestral consent, where the two people that are involved in that project have made an agreement, and it is the responsibility of the person who is recording and those who come after them to make sure that that is upheld. Because we're finding a lot that we are exposed to the stories and the intimacies of people's lives that never consented for us to have it in the public record, right? Letters, you know, things between husband and wife, father and son, things that we as archivists have the responsibility to make sure that there is consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Zenzele, will you answer some?
Yeah, I think I agree with you that while we are telling the African story, we and archiving what our you know, fathers and grandfathers did, I think we should be careful of stereotyping. You know, some of the things that happened were ugly, and some of them were very ugly. And the question is, do we want to package them as they are? Maybe we're better off some things not knowing them, you know, because then what picture are we putting of the same liberation struggle that we are celebrating? And I find that the reason why we have started the Southern Liberation Archive is the history that most of the speakers that came here say, you know, I went to Swaziland. From Swaziland, I went to Lesotho. Then I was in Maputo. Then I went to school in Zimbabwe. Then I went to Botswana. Our history is so interconnected. And each time you were saying that, I was saying, where is Jacinta? You know, is she hearing? You should have invited here to come and hear about these stories, because our stories are so connected. And I'm sure there is someone here whose grandfather or grandmother has a picture in Zambia with a Zimbabwean and a Mozambican. And those are the stories that brings us closer to each other. And this is, for me, why we are really going out for this, you know, the Southern Africa Liberation Archive. And you can come here and scan to join. The initial one is a membership, but if you don't want to be what you call it, the founding member, you just join in to get a newsletter. And every month you get a newsletter, and the first newsletter comes in next week. So I believe that we need to tell our African story, just like we were so much bombarded by the French Revolution and Napoleon Bonaparte, and we up to now we know Louis, whatever, and Maria, and many pairs of stilettos, and we know about Mussolini. And so why can't people know about Uchaka, Umzilikazi, Ulopengula, Makhanda? You know, why can't they know about Oliver Tambo? You know, why can't they know about Samora Machel? Why can't every preschool sing a Luta Continua? And we are still singing whatever, you know, songs that we sing in the liberation songs should be sung in our kindergartens, so that our kids grow up singing or whatever songs that they sing.
No, I agree with I think the other thing that we perhaps need to have time and the courage and opportunity to do is to invite some of these leaders or veterans to podcasts and find a theme and writing also a newsletter, inviting them to the radio for specific programs. The question is that I'm not sure how many community radios on whether organizations such as that would have a specific radio, a channel in which it can be transmitting, because those discussions, they serve a purpose. If the discussion is taking place now in a radio, it can also mobilize, instead of just archiving, it can mobilize the people might be tuned to be listening to those stories in real time, and perhaps that might trigger or inspire other research to take place. So we shouldn't think only about archiving, but it's how do we utilize almost immediately some of the information that we collect. I think this would be important.
Given that the scripts for these podcasts, for these interviews that you are talking about, are not scripted before, because at times the challenges and becomes then the elephants in the room is you invite Ntate Simang and say, let's talk about it. And he says, but don't ask about this. I will not answer about that. And so he says parts of certain issues should not be touched on. And so our stories then become repetitive and selective, and kind of prescribed in the way that they are.
Yeah, I think there are two things. One is continuing with the research and knowing who are the people that we should interview. The other thing is, you know that Simang, he knows a certain issue that you are interested about, but you don't have full details. And you are going to check with him, either in an oral interview or directly in a podcast discussion. And so he would say whatever he wants to say or what he's able to say. And whatever he says might inspire a researcher or somebody who's pursuing the subject of being researched to continue with that research or to ask somebody else. It's like we shouldn't lose the perspective that the history of a nation is written by so many people. I don't think that the same way that the Bible has been written, you know, and it's an account of a different people, different apostles and other people who participated either in the New Testament or in the Old Testament. It was not written by one person. So if we want it to last, really we need to open this possibility of having a larger contribution. And some people will be critical and the others will not be critical, but we will have an idea of really what happened, because the spectrum of the participation is very large as such. Yeah, you see, he doesn't edit.
He doesn't edit anything. I wanted to open again to the floor.
This general.
As we are about to. Please go ahead.
I just want to ask Josina a question about how we preserve Samora Machel ideas. And unfortunately, Nyantumbu is not here because he raised this question before. But I think that the problem that Zanzele is having with his broadcast, we, the historian, are also having the same, because we have to interview people and they choose what they want to tell us, and they hide what they don't want to tell us. So for me, the best way of addressing this issue is like a deliberations leadership that are ruling the country today has to let us talk about the mistakes, has to let us talk about the decision that were made that didn't went well, so that when we continue the struggling, we learn from this mistake and try to take another way, not the way that they took that went wrong. They have to stop perpetuating what the Mozambican scholar call the liberation script, or the Zimbabwean call the patriotic history. We have to go further and talk about what went wrong, because sometimes when we hide something, it seems bigger than what is in reality. They were talking about Samora Machel sending people to re-education camps. We have to talk about this. Did he do that? If he did that, it means that he believed in something that we need to discuss. He's believing in that he did send his own daughter to that re-education camps. No one knows about that.
Yeah.
No one talks about that. It's because he believed in it. So what went wrong with these camps? We need to talk about these ghosts that are being hidden. I don't know with what proposes, but we need that. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I please have Peter? Microphone here.
I'm wondering whether there's not a way that we can link the archiving with current activism, and also in that way link the different generations. I think, Lula, you said this morning, you spoke about discipline, about making the bed before you leave. I remember when I, in 1985, spoke to Curtis Nkondo. He said, discipline is when you set the alarm for 5 o'clock and it goes off. It's about getting up at 5 o'clock when the alarm goes off. So I think this maybe if we can have one of the advantages I felt that I had that almost gave me that motivation to continue was conversation with elders who already lived a life. And I had the option to select them. So I purposefully did not select priests in my local church, even though they were elders, because there was a chance they would sell me out to the security police. But there were other elders based on the lives they've lived and the sacrifices they've made. I knew I could go sit with them and I could learn from them. And those were for me valuable lessons that when I'm looking back, I'm saying the life that I lived is because those elders crossed my path. So maybe my messaging or my recommendation is, especially in this age of AI and likes. So let's take the book that many of you got, my book today. You should not like me. You should not like my book, because I could have lied. It's your duty to first go and find out, who is this Peter? What life did he live? Can I trust him before I go sit down and take his advice? And don't underestimate the need for you to do that. I think the more and more technology changes, the more difficult it will become for you to select the correct people to guide you. So maybe the thing I'm thinking about now is if we can combine the oral histories where young people go sit down with elders and they record those histories. It should not be, the purpose should not be to archive. The purpose should be, I want to become and remain an activist for the rest of my life. I'm going to use this opportunity now to also learn. And once I've done the archiving project, I'm going to become a revolutionary. I think that's what we maybe need to try to do as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mudiwa Gavaza here. I'm with ACMI. I am a big advocate of podcasting as a medium. And I thought I would just lend some insight from a practical point of view. I myself, I've hosted over 800 podcasts of my own, and I've helped to produce at least 400 for, various organizations. We've gone around Africa, documenting various philanthropies for the better part of the last 4 years. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the most interesting requests I've started receiving in the last couple of years, to Peter's point earlier on, is that combination of technologies like podcasting with our oral traditions as Africans, where there are a couple of families that will inquire to say, hey, can you please come to our house and help us to create, we just want to do a podcast series internally for the family. And I think it helps to address a number of issues that have been brought up today, where if a grandfather, grandmother, a mother, father is telling a story to their kids or to their grandkids, you'll find there's a little bit more comfort in terms of disclosing, certain stories, certain things that have happened, because it's considered a safe space. Right? Yeah. And the most interesting thing about some of these projects is that there's a generation, my generation is realizing that their parents are getting older, their grandparents are getting older. How do we document some of their stories, right? Because in a forum like this, we're looking at things from above at a macro level. But I think we can look at it from a micro level and then feed into the macro. Because these projects are internal. People are using platforms like YouTube where they will upload all of these videos. They are private links that are only shared amongst the family, so it's not for public distribution, because it's just as a way for a family to archive what's happening in the family. Down the line, there can be a discussion about whether or not some of those stories can then be released to the public, maybe contribute to some of the archiving efforts that are being spoken about here. So it's just an encouragement that in each one of our families, households, and family structures, there's an opportunity to start some of that work there, right? I primarily work in video, but things like audio, you can be very practical. Take your phone out, have a conversation with one of your elders, simply record it. We all have phones in our pockets. Audio files are actually quite small. You can record an hour and it's less than 100 megabytes. Many of you have iPhones that are at least 256 gigabytes rather. So you can use some of those opportunities, as a way to start doing this work now. And then, like I said, then help to contribute later on. But at the very least, we're able to protect and keep records of some of those stories that would otherwise have fallen away or become forgotten. You're able to actually use some of this technology to actually document what's happening in your own family. And over time, that can help you to, then come together for a bigger archiving project.
The general in the room.
There's something that is bothering me. We're talking about archiving, and we all know that there's a gap in the history of our countries. For instance, I know that there is a Josina Machel Day, but what do we do on that day?
Nah.
Or we invite those who are not there and start talking about who's Josina Machel, about who's Samora Machel. Because we might create an interest from these young ones to then go to these libraries and archives and go and read. But if it's just to put on the kaplanish and with the head of Josina and move around in Maputo, or we make dukes and move around, we love kaplanish, we Mozambicans. And we look forward to the new design of that kaplani. South Africa. Why is that? When we talk about the role of women in South Africa, up till today, it's about that debrain woman. I have nothing against her, but after 1956, a lot happened. Have we ever been invited to these rallies and narrate to the people of South Africa what happened and who we are and what are the lessons that our youth can learn from us? This country, it's not one liberation movement that was there. But come Women's Day, we see the green and black uniform. And then some of us, we tend to join the Boers and pry in our yards because we don't matter. It's very sad. I remember in Zimbabwe during the early days of Chimurenga, women were recognized. We had a lot of amputants in Zimbabwe. People in wheelchairs, they were really, hurt during the war. And these people were paraded. And people of Zimbabwe, even if they didn't go to the struggle, they knew what happened during the struggle. I'm not sure if it's being done. Let's organize ourselves. We need lectures. These kids, they got what they got here now. And I want to believe that some of them, it was the first time. They didn't even know that some of the things exist. So what are we archiving if we don't give recognition to the people who played the role for this country to be like this? It's not a question, it's a comment, and it's something that we can think about.
Mama? I'm sorry, perhaps I'm going to divert a little bit the conversation, but I think we all are looking for a way of knowing as much as possible about our history. And as history, it has, many facets. And someone was saying it, one single story. There are many stories about this, many times about the same issue. There are very different facets of it. Perhaps what we need to be talking about is not only for archive. It is to try to collect different facets of the same issue, so that in future, historians we'll have to confront these different facets and say, when 10 facets have been told, what seems to be exactly, of consensus about this issue is this. Because not all of us will say something which you can consider history. You consider part of it. So this I wanted to say that perhaps because the language is archiving, what we are trying to say is to collect, to record, and just to keep as much as possible, different facets of the same kind of issue. And as you were saying, time is against us, as we were saying. It is true. Many of the people I have known, people who have trained me in the camp, they were much younger than me, but they are no longer there. And they are not going to tell this story. So I wanted to make this point. The other point which I would like to make, because just for the benefit of those who are in this room, who have heard for the first time how controversial Samora Machel was. I have to tell you what I think. Every single person who are in a very top and visible space has 10, 20 ways in which you can analyze who he is. There's no one single story. You heard me saying this morning that, Madiba and Samora, they are far from being perfect. So we need to accept that these people are human beings, and we take the symbolism, if perhaps, I don't know what it is the language. We take from them the symbolism of what they represent in what can be considered the human contribution. I'm saying human contribution. They are human. So their human contribution can be resumed in two, three aspects. But we know there are other 10 aspects which perhaps are not of interest for history. You see what I'm trying to say? So the problem we have is that whatever you like or not, in every season, we need symbols. We need them. There's no way you are going to make history without symbols. So let's say these are the symbols. These are the things which we would like to have as a reference for us to go forward as society. But we know that there are many other things, because they are human beings, which do not represent a symbol, but they are part of their as a human beings. Let me come back, because this is for us Mozambicans in particular, but for young people, all of you. You heard this thing of Samora Machel send people to camps, to re-education camps, and the people were killed. Samora Machel believed in what he called, and they called as a leadership, re-education. That a certain person can make mistake, but this person can be re-educated, can be transformed, if you like. Can be transformed. So let's remove this person for a certain period, go to a camp, and this camp is to re-educate him. It is not to send him to a camp to die, as it was suggested here. But yes, of course, there are certain people who did not come back. But there are millions of them also who, hundreds of thousands, who came back. Having said that, I want you to know that Samora Machel, one, he sent 3 of his children, his own children, to these re-education camps. He didn't send people of the country alone. He believed that his own children when they commit certain mistakes, they should go through this process. And they did go. More than this, he had also 3 of his brothers. 2 brothers, no, it was 2 brothers and 1 sister. So 2 brothers from his own mother and another sister from his father and another mother. So his family, I'm saying, I just want you to know that this re-education thing, it was not only for the people of of Mozambique. His own children, his own brothers and sisters, they went through that process. And the idea has never been that they should go, they should be killed. I think that story of those who have been killed, it has to be discussed with level-headed. I know what it is, but we can't be discussing here because it's for you to know. But I just want you not to go and say, oh, we say Samora Machel was this and that, but he was a criminal who sent people to, but no. I'm sorry to say, because it's my husband, you think it's because of that. But no. He really believed on this, and he was not selective. Certain people, when you pisar o risco, how do you say this in English?
Cross the line.
When you cross the line, you are his family. Samora made lots of enemies because of his colleagues, people he had come with from the struggle. They crossed the line because, as he would say, we came to cities and now we were taken by sweet stuff. And we take this sweet, we forgot, the values of the struggle. He sent some of his colleagues also to re-education camps. It is a way he believed that when you cross this line, you have to be able to give a chance to change and to transform you. Is this wrong? Yeah, but I'm trying to say, is this wrong? Yes, perhaps it is. But I just want to say it was his philosophy. It is the way he saw that you can make a mistake, but you are not supposed to be in that mistake for the rest of your life. You should be given a chance. And the reason why I asked to say this is, I'm going back to my first thing. He will never have one version of Samora. Madiba also, there is no one version of Madiba. They have hundreds of mistakes. They have millions of mistakes they have made in their life. But what we cannot take away from them is certain things we want to use as a symbol, as a reference of the best kind of things they have done in history, which has benefited our societies and our nations, and we want to keep that. That's what I'm trying to say. And it will happen with anyone else, because we are human. There's no case in which you are going to find someone who only have a one facet, a one clean, without each one of us. But the more you are in top there, you are in the limelight of everybody, of all the millions. Why me, Grassa? I'm sitting here. I can have the same or even more kind of mistakes, but I'm in a lower level. So I'm not exposed as they are. And that's also the kind of thing we should consider. But I wanted to you young people to know this thing of re-education. Yes, he did, but he did it for his own children and his own brothers. It was not like it was. This is one. The second, it was read this thing of symbol. Symbols will always exist. And symbols, we need them. But symbols don't mean that they are perfect. No. We take the best of them, the best of they, contribution to serve to generations as an example, but example of human beings. And being human beings, they will never be perfect.
I think we really at the end of our conversation in these days. It's already 5:30. And so I wanted to give an opportunity for Zenzele and Zach, please, to give our closing points to this, giving all the issues that were raised, and thinking most importantly as what has been said, that perhaps archiving shouldn't be the purpose of what we do. There are no single stories, and archiving shouldn't be the purpose. The purpose should be around telling our stories, telling the various stories with the different facets, aiming at looking at our stories as an act of sovereignty, our history being an act of sovereignty, and above everything, an act of decolonization, because we then stop the hunter and we start telling the story of the lion, the different lions.
Yeah, I think because of time, I would just say, I think we need to tell our stories. That is very important. And Luta Continua.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think the issue of a content is important, but the context is as well of our history. I think most of our independences, they followed after Ghana's independence, 1956, where the mode was seek ye your political kingdom and the rest will follow. And everybody started focusing on a political independence because the rest would follow. The question that is to be asked now, and perhaps in the following years, is why the rest did not follow. What happened? Did we have a strategy for the rest to flow? Did we have to invent a new strategy? In what conditions? What were the impediments, the obstacles that we needed to overcome? Did we create conditions to overcome all these obstacles? I mean, our usual suspects, enemies in the Cold War, the context, did we have resources to become what we wanted to become? We depended very much on aid, which we needed to beg. If it did not satisfy the person that needed to provide that aid, things would not come. We need to reinvent ourselves. Did we have the tools to reinvent ourselves? Were sufficient? I think that is the kind of research, and where the Samoras, where the Mandelas, where the leadership, the Nyareres fit in all this. That is the context. The context is that, yes, we were focusing on political kingdom because we thought that the political kingdom will create conditions for us to move forward quickly without our decisions being impeded by anybody. But did we have conditions? Did we have resources? Was the environment conducive? Was the environment accepting what we were deciding that we should become? And those are the questions that should be recorded in our history. We should discuss those issues and say, well, these are not going to be answered by people who are not part of us because they don't have the same feelings as we have. They didn't live the same conditions in which we were. So I think those are the challenges that we are facing. Can we refence that space and really start asking real questions about ourselves and not being afraid of providing wrong answers, because there are no wrong answers. There are answers to the challenges that we were facing at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody for having been here, for the tears, the laughters, the songs, the truths, and just allow environments so that the whole truths can be told in safe spaces, as it was mentioned, and in the ways that honor ourselves. The ultimate question for us as organizers and the family, the friends, and all of us who are here is looking at it and saying, a luta continua. A luta continua. My question then goes back to Samora. Individually, what will your life mean, and what does a luta continua mean for you? And then, as Africans, as one identity, respecting who we are, who we have been, who we are, and we want to be, we all then say in unison, a luta continua.
A luta continua.
A luta continua.
A luta continua.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I am here with my colleagues who have been in the background for the past couple of days doing a lot of important work. They're here behind me. They would like to stay in the background. We are here today merely to support the Youth Declaration. We are not here to declare it. I'm sure they are tired of hearing from us, but we are here to support them today. To give a brief context to everyone on what is this declaration. So part of the task that we had and the journey we took as of Sunday morning with the young people who are here with us, there were 56 delegates, as I shared, was working on what do we as young people commit ourselves to doing, not just here at the forum itself, but in our various spaces when we leave, in the small ways that we can, as Mapule 2026 stated, how can we push the boat in our various ways? So what we're sharing here today and what will be shared here today by our various young people and representatives from different spaces is what we as young people, I'm only 30, so I'm still young, what we are committing to as young people before you today, but also to each other and to the various spaces that we come from. So I'm going to ask, we've rehearsed, I'm going to ask each person, before you speak, who are you, name, and where you're from, and then push the boat, take it forward. It's all up to you guys now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia, and I'm from Zimbabwe. The Makhanda Youth Declaration on Decolonial Futures. We, young delegates from Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa's Eastern and Western Cape, met in Makhanda on 16 August 2026, standing in the words of Samora Machel, first president of Mozambique, that justice for all and equal opportunity is the goal. And honoring the unfinished work of those who came before us, we set out below what meaningful liberation, memory, and futures must mean for young Africans today. Luta Continua, the struggle continues. Number 1, youth as Pan-African architects. Youth are the architects, not passive beneficiaries of Africa's liberation futures, and must be welcomed as genuine partners with a real power sharing, not tokens, at every level of decision making.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kaya Chukua, and I am from South Africa, but I am an immigrant from Zimbabwe, but I've been here since I was 4. So we have also committed ourselves to point number 2, liberation as an ongoing struggle. Liberation is an unfinished, ongoing struggle, and political freedom without economic, social, and spatial transformation is a hollow independence.
Molweni, I'm a postgraduate student in the sociology department here at Rhodes University. Point 3 is economic sovereignty and self-reliance. Economic liberation must be rooted in African philosophies of self-reliance, Ujamaa, and Ubuntu, uniting youth and nations against neo-colonialism, imperialism, and elite self-enrichment.
Greetings to all. Habari. My name is Auson Zefrin Kabakama from the University of Dar es Salaam, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Professorial Chair of Pan-African Studies. The fourth point is sovereignty over natural resources and minerals. Africa must reclaim the value of its own minerals and resources through transparency, accountable stewardship, with the value defined on African terms, not Western capitals. Asante.
Good afternoon. My name is Nkosana Tamsanga Mlalazi from Zimbabwe. And the fifth point is fair taxation and accountability. We demand fair taxation of extractive industries and tech giants with at least 20% directed to youth development and real accountability beyond commissions of inquiry with no consequences. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Modiba from JMS Department, Rhodes University. The sixth point, digital activism and African-centered AI. Universal safe internet access and African-led. African-centered AI must resist algorithm, injustice, and digital. Hey, some words need medical aid when you're about to pronounce them, hey? Authoritarianism, you see? While turning online activism into tangible offline change. Thank you.
Molweni, my name is Avile Nobaza, and this is point 7 of the declaration. Multilingual liberation and knowledge. African languages and indigenous knowledge must be further re-intellectualized and embedded in education, media, and technology as legitimate living carriers of historical injustice. Ngos.
Molweni. Bon dia, boa tarde. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armando Nyantumbo. I am from Mozambique. I am a PhD student in journalism and media studies here at Rhodes University. My role is really simple. It's really easy. It's just to hand over the microphone to my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mapule Smos, and I'm a South African American student studying at the University of the Western Cape, doing my Bachelor of Arts third year, majoring in psychology, geography, and linguistics, and I will be reading number 8 of the declaration. So the title is Decolonizing Education and Curriculum. Decolonizing education from early childhood through university means placing African experience, languages, and innovation at the foundation of the curriculum, not as an add-on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sana Lwami Dlamini. I'm originally from Eswatini. I'm here at the Rhodes University doing my honors in the Journalism and Media Studies department. Our 9th point is memory, repair, and community power. Community spaces, spiritual institutions, and cultures, and the mamas of our communities are living archives of memory whose work of repair must be recognized and centered.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kamlihle Ngabase, and I'm a postgrad student from Nelson Mandela University. So I'll be reading the point number 10, which is Women's Liberation and Feminist Futures. Women's liberation across Africa remains incomplete because women remain under oppression. We must build an African feminist movement with its own vocabulary rooted in African experience.
Bom dia, boa tarde e boa noite a todos. Good evening for everyone. My name is Augusto Jacobi Kumbuyu. I'm from Mozambique. I'm studying sociology. And I will not pass the microphone. Well, I will talk about the 11th point. Liberation, broadcasting, and youth voices. Accountably, independent, multilingual public broadcasting must amplify the voice of youth and the women across the continent.
Okay, good evening, comrades and youths. My name is Purity Award David from the University of Dar es Salaam, Mwalimu Nyerere Professorial Chair in Pan-African Studies in Tanzania. I'm going to read number 12, Digital and Media Regulation for Justice. Fair, transparent regulation must protect youth and women activists, secure access to information, and dismantle colonial hierarchies embedded in digital governance. I want to finish. Are we together?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mbali Anana. I am from the School of Journalism and Media Studies, where I'm doing my postgraduate studies. And I am telling you guys about our declaration point 13, the safety of youth and women activists. Mechanisms must be established to protect youth and women. Activists from state repression, gender-based violence, digital harassment, and trauma. Igama lamakhosikazi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asekona Zondi, and I'm doing my master's in politics and international studies here at Rhodes University. I'll be presenting points number 14. Students and youth media for liberation. Independent, sustainably funded students and youth media, united through a Pan-African Youth Press Council, must serve as tools of liberation, memory, and justice.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sydney Lada Brown, and I'm a master's student in the politics department at Rhodes University. I'll be reading point 15, which states, confronting xenophobia and Afrophobia. We reject the double standard of Afrophobia and call for an honest reckoning and cross-border African solidarity as a condition of genuine Pan-African liberation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Usbongile Botoman, and I'm from Rhodes University, from the Department of Political and International Studies. So to end off, this declaration, we've committed to going from declaration to action. And we declare that a declaration is only as strong as its implementation. And we, the youth, commit as its foot soldiers to carrying these principles into tangible, measurable action. We call on conveners, institutions, and ourselves to establish clear mechanisms of accountability so that these words translate into tangible, measurable action. Luta Continua. The struggle continues. Are there enough chairs?
Why guys sitting? By the way, you good? You ready? There's no chair for me, so I have to stand. It's so awkward. Feels like I'm lecturing, but anyway. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who was here. So for the purposes of time, I'm going to ask two questions, and we've had this chat about helicopter. Yeah, great. I'm going to ask two questions, and then I'd like to open it up for dialogue. The intention with the declaration was not to just have a piece of paper, just have words on paper, but also to hear back on how, as young people, this becomes tangible in our different spaces. So the first question I'd like to ask is, as young people, how do you intend to use already existing community spaces to further liberation, to take the struggle forward? You can start in whatever order.
Hello, hi. I would like to start with the phrase Luta Continua, the struggle continues, right? So the previous generations have fought for political liberation under different technological conditions. Now, if the struggle continues, then the spaces in which liberation is contested also changes. Now, in our generation, one of those spaces is digital activism. So visibility only doesn't necessarily mean power. Having that said, our declaration should not end as words on a page, right? So liberation is not for the weak. And having that said, liberation goes, actually visibility goes hand in hand with community mobilization and stuff like that. So we shouldn't leave the relationship between digital activism as well as community mobilization in a situation whereby it's messed up, like it's long distance relationship. So we should try by all means to strive for action. In my community, I happen to organize mental health dialogue amongst learners. So I'm thinking of taking what I've learned here into my community and do mini dialogues with regard to it, as that one of the quotes from Samora Machel in 1970 says that he who studies should be like a spark lighting the flame in which is the people. Now, if I had not made a decision to come to Rhodes University to come and study, I wouldn't have known about this. Now I'm taking this to my community and spark them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so three things or 3 points which I would say. First, understand, mobilize, then build. In whatever that we do, I think it's important for us to understand who we are dealing with, understand what we are dealing with. Right. I think I'm grateful that I've been offered a temporary teaching position as a literature and English teacher, where I am teaching students a book titled The Sun Must Law, which talks about changing the mind. It was written by Brian Charangwa. Right. So it's all about understanding what we are doing and who we are dealing with. Then we change the mind. That's where we start mobilizing people. Then we can then build from there. How then do we build? I think in Zimbabwe, we can start by our community radio stations. And of course, engage people like Zenzel and Ndebele. They can help us. I'm a student journalist. I just graduated on Friday. Yes. Thank you. Yes. So I think that's where I can start when I go back to my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I believe that hereafter I'm going to use what I already have. I believe that I am who I am because of other people. And one of the people or the groups of people that make me who I am today are the children that I teach. And obviously they are going to be in my position very soon. So I will use those spaces, my teaching spaces, to inform them about these histories. You know, more than ever, children nowadays are so attached to YouTube, TikTok, social media platforms. And I feel as though if I produce content on those platforms that are informative and interesting, like mind-capturing type of content, that it will propel them to actually be invested in these type of things. I also am a confident public speaker, and I believe that I should speak up about these things in public spaces. Any chance that I can get, inform people about our histories and about how they need to be part of the liberation for all of us to be free. Thank you.
I think here at Rhodes University, we have such a vibrant, I think, drama department, right? And I think using art has long since been used, right, as a tool for liberation. And so I think if we utilize our drama students specifically, right, but also just the medium of theaters to mobilize, right, to disseminate political knowledge, right, and we can perhaps start like reading groups, perhaps, to disseminate ideas, right? As maybe it could be a small collective. That's where we spark the thought. That's where we share this political knowledge and then go into a production phase. We have a drama club here at this university, and we could collaborate with them and collaborate with drama students in the department to not only build up their portfolios, but also to serve the broader cause of liberation. And because we also host the National Arts Festival in this town of Makhanda, and there is a fringe section specifically where students and independent artists can submit their performances and perform, I think it's such a beautiful and world-class platform that we can use to disseminate knowledge in a way that doesn't feel preachy, in a way that doesn't feel as if we are speaking up in the air in these academic, in these very academic terms, and we connect with people at a level that makes them feel something.
Thank you. Armando?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So now I'm not handing over the microphone. And let me draw on this very powerful African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So for me, this is critical, is to say that let's build this movement, let's work together from here. in two levels, really. Number one, in our own countries, right? In Mozambique, and I'm happy that I was able to meet my fellow Mozambicans here. And in our country, we are in this very interesting moment when it comes to the politics. We have something that we call the national dialogue, right? Where different groups of our societies have been involved in this conversation in terms of how can we think together about how we want to go forward as a country. So I think this is something that we can integrate in those conversations. Of course, building these connections with young people, other young people in Mozambique. But I want to think about this also using this regional perspective. How can we build the coalitions as a region, right? Let's just go back to these ideas that we have explored earlier on to say that this is not a fight really that should be fought only in Mozambique or in South Africa or in Zimbabwe. This region is a single entity, and as such, we have to, fight as a group. And I'm happy again that I was able to connect with other young people here coming from other countries here in the region. So let me say this to all of us. Let's connect and reconnect. Let us not make Makhanda declaration or this symposium has another symposium or has another event. Let's make it the changing point, right, in this conversation so that we can work together toward the Africa that we are looking for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. As I said, the brilliance of having a panel of people who are doing this thing that we are talking about is that they answer all your questions. So you don't need to follow a script. So I want to thank my panelists very much for your bravery for coming to answer this question. And I'd like to open it up to the floor to ask people if there's anything you'd like to ask these young people on our declaration that we've made. I will say, though, that we will share a longer version with everyone. As you can see, this is summarized version of it, but they did put a lot of effort into writing out quite a comprehensive document with the help of colleagues as well. But I would like to open it up to the floor and also encourage other comrades who are with us in the symposium. I won't call you by name. If there is something that you'd also like to add in this particular moment, this is the time to do so.
I just wanted to ask any one of them, and maybe the colleagues that sitting over there, how do you suppose that collectively we can take forward this declaration? Not at an individual level, which is great, because then that means there's initiative and the person takes that, but collectively, because we have met, now we know each other. How do we collectively, because we are now the frontline people, how do we forge that as one?
Thank you. I'll take the three hands. Are these responses, colleagues, or questions to your colleagues? Or you'd like to respond? No. Oh, is that a question? So can I please take questions and then we'll do responses thereafter? Bali, I think Bali had a question.
Mine's a comment.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. My name is Professor Mukenge. I am from the School of Languages. I just want to ask to the panelists, this, if we can say it focus on one region, how can we extend it to other regions of the African continent?
Thank you. Is there any other question, colleagues? I'm going to assume not. Colleagues, you've heard the two questions that have been posed to you. Please make an attempt.
Thank you. Let me try and attempt answering that. I'm thinking that we could try to establish Youth Digital Futures Lab that turns these commitments into actual projects. I mean, we have different stakeholders that can help with accumulating funds in order to establish these things. That's my take on that one. Thank you.
I'm also going to try and answer this. So just before we entered here, we said that there's no movement or there's no evidence without sacrifice behind the movement. And like Charles mentioned, obviously funds, we need to contribute that so that we can mobilize and move around. It's not impossible. However, it is difficult. But if we want to push the boat, we need to be ready to do difficult. And what was the other question?
How do we move this beyond the region?
Beyond
Pan-African, how do we move it to the whole of Africa?
Oh.
From SADC to the world.
Oh. I mean, to my advantage, I have dual citizenship, so I'm going to move it to the other side of the world. How? I do plan on studying in universities across borders, of course, to expand my my repertoire. Just like the person who raised me to be the person I am today, she has a collective of degrees that pushed her to to write books, publish articles, and some of the work she has done is seen across the continent and across the world. So that's my starting point. Luckily, I have someone who has already opened the path for me. So yeah, I feel like that's what I'm going to do. Get degrees in different universities. Those are my starting points. And use the platforms that the universities provide for me to get the point across in different regions.
Thank you.
I think the same way Samora Machel did it, that's how we are going to expand to the rest of Africa, in the sense that his narratives might have started in Mozambique, but now they are in Zimbabwe, they are in South Africa, so it starts from grass to grace. We grow from here to there and stuff like that. I think now that if we have SADC countries now following those narratives, a Luta Continua motto, right? I think the rest of Africa is going to copy, or they are going to take a leaf from what we are doing, you see. Then about collective effort, now that we have said in Zimbabwe, we are going to do this in Botswana, in South Africa, and blah, blah, blah. We then embrace technology. We talked about, I think someone talked about TikTok and stuff. We communicate with each other. This is what we have done in Zimbabwe. How far have you gone in South Africa, and so on? I think that's where we can start in terms of our being collective and stuff.
Yeah, I think the two questions are really interrelated, so I'm going to answer them at once. And I think that the question that is there really is how we take this declaration, these very beautiful ideas that we have, right, to other people that are not in this room, people that are not in Makhanda. And as someone passionate about media, right, as a media scholar, I like to think about how we can leverage technology really as instruments, right, for political participation, for access to information. So all I'm saying is that let's use those spaces that are available there, right? Let's use them critically. Of course, there are a lot of negative consequences on these space social media platforms, but we can use them as instrument to empower people, to empower young people for a more meaningful political participation. So let's leverage these technologies. Let's connect, let's share the content, let's mobilize. And indeed, the social media platforms are nowadays instruments for to mobilize people. So let's use them for these purposes. So I think, unlike the previous generation, we are lucky today because we do not need to travel to, Malawi now. We can just share this content and you can mobilize people that are in Malawi. We do not need to go to Kenya now. We can use these technologies really to facilitate this communication and this political participation in the region, number one, but also across the continent, coming to your question, and let's say across the globe. Thank you so much.
So I will essentially answer both questions as one as well, because I also see the interrelatedness. I think something I said earlier, I mentioned it briefly, was something like reading groups, right? And almost like book clubs of sorts, political book clubs to disseminate knowledge. I think for us to leverage one, the connections that we've made here, over the past 3 days to connect the universities and all the institutions that we come from, right? And use those connections for something like an online book club and help us maybe come together every other month to discuss what we've been reading, right? So we have essentially joint texts that we all read. And from our context, we then give our insights and how we essentially how we absorb that knowledge and share that knowledge with others. And I think this is something that's also viable for many other institutions across the continent specifically, and also then connecting it with decolonial and Pan-African futures. And so I think it's a really manageable task, right? Because for the most part, you don't need especially large funding to just get on a Zoom.
Thank you. I saw 2 hands from colleagues on the floor. Colleagues, your contributions. One was Mbali. Okay. So yes, I will go to Jose. Could we please get a microphone? Oh, sorry, I couldn't see your hand. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Yes, sorry, I couldn't see your hand. I'm so sorry. But Lutsando, thank you so much. I couldn't see that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sihle Siandiba from Walter Sisulu University, a Bachelor of Arts student specializing in African languages. Ndizawuthetha isiXhosa yona. Ndifuna ukhomenta uhlomla point number 7. La point leya elanqaku libalulekile elia. And I'm also an educator by profession. Last year I was doing practicals. So bendikule class the teacher is social sciences about Berlin conference. Ndizo assess. Ndafundisa apha yaphela period. And guys awuphela ndibuza imibuzo. Waphendula umuntu ngendlela waphendula ngayo. So ndabona ba okay, instead of losing marks mandingabuzi kakhulu mandibuze ndiziphendula. And I was penalized for that, ne? Then xa ndibuza kubo mva phofu ke ndingekabuzi batsho bathi ye tishala usewakhumsha kakhulu asikuvanga. Then ndaya kumento yam ndayixelela loo nto leyo uba ye kwenzeke oku noku phaa. Okay, with the understanding yabantwana bakhe watsho wathi ndicela uyoyiphinda la lesson. Ndabe nami ke phofu bese ndibonile uba isimo sinjani apha. Akuviwa ncam xa siwelela ngapha. So kufuneka nditolike ngesiXhosa ndiphinde ndiyiphinde ngesiNgesi into ndiqhubekeke. And again, lucky kwi-research yam ndithetha nge-translanguaging. Ndingqale kwisiXhosa ekusetyenzisweni kwesiXhosa sixutywa nezinye iilwimi. Kwi-literature review yam suke nayo phezulu ndehla nayo ndazofika apha eMzantsi Afrika. Ndiqaphele okokuba iilwimi zethu zemveli hayi azisetyenziswa and zisemngcuphekeni bokubana zitshabalale. So elaa nqaku lesixhenxe eliya hayi ndiyalipasisa and ndiyikhuthaza into yoba mazisetyenziswe ezi lwimi. Ngoba even nangoku uzawuqaphela into yokubana sewuthetha nomntana phaa endlini kukho amagama esiXhosa angasiwazi. Phofu ke sesingaseseko sendlini esikolweni phaa eyunivesithi wawuxa uthetha isiXhosa kuthiwe uthetha isiXhosa sencwadini. Kunzima, silahlekile. So siyaphulukana neelwimi zethu zemveli ingase noko khe kuzanywe uba kubekho ukulingana phakathi kwazo nezi sizisebenzisayo. To comment kwinto ibithethwe izolo. Bekuthethiwe apha kuthethwa ulwimi lwesiPortuguese. Wathi omnye umuntu asikho isidingo soba sisebenzise le nto. We need to learn isiPortuguese. I got worried uba sawufunda isiPortuguese. We have ii-languages zethu. Kuthe nto sizawude siyofunda isiPortuguese phaya into yoba sivane sisodwa apha endlini. Zikhona ezethu ii-languages apha. Icacile uba linguistically asikazuba liberated ngolu hlobo. Enkosi.
I think I'm also going to stand up because I can feel.
Mzama, can you translate it?
Yeah.
We will.
You will try, no?
Yes, we will do so.
Okay.
We just want to take the last comment and then we will translate for.
I'm going to be brief. I'll try to be brief quickly on all these points and what I think of the Makhanda Youth Declaration and the decolonial, the thinking of, it's just a comment. So point number 8, decolonizing education and the curriculum. I'm just going to move straight to the point, is that I feel as if we as society, why is that in primary school and high school, why are we still learning Afrikaans? Because we need to decolonize that. Because in the South African context, this is just an opinion. I think that Afrikaans, other students should be allowed to more home languages. I know Zulu, there's Zulu, but I feel like Tswana, why is Tswana and Sotho not there? But I think in the educational aspect and the curriculum, I feel like why are we forced to learn Afrikaans in certain schools, in certain areas? Second point is that education is a right. Education is a right. And then also I want to move forward, confronting xenophobia and Afrophobia. You cannot justify xenophobia, you say they're taking our jobs. How can you justify xenophobic attacks when they say they're taking our jobs? No, you can't justify that. We are all one. We are all one African. We are all one African, like in society. So you can't justify xenophobia. I don't understand. We are South Africans. We are one Africa. The decolonial aspect is meant to divide us as Africans. And then the second point I want to say, liberation on ongoing struggles. The liberation that we are facing today as youngsters is not the same as the past. The liberation, the issues that we face today is not the same as the past. But the history, we can use history to be able to confront the issues that we are facing today as the youth, unemployment, gender-based violence. Those are the things that we need to talk about and have discussions about in universities, and not to be afraid to have these discussions in rooms and in classrooms. We need to have that. We need to decolonize the patriarchal system. This is not men versus women. We are fighting a system, a patriarchal system. The influence is meant to divide us. Western society is meant to divide us as the youth. This is not men versus women. We need to fight gender-based violence together. And yeah, that's my point. That's all. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to take the last comment from a fellow comrade, and then I will give our panelists, someone will just help with a very brief translation and also a response to our comrade, and also just very briefly, summatively, final closing remarks. Thank you.
I have a younger sister who can't speak Xhosa, but it's my problem for another day. But it's just a suggestion that I want to point out, because I specialize in the township museums. And because of the context of what we are doing, I would like next time, and based on the local or the community that you will be in, that they must be invited, including Albani and Amazwi, because all this was speaking to archive. There are archives there. And most especially in the Township Museum. Can you please be invited so that they can capture the skills that you're speaking about, or will speak forever if they are not here?
Do you guys have a mic? Do you have a mic? Yep. Mapule will do that for us quickly.
Thank you. So before I forget the questions, I don't think any of the gentlemen said their names, so I'm sorry, I'm going to be pointing. So for you, sir, this is just a brief summary, but the actual declaration has almost everything that you have mentioned in detail, especially about learning more African languages in class. The gentleman over there spoke about an incident that he had in his class. This is for the Portuguese speakers and for the people that don't understand isiXhosa. So he said that there was an incident in his class, and he spoke in English, and the English was he spoke in isiXhosa, but then he changed to speaking in English to accommodate his students. And his students said, "No, you're speaking English that is too high. Please change back," or too fancy, too advanced. Yes. After he spoke to his supervisor about the situation, and essentially he said that he started using the trans-languaging practice. That's a practice in linguistics in which we change between two languages within a setting. So he'll maybe read in isiXhosa but ask questions in English. And with regards to, I feel like since you guys agree, especially him, learning, we have 11 official languages. And his main point was, how can we now try and learn Portuguese when we don't even know other official languages in South Africa? And it is a very deep thing, because there's already tribalism in South Africa for us to try and learn other people's languages. But I understand where you're coming from. It's what Mr. Bryan said yesterday about you can't be a lizard at home and be a crocodile elsewhere, you know? So with regards to us learning our languages, we need to, learning in South African languages before we can understand, I don't want to say foreign, because this is not foreign. We're all in the same continent. There's no such thing as that term. I don't like to use that term. So I feel as though starting at home, we need to know that Swahili is the LWC of Africa. It's not English. So we need knowledge firstly. It's not,
what's LWC?
A language of wider communication, a lingua franca. Yes. That's what Swahili is for us. So firstly, learn Swahili. That's a starting point. Swahili is spoken in almost every country in Africa. In Southern. In Africa. Yes. There we go. Yeah. Ish. So, yeah, that's the starting point. Swahili, it's a powerful language. And then we can almost put our languages in a place where they will be looked at as important or needed. We need to formalize them. For example, in the University of the Western Cape, we don't have one dialect of Afrikaans. We have the standard Afrikaans and we have Kaps, which is something that has been neglected for the longest time. Now, the same applies with isiXhosa because you mentioned that your sister, or he mentioned that his sister isn't even speaking the actual spoken Xhosa, but they're speaking the one that is taught at school, like, the news type of isiXhosa. And we are the ones who are meant to create the standardized forms because we're the ones who know it, right? We are the ones who know spoken isiXhosa, spoken isiSotho, spoken Afrikaans, spoken Swahili, spoken Portuguese, every language, there's a big difference between spoken and written. So we speakers, we need to we need to actually create a standardized form of the spoken language so that we can integrate it into academia and formalize it essentially. Yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues, brief closing remarks. Brief.
Yeah. I just wanted to answer this question, how to learn Portuguese. Come to see me. It's easy. So I'm going to teach you Portuguese. That's a joke. The point I wanted to make really is to say that for me, and I've been advocating this for a while, we do not lack as countries and as a continent sort of identification of the problems. I think we have been identifying our problems for a while now. What is really lacking is how we move from these identifications of the problem to practice. And that's why I'm challenging all of us to try to translate the declaration to practical actions. If we do not do that, in the following 5 years, another generation will come here in this same venue with other young people. We're not going to be here at university anymore, but they're going to recruit another young people to come here to discuss the same questions that we have been discussing here. There will be people disagreeing, as I disagree with Mama Grasa Machel when it comes to the topics we're mentioning some of them. So they're going to be another people or other people discussing the same issue. So what I'm saying is that, yes, we need to move from the declarations and how we translate the declarations to really, put it in practice so that we can break this cycle of identifying again. And as I said earlier on, I think we are in this vantage point because we are living in this, technological world. There is this scholar, a foundational one in our field, Marshall McLuhan, who said many years ago that one day the world would become a global village. And this world is now a global village. So we can take advantage, we can leverage all these opportunities to say, you know what, I'm in Mozambique, you are in Namibia, you are in Kenya, but we are in the same village. So let's work together, let's connect, and let's make the things happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Spo would like to say something, final closing remark.
Just as a final thing, I think we need to start utilizing our creativity more, right? When we come into these when we come into these sessions, right, we often think about it more so as like an academic project, and we come into these lecture venues and we sit and we speak. But perhaps we can, maybe be more creative, right? Even with implementing the things in this declaration, right? Try creative ways, try art, right? Try different mediums of communication and sharing knowledge, just so that we can also reach different kinds of people, right? Perhaps those who are more musically inclined, or those who are more academically inclined, and even reach the people who are in the sciences, who oftentimes will discredit a lot of political and humanities conversations, and see how we can reach them. I think that's a really important thing to do, going forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, I want to thank my panelists for being here. I want to thank all the young people that we've worked with for the past 3 days, all 56 of you. Thank you so much. Thank you to my 2 colleagues as well. And I don't know if I should say our bonus or our special colleague, JJ, who was also very helpful in helping us put all of this together. And I also want to thank all of you for your generosity with engaging with us as young people. I can assure you that it's not taken for granted. Before we came in here, we were standing outside, and a lot of people were saying that I see why I needed to be here. I see why I needed to come here. So I just want to also thank the room for that. Without further ado, thank you, Ngiyabonga, obrigado, and thank you so much to everyone as well.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Good evening. We have come to the end, almost. I just want to make an announcement from our interpreters. They are appealing that you please leave the interpreter headsets where you found them. Please, please. High discipline. High moral. High discipline. Very well. And so you were welcomed in day 1 by the DVC, Dr. Mzilikazi. So I stand here now to just offer mostly just thank yous. I think the young people have offered us a way forward. I'm here to offer thank yous. And the first person I would like to thank is Dr. Samora Machel. We are told by our grandmothers that in this province, certainly this is what we believe, that into ifana nomntu wayo. And what I mean by that is that any ceremony resembles the person in whose name it is held, be it a birthday, be it a funeral. So if Chris Kabuato says in 26 years, I have never seen a symposium like this, it can only be the spirit of Tata Machel. And so we thank him. We would like to say thank you to the Machel family and the Machel Foundation. You have made us people. We say again in this province, Nisenze abantu. You have made us people. It is a great honor to have been trusted with holding this conversation, this reflection. And so I just hope that all of us realize that we need to be worthy inheritors of this legacy. It is a legacy of love, a legacy of liberation, a legacy of courage. And so we thank you, Mama Machel, Samora Machel Jr., Josina Machel, and we thank your teams to get a family of Southern Africa in one room. It takes teams to get this family here. And so we thank your teams. And Nangamso Gumbe is one of those teams that assisted us. The poet Khasacha Wengriko, she said, Dilipupa elimioli. I'm not going to offer an adequate translation of what she offered us. The direct translation is, I am a sweet dream. In my awakening, in my self-knowledge, I am a sweet dream, or I am a tender dream. I want us to keep that in mind. I want to say thank you to the Africa Center for Memory and Imagination that was trusted by the Machel family and foundation with steering this symposium. Thank you to Professor Bekingo Simoyo. Thank you to Chris Kabuato, whom I've known for over 20 years. I want to say this to the young people, that 20 years ago, when Chris Kabuato was the director of Highway Africa, I was one of the student photographers for Highway Africa. I share this to say that I want to believe, Chris, that it must be in the manner that I held myself back then as a young person, that in this new position that I hold, you believed that when you sent a message, when you shared this idea, that it would land on ears that would hear it. So it's really been an honor to shepherd this program with you. The young person there was talking about patriarchy. It's not always easy for feminists to find big brothers to work with. And we have been able to work together. And it is only the beginning. Thank you to Lutando Kitty, whose book, everyone is here because Lutando emailed you. Called you. In fact, I was saying to Lutando, someone in his role can really write a novel. How to put a symposium together, and all the colors will come out. To avoid being sued, make it a fiction. Thank you to Sandra Muchambizi, who is part of the Center for Memory and Imagination. We want to thank Rona McCracken, who booked the flights and the buses in her absence. Thank you. Thank you to the Open Society Foundations, represented by Nozipo Ndebele. So we thank them. And for the Makhanda team that provided the physical space and the intellectual space and co-curated this program, there are many people to thank. I want to start with our Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnership, Dr. Kwezi Mzilikazi. I would like to say thank you to the Deputy Deans of the Humanities Faculty, Professor Patrice Mwepu and Dr. Dominic Santos. If maybe they can stand. Maybe they can stand. I'd like also to thank the Humanities Faculty Officers, Karen Kuwari and Annelisa Matagane, who have been working with Lutando. So different aspects of this program were curated by different colleagues. This one we've just concluded, the Pan-African World Cafe on Youth Liberation and African Futures, was a visionary project by Professor Liesel Jacobs of the Psychology Department. Dr. Mvuzo Ponono of the School of Journalism and Media Studies. High morale. High discipline. High discipline. High morale. It is the person who borrowed us this term, Dr. Nomza Montombela of the Sociology Department. We have a beautifully curated cultural program that was led by Professor Bodina Makonake, the head of Department of Music and Musicology. She is sitting next to Nomfundo Taluva, whose concert we are delaying. As part of that program, we would also like to thank Dr. Elijah Madiba, Kuhle Ngezana, who was the DJ on Sunday, Richi Musambasi, the leader of the RU band and the Mbira Ensemble, Kwandu Choir, Tando Madiba, Sinesipo, Hellboy. We would also importantly like to thank the Venancio Mbande and the Timbila Venancio band. Nomfundo, we would like to thank you in advance for what you are about to do. Maybe they can see you. Maybe you may stand. Yes. Thank you. Would like to thank our poets, Akona Mafani. Zusake Zide. Thanks to fellow academics, Professor Pascal Taruvinga, HOD of Anthropology. Thank you to Dr. Lois Sanguria, the head of Department of Fine Art, where we will have our closing reception. Thank you to Dr. Heike Gehring, the HOD of Drama, the Drama Department, where we had the performance yesterday in the theater. We'd also like to thank the conference and events led by Charmaine Avery, who have done everything. So we thank Charmaine and the team, including people like Tawonga Tondi and her entire team. We thank the team of interpreters in front. We thank the sound team that has allowed us to hear each other, Daryl. Was it on Thursday now? But I received an email from Hlumelo Vitboy asking if we need some assistance. As we were pulling things together, I kept thinking, we have students taking part in the World Cafe, but perhaps we need another team of students to assist us. And somehow Hlumelo wrote this email saying that I have assisted in other conferences. And she has led a team with Anam Baba, Kamvale Tunzomi, Tembelani Kili, Lele Tumkonjeni, Aviwe Mula, and Sinalo Jago. It is that group at the back. They have really been our strong Gwijo choir. We thank you. We really thank you for it. We want to thank all the veterans, all the speakers, all the panelists, performers, you were named by the DVC. I'm not going to name you again, but we really thank you. I'd like to thank the students who have adopted the Makhanda Declaration from Universidade Pedagógica de Maputo, University of Dar es Salaam, University of Zimbabwe, University of the Western Cape, University Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela University, University of Fort Hare, and Rhodes University. Thank you to the booksellers in getting a number of the books to Makhanda on time. We worked with Siwela Langeni of the Book Circle Capital. We also worked with our local bookstore, Van Skyke, who've been selling copies of books. We also like to thank the media houses. Thank you to SABC Radio and TV, Channel Africa, Daily Dispatch, SAFM, and Conviction News that ensured that Machel at 40 was transnational. Thank you to the Rhodes University Communications and Advancement team, which has truly been incredible, led by Masejo Nebudzandala. This team includes Olwetu Gwanya, who just started last week. Is Olwetu here? Are they here? There she is. And a number of us have been leaving during sessions because we needed to go and do an interview. And I was saying to her that this is the kind of interruption that we need, so we don't mind it. Thank you, Kama Anthony. Thank you, Mosene. Thank you as well to this team that has live streamed these 2 days on the Rhodes University YouTube page, Kapelo. I want to name them. Kapelo Nyandimang. Yes, there he is. Lonwabo Sonkube. Live Anthony. Yes. Vusumuzi Chenkema. Sorry. Valentine's Ndusi. Chirwa Nontetelo Setulo. Thank you to the story writing team, Zintle Nojogo. Yes. Bunye Chikudo. Yes. And Miki Oscar. As a way of conclusion, we sang the song Malibongwe. I thought I would read a poem from a collection, an anthology published in 1981 by ANC Women in Exile that was edited by Sono Molefe, whose real name is the late Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza. It was repatriated by Dr. Uhuru Palafala, whom Nangamso mentioned, because this collection was banned in South Africa. It was not available up until 2020. Thanks to Uhuru's intellectual work of repatriating this collection. In this spirit of unity that has come up, I thought I would read a poem written by one Kondo Wesizwe combatant who was going by the name of Rebecca Matlau, who is known to many of us as Ambassador Sanki Mtembi Mahanyele. The gulp of unity. Take this, it is for love. The Methuselah looked at the milky faces for past memories, mistakes, and misery. Gulp this blood, sacred liquid. From this stream, well cut the painful past. From this stream, well shape our past, our present future. As the debris rolls down the pit of limbo, let's gurgle and spit the venomous sputum. This will merge black and white in blood bonds. This then is for forgiveness. The night lay thick and thunderous. The storm poured down and abated. On the old man's head lay imprinted the genesis of war and peace. Forgive him, dear child, for having sharpened and nurtured the poisoned ivy. Forgive him, child, for past dreams, for his dreams were reality raw. Your dreams are not defined yet. Let him tell the tale, and you tear the path. Gulp down this blooded, sacred liquid. This is for life. This is for unity. Purge me, I say, the hysteria hissed. Calmly his spirit mounted as his feelings ascended the past. A shaken voice demanded, hold this knowing hand and not. I will lead you yonder to cross the stream of life and humanity. This night is mine and yours. This sky we will share and shield. This is for love and unity. Gulp it, gulp it. This is for love. This is for unity. This is for love and unity. Gulp it down. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to this team of videographers who ensure that this symposium will be archived. Mudiwa, Savaza, and Godfrey Kadzare. Thank you. Thank you to our photographer, Leon Sadiki. Finally, as I hand over to Chris, we would like to just extend a final gift to Mama Machel. This is a collection of the books that were discussed here. Yes. And we know that there is a reading group that will happen informed by this Machel at 40 curriculum. It means that Mama Machel might just pop in on that Zoom call. We know that she knows how Zoom works, just to find out if you are really reading these books. Thank you so much.
Can I please ask you to stand up, all of you? I really don't think there are words who can be enough to thank each and every one of you. Each and every one of you, on behalf of my family. But what I want to ask each and every one of us, if you can, for wherever you are, embrace the person who is next to you. Just embrace. And she said it's for life. And it is for love. The poem, Prof. The poem saying it's for love and it's for unity. Can we all repeat? It is for love and it's unity. Again. Say that all of us, and I think we'll agree with this, we have a debt of gratitude, of deep gratitude to the Rhodes University family, each and everyone who belongs to this university. Because we were given a lifetime experience. I don't think really any one of us will forget these last 3 days. It has left in us very deep feelings. It has challenged our minds. It has touched our sense of being human, very deeply. Prof, it is for love. It is for life. It is for unity. That's all I can say. And really, 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 from wherever he is, and as someone has said, somebody is here. His spirit is here. Perhaps all we can say that somebody deserves this. He did. He does deserve it. And we thank you. Thank you. We thank you millions and millions of times, you, Rhodes University family, each and every one of you, for having brought him to all of us and you offered him to us. Thank you so much.
Okay. Colleagues, I think we now deserve that massive performance by Nomfundo, who is here. She's energized by all this nuclear energy that we have had here. So just somebody left their cell phone in the bathroom. That's the women's bathroom there. Please, if this is the cell phone, please. You know who it is? Okay, so they'll pick it up here. That's great. And then we're still missing that just one headset. It's somewhere. Let's check our bags. And, let's just give it to the interpreters. Otherwise, we'll be charged for it. Colleagues, as we go for the performance, all I can say from Professor Magaja and myself is watch this space. Big things are coming.